Chapter 280. According to what Lei Ming said, this Na Lu could kill Zhuri Bela with his unfathomable ability after marrying Xiangxiang Bela. It was even possible for him to turn Zhuri Bela into a puppet. Lei Ming's psychological attack was really powerful. Seeing everyone's expression change, including day-by-day Bela's, Lei Ming said, "I know that because of this human's slanderous words, I can't stay in the Foxman clan any longer. But before I leave, I want to give you a piece of advice. Godfather, this Nehru is really unfathomable. For the sake of the Foxman clan, you should immediately imprison him and cripple his martial arts. This way, you can make use of his ability to bring the dead back to life, and he won't be a threat to the Foxman clan. Of course, this may be against morality, but for the sake of the Foxman clan's future, Godfather must sacrifice himself for the greater good." At this moment, Yang Dingtian's expression really changed. This Lei Ming was really not an ordinary person. Even at this moment, he still wanted to find a way to turn the tables and kill Yang Dingtian. And it was obvious that many of the Foxman clan's elders were tempted. Just now, they had heard clearly that this Nehru was a master alchemist from the Netherworld Sea. Because of the crime of possessing a treasure, he was chased out of the human continent and came to the Dongli grassland. He was completely helpless. Therefore, Lei Ming's suggestion was completely feasible and was very tempting to the Foxman clan's elders. Seeing that everyone was tempted, Lei Ming continued to encourage, "Everyone, don't be scared by this human's methods. His ability to save people is really unfathomable, but his martial arts are only average, even worse than mine. His ability is completely focused on saving people, but his cultivation is very mediocre. If you don't believe me, I'm willing to fight with him and prove to everyone that this person is not scary at all." At this moment, Yang Dingtian really had a whole new level of respect for this person. This person's scheming methods were really powerful. He knew how to break Yang Dingtian's frightening appearance from the foundation. Seeing Lei Ming distorting the truth like this, Princess Xiangxiang was so angry that her entire body trembled. She was about to scold him loudly and say that Yang Dingtian didn't really take advantage of her and break her chastity. Unexpectedly, Yang Dingtian gave her a look to stop her. After stopping Princess Xiangxiang, Yang Dingtian turned to Lei Ming and sneered, "What is your cultivation level?" Lei Ming sneered and said, "According to your human level, he is an 8-star martial ancestor." "Yang Dingtian, you think I'm not as good as you?" "That's right. Some of your abilities are indeed unpredictable. However, your martial arts cultivation is very mediocre. Even at such an age, you are still inferior to me." Lei Ming laughed. "You want to compete with me?" Yang Dingtian asked. "That's right." Lei Ming laughed coldly. "I want to expose you." "All right." Yang Dingtian said, "I used to have a sword, but I lost it when I left the human continent. Then I'll use this walking stick in my hand to fight you." Yang Dingtian raised the iron stick in his hand. Everyone was shocked. The fiery red sword in Lei Ming's hand was a very powerful weapon in the Foxman race. However, the iron stick in his hand didn't seem to have any energy fluctuation. It was the crudest and clumsiest iron stick. The iron stick in Yang Dingtian's hand was obviously not an ordinary iron stick. It was a modified youngling sword. Before Yang Dingtian swallowed and refined the mystic flame, the youngling sword still had a trace of energy fluctuation. Now, the youngling sword was like an ancient well without any ripples. It had stored all its strength. So in everyone's eyes, the weapon in Yang Dingtian's hand couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lei Ming. "You are courting death. Don't blame me." Lei Ming sneered and said, "Just now you were able to dodge my sword aura. Now that I am using a mystic skill to attack, why don't you try dodging again?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "It is too humiliating for me to fight with someone of your level. How about this? I will stand here without moving and not retaliating. You can use your strongest mystic skill to attack me. Humph, pretentious. Lei Ming sneered. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Lei Ming was an 8-star martial ancestor. If he stood there without moving and used a mystic skill to attack, even a martial honorable would be injured. Then, Lei Ming raised the huge sword in his hand. He chanted a chant and circulated his mystic qi. Immediately, the huge sword in his hand shined brightly. Whoa! Immediately after, a phoenix mark appeared on his arm. He used his martial spirit. This was the first time Yang Dingtian met an opponent who used his martial spirit. At that time, he fought with Yi Feng in Qin City. Yi Feng used an evil technique, so he didn't use his martial spirit. And this Lei Ming in front of him used his martial spirit. Seeing Lei Ming's martial spirit, everyone's expression changed. This fire demon phoenix was at least an 8th or 9th grade demonic beast. It was extremely powerful and rare. With Lei Ming's ability, how could he refine a fire demon phoenix as his martial spirit? It was completely impossible. At this moment, day by day Bella's expression changed drastically. She didn't know that Lei Ming had a fire demon phoenix martial spirit. Furthermore, with Lei Ming's power, it was impossible for him to have a fire demon phoenix martial spirit. In fact, although most of the half-human clan had the bloodline of demonic beasts, there were only a few warriors who had martial spirits. Even those who had flying mounts were a minority. This was because most of the half-human clan lacked spiritual talent and there were no beast speakers. In terms of spiritual talent, the half-human clan was extremely divided. A few clans, such as the 8-clawed human clan, had astonishing spiritual talent. As for the rest of the half-human clan, they lacked spiritual talent. Day by day Bella had coincidentally obtained a raging flame, demonic dragon, martial spirit. However, as the princess of the Foxman clan, Xiang didn't have her own martial spirit. Lei Ming didn't have one either. But now, Lei Ming had a fire demon phoenix martial spirit. This was completely impossible. It was obvious that there was an inside story. However, let's put aside the inside story. Once a warrior had a powerful martial spirit, his attack power would be incomparable. Lei Ming was an 8-star martial ancestor. With the addition of the fire demon phoenix martial spirit, his attack power was equivalent to 2 8-star revered martial artists. Therefore, his attack was undoubtedly very shocking. With the influx of profound qi, Lei Ming's huge sword was completely red. Furthermore, the fire demon phoenix pattern on his arm became brighter and brighter. In the end, his entire arm seemed to be burning. Then a fire demon phoenix drilled out of Lei Ming's arm and into his huge sword. Boom! In an instant, the huge sword burned fiercely. A huge burst of energy suddenly exploded. Boom! The roof of the house made of huge rocks suddenly exploded and rocks flew everywhere. Day by day Bella quickly used her profound qi to protect her daughter. Everyone's expression changed. The power of Lei Ming's profound skill was far beyond their imagination. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but wonder. He originally thought that he would be able to receive Lei Ming's 8-star martial ancestor profound skill. Now, it seemed that he was worried. Fire, demon phoenix, heaven, splitting arrow, die. Following Lei Ming's angry roar, a huge fire demon phoenix suddenly flew out from the huge sword. His entire body turned into a huge fire illusion bow. A blood-red flame energy arrow condensed in the air. He wanted to use the fire demon phoenix martial spirit as the bow and his entire body's profound qi as the arrow to launch a fatal attack on Yang Dingtian. Whoosh! The fire demon phoenix bow was pulled to the limit. A dazzling and piercing arrow suddenly shot out. Instantly, the huge arrow was like a meteor. Everything that it passed through was turned into dust. Princess Xiang cried out in alarm and suddenly pulled day by day Bella's arm. Although the Foxman chieftain Juri Bela's mystic qi had yet to recover completely, he still circulated all of his mystic qi and wanted to envelop and protect Yang Dingtian's body. However, something frightening happened. Day by day, Bella's profound qi was like mud sinking into the sea, silently disappearing into the air. Who was it that was so powerful that a master-level expert's profound qi sank into the sea? At this moment, the shocking fire demon phoenix heaven, splitting arrow, suddenly pierced Yang Dingtian's body. A bright light burst out, as if it was swallowing everything. Ah! Everyone cried out in alarm. They felt that this Neru, with his astonishing medical skills, was most likely going to die. When the fire demon arrow entered his body, Yang Dingtian raised the iron rod that was modified from Ah Chao's youngling sword. Then he used the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, the fire transformation art of the yin-yang qi transformation technique. Boom! At the same time, the profound fire in Yang Dingtian's energy reserve suddenly soared and merged into the fire transformation art. Previously, when Yang Dingtian used the fire transformation art, he could at most dissolve profound qi that was equivalent to half of his cultivation. In other words, if the enemy was a 3- or 4-star martial ancestor realm expert, then Yang Dingtian could use the fire transformation art to dissolve all the energy of the attack. Now, Yang Dingtian had the profound fire, so he tried to dissolve an 8-star martial ancestor realm expert's profound skill attack. However, he did not expect that the attack in front of him was not only from an 8-star martial ancestor realm expert, but also from the fire demon phoenix martial spirit. Therefore, Yang Dingtian did not have the slightest confidence that he could dissolve the attack. This completely depended on the power of the profound fire. Huff! The terrifying energy of the fire demon phoenix heaven, splitting arrow, first passed through Ah Chao's youngling sword. Ah Chao's youngling sword could also swallow fire energy. However, when faced with such a powerful fire energy, it could only swallow around 15%. The remaining 80% of the energy violently surged into Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian only felt his entire body tremble, as if a bomb had exploded in his body. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's entire body was engulfed by flames. At the same time, the fire transformation art was activated. Whoosh! Instantly, Yang Dingtian clearly felt it. This powerful attack energy was quickly melting, turning into the purest profound qi and surging into his own qi sea. Suddenly, a shocking scene appeared. The flames on Yang Dingtian's body became smaller and smaller. The fire transformation art that was mixed with the profound fire frantically dissolved the fire demon phoenix, heaven, splitting arrows attack energy. After 3 seconds, more than half of the fire demon arrows attack energy was completely dissolved and swallowed. The remaining 30% of the profound skills attack energy was received by Yang Dingtian using his 9 yang profound veins. He felt his entire body's profound veins suddenly tremble. He felt a sharp pain and a mouthful of blood almost gushed out. However, Yang Dingtian held it back. That was all. The flames on Yang Dingtian's body were completely extinguished. Just like this, Yang Dingtian did not dodge or move. An 8-star martial ancestor realm's profound skill and a powerful martial spirit combined attack was forcibly received by Yang Dingtian. He was not injured at all. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was shocked. This profound fire's power was indeed shocking. One had to know that an 8-star martial ancestor realm's profound skills attack energy was already twice that of Yang Dingtian's. Furthermore, there was the demon phoenix martial spirit. Therefore, Lei Ming's demon phoenix heaven, splitting arrows profound skills attack energy was 3 to 4 times that of Yang Dingtian's cultivation. If he did not have the profound fire, Yang Dingtian's qi transformation art would only be able to dissolve about 10% of this energy. However, with the profound fire, the qi transformation art's power increased by several times. It actually dissolved half of the demon phoenix heaven, splitting arrows energy. The profound fire's power was too shocking. With it, The Qi transformation art's power increased by several times. From the outside world's perspective, this scene was completely shocking. Everyone only saw this Na Lu standing there motionlessly, as if the wind and clouds were as light as the clouds. After such a powerful demon phoenix heaven splitting arrow pierced into his body, it disappeared without a trace like mud sinking into the ocean. Of course, they did not know that Yang Dingtian had circulated the profound fire and the Qi transformation art. They only saw Yang Dingtian standing there motionlessly, allowing himself to be attacked. Immediately, everyone was speechless. What kind of cultivation did Na Lu have? Such a powerful combination of profound skill and martial spirit was unable to move him in the slightest. As for Lei Ming, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Previously, after the short exchange, he was very sure that Na Lu's profound Qi cultivation was not comparable to his. How did he suddenly become so powerful and terrifying? Originally, he was confident that his demon phoenix heaven splitting arrow could kill him. Who knew that Na Lu would receive it without moving? There was not even a trace of injury. Not even a strand of hair was lost. Immediately, Lei Ming was alarmed and looked at Galu. In Lei Ming's eyes, Na Lu became incomparably mysterious and powerful. "Your attack is over." Yang Dingtian smiled faintly. Lei Ming nodded instinctively. Yang Dingtian swung his sleeves lightly and said, "All right, then it's my turn." Immediately, Lei Ming's body tensed up. He gripped his giant sword tightly with both hands and circulated all the remaining profound qi in his body to defend. His heart was truly terrified, as he didn't know what kind of world-shaking attack this Yang Dingtian would unleash. Therefore, he had to use all his strength to resist this attack. Everyone at the scene held their breaths and waited for Yang Dingtian's world-shaking attack. Even Geluz focused his gaze and waited for Yang Dingtian to make his move. Yang Dingtian sighed softly and said, "Lei Ming, fighting with someone like you is truly a disgrace to me." After speaking, Yang Dingtian waved the iron rod in his hand lightly. It was as light as the wind and clouds. There was no strength or prestige. Even if it was used to chase away a fly, it would be too weak. Nothing happened. Nothing earth-shattering happened. Everyone stared at Yang Dingtian's hand and iron rod. Even Lei Ming stared at Yang Dingtian in shock. "What are you looking at?" "I have already finished my attack." Yang Dingtian said faintly. He made his move, just like that. There was no prestige at all. Nothing happened. Everyone at the scene was greatly disappointed. What was this? A light wave of the iron rod in his hand meant that he made his move. There was no profound qi and no sparks. Could it be that this Yang Dingtian was going to let Lei Ming off? Lei Ming said inwardly, "He finished his attack just like that? It didn't even tickle me." After circulating the profound qi throughout his body, Lei Ming realized that he did not even lose a single strand of hair. When he heard Yang Dingtian say that his attack was over, Lei Ming couldn't help but relax. Haha, everyone saw it, right? This human is completely putting on an act. His cultivation is very mediocre. He knows that he can't hurt me, so he deliberately pretended to be magnanimous and let me off. That's why he deliberately waved his iron rod casually. It was to maintain this posture of an expert. Lei Ming sneered and said, "The reason why he could receive my profound skill attack just now was not because he was very powerful. It was because he had some kind of treasure on him that could block my attack. His cultivation is actually very weak. Otherwise, he would have already made a move to kill me. Now, I suspect that the reason why he could save my foster father was entirely because he had a treasure on him. It was not his own ability at all." Yang Dingtian glanced at Lei Ming and said faintly, "You're thinking too much." Then, a shocking scene appeared once again. A black smoke suddenly emerged from Lei Ming's body. Then, a thin flame directly drilled out from his stomach. But Lei Ming did not feel any pain at all. He did not even realize that he was still speaking rudely, wantonly belittling Yang Dingtian. Everyone stared at his stomach, completely stunned. Boom! Until Lei Ming's entire stomach was completely burned. He realized that his body was somewhat empty. He could not help but look down. In an instant, Lei Ming was completely stunned. Ah! He let out an earth-shattering scream. Boom! At the same time, a ball of flame suddenly emerged and completely engulfed Lei Ming. In the terrifying scream, Lei Ming fell to the ground with a loud bang, completely dead. The faces of everyone present were all deathly pale. Looking at Yang Dingtian, their eyes were once again filled with fear. Just how strong was this Yang Dingtian? Not only was his method of saving people unpredictable, moreover, his method of killing people was even more unpredictable. The iron rod in his hand was lightly waved. There was no feeling of profound qi. It was as if even a fly could not be driven away. However, the person who was attacked by him, his qi si was on fire. Only when his stomach was burned alive did he realize, and then he was completely engulfed by the raging flames and died directly. This kind of attack was too horrifying. It made people tremble with fear. Of course, the scene looked very mysterious, but the truth was not so mysterious. Yang Dingtian looked like he was just waving the iron rod casually. In fact, this was his full strength, plus the fatal blow of the profound flame. The profound skill he used was the secret fourth move of the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Devil arises from the heart. The 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art only had a total of 3 moves. This 4th move was a secret move. The first 3 moves were already stronger than the previous one. During the duel with Yi Feng, Yang Dingtian only used the first move, Flaming Wild Saber, to eliminate Yi Feng. And this 4th move, Devil arises from the heart, almost the majority of martial artists were unable to cultivate and use it. It had an extremely high requirement for profound veins. If it was before, Yang Dingtian's power when using this move would not be very strong. But it was different now. After possessing the profound flame, this Devil arises from the heart seemed to be completely tailor-made for Yang Dingtian. Chapter 281. If it was in the past, Yang Dingtian's might wouldn't be that great when he executed this move. However, it was different now. After obtaining the mystic flame, this birth of Devil from the heart seemed to be tailor-made for Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's mystic flame was the million-spirit demonic flame. It was formed by countless wraiths and the fire-attributed energy of heaven and earth. It was most suitable for birth of Devil from the heart. As the saying went, birth of Devil from the heart, it didn't seem to have any attacking effect. Instead, it would directly ignite the mystic chi flame in the enemy's chi vessel and incinerate the enemy's body. It was very, very difficult to achieve this. As long as the enemy's cultivation was higher than one's, possessed considerable mental strength, or even entered a state of alertness, it wouldn't be effective. This kind of attack would not be effective, and even if it was effective, he could use profound qi to suppress it. Therefore, without the mystic flame, birth of Devil from the heart was practically useless. It was also because of this that no matter how powerful birth of Devil from the heart was, it could only be used as a secret move of the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Previously, even though Yang Dingtian knew that birth of Devil from the heart was very powerful, he didn't use this move during his duel with Yi Feng. Now that Yang Dingtian had the mystic flame, he could silently ignite the mystic qi in Lei Ming's qi vessel and incinerate himself. Furthermore, Lei Ming was also seeking his own death. When he heard that Yang Dingtian's attack was completed and he wasn't injured at all, he couldn't wait to attack Yang Dingtian. He relaxed his defense and allowed the silent flames in his qi vessel to burn through his qi vessel and completely engulf his body and life. Just like this, using the mystic flame, the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art's hidden mystic skill, and Lei Ming seeking his own death, Yang Dingtian created such a shocking scene. It frightened everyone present, including Xiang Bela. After everything was over, Yang Dingtian gently flicked his sleeves in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Yang Dingtian said, Lei Ming said that I used Patriarch Zhuri's life to threaten Princess Xiangxiang to give up her virginity. This matter isn't true. Xiangxiang, prove it to everyone. Xiangxiang's face blushed slightly. She then pulled up her sleeves and revealed a red mole on her arm. This represented that she was still a virgin. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian said, "Once again, I swear that I won't have any intention to taint the Foxman race's patriarch. After curing Patriarch Zhuri, I will immediately leave the Foxman race and will not force Princess Xiangxiangbela to marry me." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces were filled with shame. Master Na Lu had done the Foxman race such a huge favor. Previously, under Lei Ming's instigation, the Foxman race had actually started to doubt him. At this time, Grandmaster Na Lu's noble character and unquestionable integrity made them even more ashamed. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't mention that Lei Ming had colluded with the enemy, tried to frame Day by Day Bella, and tried to usurp the position of the clan leader. It was against his demeanor as an expert, so he could let the others imagine it for themselves, or let Princess Xiangxiang say it. Senior brother Miju, you have already helped the Foxman race to clean up their sect. Can I leave now? Galu suddenly asked. Yan Dingtian quickly bowed and said, Senior brother Yin, what are you saying? The reason why I asked you to stay is because you are the only human that I have met in the vast Dongli Prairie. I have a lot of things that I want to talk to you about. I just want to befriend you. I don't have any other intentions. High Priest Galu smiled and said, I also want to get closer to Senior Brother Miju. However, it's inconvenient here. I have built a temporary thatched hut at the Sun and Moon Lake at the southeastern border of the Foxman race's territory. During this period of time, I will travel around the surrounding mountains and rivers and collect some materials. If Senior Brother Miju is interested, I will welcome you at any time. Yang Dingtian said, I will definitely pay you a visit. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally felt relieved. Fortunately, Galu didn't have the intention to turn hostile. Otherwise, no one would be able to survive. After everyone left, only Yang Dingtian, Xiangxiangbela, and Day by Day Bella were left in the room. Great Master Na Lu, Zhuri once again thanks you for saving my life. Furthermore, I would like to express my deep apologies for my previous suspicions. Day by Day Bella bowed deeply. Patriarch, you can't. Yang Dingtian quickly said, Just now, Xiangxiang had only told her father about Lei Ming's scheme. As for Yang Dingtian's true identity, she didn't have the time to tell him. Furthermore, she didn't obtain Yang Dingtian's consent. Therefore, Day by Day Bella still didn't know about it. She had always thought that Na Lu was Miju Tuchuo from the Netherworld Sea. Yang Dingtian quickly took off his cloak and pulled off his mask, revealing his true face. Patriarch, please don't make me feel unworthy. Yang Dingtian quickly returned the greeting and said, Xiangxiang and I are good friends. Therefore, you are also my elder. I wouldn't dare to deceive you. I'm not Miju Tuchuo from the Netherworld Sea. I'm that Shenlang that you met before. Of course, Shenlang isn't my true identity. My true identity is Yang Dingtian from the Cloud Heaven City. At this moment, there was a reason why Yang Dingtian revealed his identity. Firstly, the fact that Shenlang was Yang Dingtian had already been exposed. Since he wanted to reveal his identity as Shenlang, he might as well reveal it to the end. It's you. Day by Day Bella said in disbelief. When did you have such a divine ability? You're Yang Dingtian? Day by Day Bella had met Shenlang twice. The first time, he was very cold and unpleasant. The second time was when he was fighting Qin Huayu and the other two. Yang Dingtian wasn't willing to harm him, so Day by Day Bella was grateful to him. However, she didn't know that this person was actually Yang Dingtian. You've heard of my name? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Of course. Day by Day Bella said, I'm close to humans, so I've always been paying attention to the matters of the human continent. Half a year ago, I heard your name many times. It's you, Yang Dingtian. At that time, I guessed that your future cultivation would be second only to Dongfang Bingling. You wouldn't be inferior to Qin Huaiyu and the other young experts. Following that, day by day, Bella said, but I really didn't expect that you would be even more outstanding than I imagined. Regardless of whether it's the method you use to save people or the improvement of your cultivation, it's completely unpredictable. Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly, I'll pretend to be mysterious in front of others, but I have to speak the truth in front of you. Actually, the reason I was able to save you wasn't because I had any methods. I don't know any healing techniques at all. It's because I have an extremely precious pill that can bring the dead back to life. I obtained it in the secret realm. It was precisely this pill that brought you back to life. Juri Bela was immediately emotionally moved. How many medicinal pellets did you obtain in the secret realm? You actually used one of them on me, a complete stranger. That's a genuine treasure of the heavens and earth. Yang Dingtian said there were a total of 3 pills. I used the first one on an injured old man. The second one was used on you. The third one was prepared for my wife. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, day by day Bella bowed deeply again and said, there were a total of 3 pills, but you actually used all of them on someone else. I've never seen such a magnanimous person before. I've always felt close to humans, but I was filled with disappointment when I met Qin Huaiyu and the others. Now that I've finally met a righteous and noble person, my view of the world has been redeemed. Yang Dingtian said, I don't dare to accept your praise. Xiang is my good friend, and as a member of the half-human race who is close to humans, you're extremely important in my heart. It's only right that I save you. Xiang finally couldn't help but ask, Big Brother Xinlang, the method you used to kill Lei Ming was too mysterious and powerful. What exactly happened? Yang Dingtian said, it's just a cheap trick. It looked like I casually waved my iron rod. In reality, this iron rod is my treasured sword. It's completely a divine weapon. Furthermore, that casual wave of my hand was the strongest move of a mystic skill that I learned. It was a fatal blow that I used all my strength to. If Lei Ming was focused on defending, he wouldn't have died. However, he just couldn't wait to attack me. Finally, I took advantage of it and burned him to death. Nephew Yang, did you obtain the million spirit demon flame? Day by day, Bella suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian should have been shocked, but he didn't show it. Instead, he nodded naturally and said, that's right. This matter was very unexpected. The one that Yen Biaqin devoured was only a void flame. The real million spirit demon flame was born after the Yinyang mountain disappeared. Furthermore, that million spirit demon flame chose its master. In fact, I was also very surprised to obtain this mystic flame, even though I had sacrificed the most for this mystic flame. This is really heaven's will. From now on, you're destined to become the strongest person in this world. Day by day, Bella said, what about Grand Elder Bob Bai? She's already dead. Her son is also dead. Yang Dingtian said, however, I didn't kill them. I know. Her cultivation is much higher than yours. She must have died because of her own fault. Day by day, Bella said, furthermore, my feelings towards her are very complicated. I don't feel much regret towards her death. As for how she died, I don't want to know the answer. Day by day, Bella then stared at Yang Dingtian. If it's not unexpected, you will become the leader of the human race in the future. At least, you will be one of the leaders. What do you think of the half-human race? At this moment, day by day, Bella's expression was very solemn. It could be said that this was the question that he was most concerned about. It was also the biggest philosophy of his life. He didn't feel much about the Foxman race's dominance. His life philosophy was to find a way to coexist with the human race. Previously, Yang Dingtian had represented the Northwest Qin City to negotiate an alliance with him, but he had coldly rejected him. In fact, day by day, Bella attached more importance to the alliance with the human race than anyone else. Of course, it was importance, not urgency. Yang Dingtian said solemnly, "My strategic philosophy is very clear. That is to integrate the half-human race and the human race. In the end, we will completely eliminate the gap between the half-human race and the human race. Otherwise, there will be an unprecedented, large-scale war between the half-human race and the human race. It will bring about extremely terrifying consequences to the entire world. Right now, the mainstream of human society is the conflict between the Tayando League and the evil ways. Once this conflict is completely resolved, then the conflict between the half-human race and the human race will become the main conflict in the chaotic world. Furthermore, this conflict will be even more obvious, and the war will be even more tragic." As soon as he said this, day by day Bella's body trembled. How do we integrate? This will eliminate the gap between the half-human race and the human race. Intermarriage. Yang Dingtian said, "Furthermore, we will completely eliminate the violent and murderous half-human race. We will completely return the violent and barbaric half-human race to the ranks of demonic beasts. The human race will choose the intelligent and gentle half-human race to marry and intermarry. After a few hundred years, or even longer, the human race and the half-human race will completely integrate." After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, day by day Bella's breathing suddenly became heavy. That's good. If one day you become the leader of the Tayando League, how do you plan to deal with the internal affairs of the human race? Eliminate the evil ways, eliminate the Tayando League, eliminate the martial arts as the leader, and let the entire world enter a national system. Liberate the majority, and let them enter the production and construction sector. Let the majority give up on practicing martial arts and form a completely different civilization. Yang Dingtian said, "Of course, this goal is too big and too far away. Perhaps it won't be achieved in a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years. However, this matter must be done. Otherwise, the entire chaotic world will be completely destroyed. I can faintly feel that the great cataclysm of the ancient times happened because the martial arts had developed to the extreme. The entire chaotic world was unable to withstand the energy demands of countless powerful martial artists. So the great cataclysm occurred. The entire world was turned upside down. Whether it was the human race or the half-human race, the entire chaotic world was almost destroyed. I think that the chaotic world was once a test for us. If we don't wake up and continue to crazily extract huge amounts of energy, the great cataclysm will come again one day. And this time it will be a complete annihilation." After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, day by day Bella was unable to wake up for a long time. After a long time he bowed deeply towards Yang Dingtian. "Now I finally know what it means to have great ambitions. I finally know what it means to have lofty aspirations. Compared to your ideals, what Qin Wan Chou, what Zhu Qing Zhu, they're just frogs at the bottom of a well. In fact, more than 10 years ago, I had almost given up on the pursuit of martial arts. I wandered the world and thought about many things, but I still couldn't figure it out, especially regarding the great cataclysm of the ancient times. Now that you have enlightened me, it is like a ray of light in the darkness. In an instant, I understood many things and was enlightened." Following that, day by day Bella said, "Then, how do you plan to realize your ideals? Become stronger, become stronger, become stronger." Yang Dingtian said, "Use violence to curb violence and become the absolute #1 in the world. When I become so strong that Zhu Qingzhu, Qin Wan Chou, Diga Shao, and the others can't even defeat a finger of mine, that will be the time for me to realize my ideals." Instantly, day by day Bella was deeply shocked again. After a long time he slowly said, "Previously, when I heard the name Yang Dingtian, I always thought that your ideals were to defeat Dongfang Bingling, kill Zhu Qingzhu, revitalize Cloud Sky City, and take back the position of Yinyang School's headmaster. Now, it seems that this is completely the ambition of a sparrow trying to catch a swan. What you said was once my ideals. However, when I saw the ancient mystic realm, I realized that the entire mystic realm was huge and majestic. It was completely impossible for the current human strength to complete it. Moreover, there were so many mysterious secret manuals left behind by the ancient civilization. Therefore, I thought that if I achieved my goals, I would defeat Dong Fangbingling, I would kill Zhu Qingzhu, and I would take back the position of Yinyang School's headmaster. After that, what else could I pursue? So what if I was strong? Could I be compared to those ancient powerhouses? Moreover, even if the ancient powerhouses were strong, they still couldn't stop the great cataclysm from happening. What's the point of being strong? Yang Dingtian said, therefore, after leaving the mystic realm, I had the idea of using violence to curb violence and weakening the martial arts civilization. Of course, all of these can only be discussed after I am truly strong. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Day by day, Bella looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time. Then she stretched out her hand and said, many people laugh at me for being a ridiculous idealist. Now, I, this laughable idealist, am willing to form an alliance with you, Yang Dingtian. When you are strong enough, my entire Foxman race will stand behind you and become a force that can realize your ideals and ambitions. Yang Dingtian was slightly startled at first. Then he stretched out his hand and shook Day by Day Bella's hand. Day by Day Bella said, unfortunately, I can only represent myself and form an alliance with you. I can't represent the entire Foxman race. If you want the entire Foxman race to form an alliance with you, you have to be at least at the Grandmaster level. The half-human race respects the strong even more. I understand, Yang Dingtian said. Then Day by Day Bella said, then, why did you come to the Foxman race this time? Did you specially come to save me? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I only found out about your injuries after coming to the Foxman race. I came this time to ask for your help. Speak as long as I can do it, Day by Day Bella said. Yang Dingtian carried Dong Fangbingling and said, I want to save this woman. Her cultivation is very strong and her body is very healthy. However, because she has been cultivating in a silent state for too long, she couldn't wake up in time. Therefore, her consciousness stopped and she can't wake up at all. Therefore, I need someone with extremely strong mental power to awaken the weakest signal in the depths of her consciousness. I need someone who can completely activate her consciousness and wake her up. Who is she? Your lover? Before Day by Day Bella said anything, Xiang Xiang hurriedly asked. The expression in her beautiful eyes was slightly complicated. No, strictly speaking, she's my enemy. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and said, actually, she's Dong Fangbingling. After saying her name, Day by Day Bella wasn't too surprised. In fact, he had already guessed it. Moreover, when he was fighting with Qin Huayu, he knew that Dong Fangbingling was also under the Central Lake. Mental Power Master. An extremely strong mental power master? Day by Day Bella asked. Yes, only an extremely strong mental power master can save Dong Fangbingling. Yang Dingtian said, there's such a person. Day by Day Bella said, he's the spiritual leader of the entire Dongli grassland. He has a supreme position in the entire half-human race. In the hearts of most half-human race members, he's almost a god. Chapter 282. Did you discover anything when you went to the burial ground? The weeds there have grown very tall. Those are blood thorns. They only grow 3 inches in a year, but now they are more than 10 feet long. In other words, the Dongli grassland has not had a large-scale war for almost 100 years. 100 years ago, there would be a war between the half-human race and the half-human race every 10 years. In the past 100 years, the total population of the half-human race has increased by almost 10 times. All of this is due to the spiritual leader. Why? Because he is very powerful. Yang Dingtian asked. No, it is because he is very noble and just. In the past 100 years, in the hearts of the majority of the half-human race, he has become sacred and inviolable. He has become the totem of faith for countless half-human race. Day by Day Bella said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He did not expect that there would be such a person in the Dongli grassland. In the human continent, there was a person who had the same status as him. That was the sect leader of the hidden sect. Although he had not appeared in the past 200 years, he had always been the undisputed leader of the human race. "What is his name?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I don't know what his name is, but everyone calls him the Saint. No one has seen his appearance. No one even knows if he is a man or a woman, or what race he is. 8 years ago, during the Half-Human Race Leader Conference, I only heard his voice. It was not even considered a voice, because what he wants to say is in your heart and not in your ears. Therefore, whatever voice you imagine it to be, it will be that voice." Day by day, Bella said, "Therefore, if there is a person who can use spiritual power to awaken the Dongfang Bingling, then I think it should be the Saint, the spiritual leader of the Dongli grassland." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that the Saint was extremely mysterious and powerful. "Then where does he live?" Yang Dingtian asked. "In the extreme north of the Dongli grassland, the Celestial Red Sea, also known as the Land of the Dead Sea. His temple floats on the surface of the sea and flows with the waves. His temple can appear anywhere in the Dead Sea. Even if we find its temple, it might not be inside." Day by day, Bella said, "Countless worshippers have traveled thousands of miles to the Dead Sea in search of it. Many people have entered its temple, but none of them have seen it. Therefore, it will only appear when it wants to." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. This saint was too mysterious. If he really went to the Dead Sea to look for him, he had no idea what would happen. But if he didn't go, the saint seemed to be the only one who could save Dongfang Bingling. Then Yang Dingtian thought of his master, Dongfang Minmi. He couldn't help but ask, let's say an incomplete divine sense is gradually dying. Then can he save it so that this consciousness can continue to exist? This was a knot in Yang Dingtian's heart. According to his master, his divine sense could at most survive in Yang Dingtian's mind for a few years. After being attacked by the brutal sword spirit, the time it could survive was even shorter. Yang Dingtian really didn't want his master's divine sense to be completely destroyed. But in fact, he had been communicating with his master less and less recently. This was because every time they communicated, he would use up his little spiritual energy. I think in the spiritual realm, it should be almost omnipotent. Day by day, Bella said, I'll leave tomorrow and go to the Dead Sea to look for the saint's temple. Yang Dingtian decided. Day by day, Bella said, if you want to go, of course I can't stop you. But I just want to say, don't get your hopes up. Also, it's too mysterious and too powerful. It's so mysterious that it's dangerous. After all, it's the spiritual leader of the half-human race. That's all I can say. Yang Dingtian said, I know. Thank you for telling me. Day by day, Bella said, then you should rest. I'm going to cultivate my Xian Qi. Tomorrow, you'll be heading to the Dead Sea. I'll prepare everything for you. Before leaving, Xiang Xiang suddenly said, Brother Xinlang, you obviously knew that Galu was in cahoots with Lei Ming. Why did you kill Lei Ming but let Galu go? She finally couldn't help but ask. Yang Dingtian said, because he's very powerful. Before your father fully recovers, none of us are his match. Oh, I see. Xiang Xiang said. Then, after day by day Bella left, Xiang Xiang still didn't leave. Instead, she carefully made a bed for Yang Dingtian and prepared a clean set of clothes. After tidying everything up, she still didn't want to leave. It was as if she wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Suddenly, her gaze landed on the unconscious Dongfang Bingling. Seeing that her dress was suddenly wet, she couldn't help but exclaim, She's? Yang Dingtian nodded and said helplessly, yes. Then he poured a basin of water and was about to wash Dongfang Bingling and change her clothes. Xiang Xiang Bella blushed and said, Brother Xin, do you want me to help her wash and change her clothes? I'm a woman. After all, it's more convenient for me. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said helplessly, Of course it's more convenient for you, but let me do it. Xiang Bella said with a red face. Why? Because she's very beautiful. Do you want to get close to her? She obviously knew that she shouldn't say that, but she still couldn't help but say it. Yang Dingtian said, "The reason why I don't let you do it is because I'm afraid that after she wakes up and finds out, she will run over to kill you. This woman is extremely proud. This kind of thing is a great humiliation to her. If she knew about it, her first thought would be to kill everyone who knew about it and participated in this matter." "Oh, then you do it." Xiang Bella ran out with a red face. Thus, Yang Dingtian bitterly helped Dongfang Bingling clean and change her clothes again. Then he washed her dress and dried it with his mystic qi. Next, he fed her a life-sustaining elixir and fed her water. After doing all this, he still had to use his hands to massage every inch of her muscles. Because of the lack of movement, Yang Dingtian was worried that her muscles would atrophy. Of course, since her mystic qi was so strong, such a thing might not happen. But just in case, Yang Dingtian still insisted on massaging her body every day. Of course, this had nothing to do with taking advantage of her. After the massage, Yang Dingtian placed her on the bed and lay down beside her. He wasn't trying to take advantage of her at all. Instead, he was trying to protect her in case she was in danger. In fact, when they slept side by side, Yang Dingtian didn't even touch her body, let alone take advantage of her on the morning of the next day. Yang Dingtian disguised himself as High Priest Nalu and rode on the mount that Juri Bela had prepared. He left his castle and headed north towards the Dead Sea to search for the spiritual leader of the East Parting Grassland, that legendary saint. Day by day Bella and Xiang came to send him off. They sent him further and further away until they were out of the Foxman tribe's territory. The mount that day by day Bella gave him was very strong and fast. It could ride 1,000 miles in a day without much stress. It was much stronger than a human's horse. "Okay, I can only send you here," Day by day Bella said. "Thank you for sending me off. You can go back." Yang Dingtian said, "It's not convenient for me to say much about Yin Tianchong's conspiracy, but I feel that under the current situation, it's better to pretend that we don't know anything and not have a direct conflict with Yin Tianchong's forces. We just have to be careful." "Don't worry, I know." Day by day Bella smiled. Then he turned around and urged his mount to leave. Xiang Bella didn't leave. Instead, she took a few steps forward and got down from her mount. "Brother Shin, I have a few words to say to you." Xiang waved at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian also got down from his mount. Xiang came in front of Yang Dingtian and said, "My father wants me to tell you that the hybrid of the half-human race and the human race will start from the two of us. If you come back from the Dead Sea, regardless of whether you can save Dongfang Bingling or not, you have to make a trip to my house before you return to the human continent." After she finished speaking, Xiang jumped back onto her mount and quickly changed the direction, chasing after her father. Looking at Xiang's beautiful figure, Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly. Then he jumped onto his mount and hugged Dongfang Bingling to his chest. Then he quickly galloped towards the Dead Sea in the north. For the following days, Yang Dingtian would travel 1,000 miles every day. Because he was dressed as a high priest, he didn't encounter any trouble even though he passed through many half-human races' territories. This was because in the Dongli grassland, a high priest was equivalent to a follower of a saint. No matter which race they were from, no one would offend them. They would even be respected and worshipped by many other races. Along the way, Yang Dingtian understood more about this legendary saint. The shock in his heart grew bigger and bigger. This omnipotent spiritual leader became more and more mysterious and powerful in his eyes. Perhaps the strength of this saint had already surpassed any known expert in the human continent. He also fully understood that this saint was like a god in the Dongli grassland. The celestial Red Sea was about 8,000 miles away from the Foxman race's territory. Yang Dingtian spent 8 days to complete the 8,000 miles journey. In these 8 days, Yang Dingtian had to wash Dongfang Bingling's body 3 times a day and change her clothes 3 times a day. He fed her pills twice, gave her water 5 times, and massaged her once. It could be said that Yang Dingtian had never taken care of someone so carefully before. Even for Yan Yan, he had never done it before. But Dongfang Bingling, who was clearly his enemy, had to take care of her in every possible way, as if she was a baby. Therefore, Yang Dingtian felt that this was really a trick of fate. On the 9th day, Yang Dingtian finally arrived at his destination, the celestial Red Sea. Looking at the scenery in front of him, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Please. Chapter 283. This can no longer be said to be an uncanny workmanship. It is completely a miracle of the heavens. Previously, he and Qin Wanqiu said 200 miles of Dead Sea. He was wrong. It is 1,000 miles of Dead Sea. In front of his eyes, it is as if he has reached the end of the world. This 10,000 meters tall, several thousand miles long cliff is like a wall at the end of the world. It gives people a strong feeling that on the other side of this 10,000 meters tall cliff is an endless void. Of course, Yang Dingtian knows that behind this 1,000 miles tall cliff is not a void, but the vast Dead Sea. This kind of magnificent scene, no exquisite scene on earth can compare to it. Even if it is a movie, you will not see this kind of scene. Seeing this kind of scene, anyone will have an impulse to worship. Anyone will feel that they are insignificant, and that legendary saint lived on the Dead Sea, 10,000 meters above the sea. This in itself has enveloped its body with a layer of incomparably mysterious and powerful radiance. It gives people a strong feeling that only a god will live here. Yang Dingtian dismounts and hugs Dongfang Bingling's delicate body. He summons out the void spirit profound wings and wants to fly up to this 10,000 meters high altitude. But immediately after, an astonishing thing happens. He is unable to fly. The void spirit profound wings are of no use. Thus, Yang Dingtian uses his flying profound skill, but it is still useless. He is completely unable to fly here. Thus, Yang Dingtian only has one way to go up, and that is to climb up. Carrying Dongfang Bingling, he climbs up along this 10,000 meters tall cliff. Yang Dingtian ties Dongfang Bingling on his back and climbs up the cliff. Another astonishing thing happens. His profound qi energy seems to have completely disappeared. Originally, even if he is unable to fly, with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, it is also a simple matter to climb 10,000 meters from the cliff. But now, all the profound qi energy in his body seems to have disappeared. The only thing Yang Dingtian has is a stronger body compared to when he was on Earth and a bit more strength. Therefore, Yang Dingtian carried Dongfang Bingling on his back and climbed up with difficulty. The 10,000-meter high cliff was as smooth as a mirror. There was no place to borrow strength from. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only take out Ah Chow's youngling sword and Night Owl huge sword, stabbing them into the smooth cliff and climbing up in a crisscross manner. Just like that, Yang Dingtian used his own strength to climb up bit by bit. When he climbed a few thousand meters, the wind was already very, very strong, as if it could blow him down at any time. If he who had lost his profound qi were to fall down, he would probably be smashed to pieces. Moreover, Yang Dingtian also discovered that there was no use in taking any pills here. It would not bring about any recovery. As a result, the 10,000-meter high cliff became extremely dangerous for Yang Dingtian. Just like that, Yang Dingtian climbed up foot by foot. His strength was exhausted, his body was worn out, and he was hungry and cold. Most importantly, the 10,000-meter high cliff seemed to have no end. No matter how long he climbed, when he looked up, he still could not see the end. Just like that, Yang Dingtian carried Dongfang Bingling on his back and continued to climb. 3 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 4th day, Yang Dingtian's entire body was dry and cracked. His energy was exhausted. Regardless of physical strength, mental strength, or even willpower, they had all reached their limits. He was in a state of numbness, and was in the most dangerous state. He could break into pieces at any time. And here it was not only his profound qi cultivation, but also his mental strength and willpower. Yang Dingtian had become an ordinary person. So, he had completely reached his limit. He could not even climb up 1 foot. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to close his eyes and let go of his hand, Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes. He inadvertently raised his head. There was no longer an endless cliff blocking his view. He had climbed to the end. He had climbed to the top. He had finally reached the celestial Red Sea. He had finally reached the place where the saints resided. Instantly, Yang Dingtian cried tears of joy. Then, Yang Dingtian raised his eyes to look at the Death Sea in the sky. He was instantly stunned. What entered his eyes was a vast and boundless sea. It was boundless and endless. This was the celestial Red Sea that was 10,000 meters above sea level. Previously, when Yang Dingtian wanted to go to the Temple of Blood, he had passed through a few hundred miles of the quaking Soul River. But this Death Sea was different from the quaking Soul River. Firstly, this Death Sea was vast and boundless. Secondly, although the Death Sea was also red in color, the Death Sea was red in color. But the quaking Soul River was bright red, as if it was fresh blood that had just flowed out, whereas the Death Sea was dark red, blackish red, as if it was blood that had flowed out after a long time of death. Although it was red, it looked almost black. Lastly, the quaking Soul River had waves, and the water surface would dance with the wind. But the Death Sea was completely still. There was no wind, no waves, and no movement of the water. It was as if the entire seawater was not liquid, but solid. The end of the quaking Soul River was the Temple of Blood, and the Death Sea in front of him was strange and majestic, far surpassing the quaking Soul River. But what exactly was at the end of the Death Sea? In short, the Death Sea was not only a forbidden zone for life, but also a forbidden zone for power and movement. After climbing to the top of the Death Sea, Yang Dingtian woke up from this strange and majestic scene after a long time. Then he hurriedly searched for traces of the temple on the surface of the sea. But he was disappointed. As far as his eyes could see, he did not see any traces of the temple. What entered his eyes was a boundless sea of red. Yang Dingtian tried to circulate his mystic qi and use his flying technique to soar into the sky, intending to search for traces of the temple. But he was disappointed again. He was still unable to condense any mystic qi, so naturally, he could not use his flying technique. Of course, he could not summon the void spirit mystic wings either. Yang Dingtian was really shocked. This place was simply too strange. When he climbed up the cliff of 10,000 meters, he was unable to condense any mystic qi. When he reached the top and arrived at the Death Sea, he was still unable to condense any mystic qi. Next, Yang Dingtian was faced with a choice. Or he could jump into the Death Sea and use the most primitive method of swimming to search for traces of the temple. The second choice was to sit here and not move, waiting for the temple to float over. From the looks of it, the first choice was much more active. But after thinking about it for a moment, relying solely on his physical strength to swim in the sea to search for the temple was actually harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Because this saint's temple was completely floating, if Yang Dingtian relied on swimming to search for it, the probability of missing the temple was almost 100%. And sitting in one place and waiting for the temple to float over, although the chances were very slim, the probability was much higher than the first choice. And most importantly, Yang Dingtian had climbed up the cliff of 10,000 meters, and his physical strength was already exhausted to the extreme. Relying on his physical strength to swim across the entire Death Sea was completely a fool's dream. Thus, Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the stone wall at the edge of the Death Sea and let Dongfang Bingling lie on his lap, quietly waiting for the temple to float over. The first day, the second day, the third day, the fourth day, Yang Dingtian discovered a strange thing, and that was that after coming to the Death Sea, not only did his celestial chi disappear, even the pills were useless. He actually started to become hungry and weak. Originally, the pills in the space ring were filled with miraculous effects. As long as he ate one pill, he would be able to maintain his energy for half a month. But now, eating one pill was simply a drop in the ocean and had no effect at all, completely unable to replenish the energy in his body. Yang Dingtian was like an ordinary person, gradually becoming weak. Of course, it was fortunate that for the sake of Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian had put a lot of water in the space ring, or else he would really die of dehydration. But what was even stranger was, these pills had lost their effect on Yang Dingtian, but seemed to still be effective on Dongfang Bingling. The most beautiful woman in the world still took one pill every 3 days, and her face was still rosy, looking very healthy. Of course, she still drank water 3 times a day and urinated 3 times a day. So, Yang Dingtian still took care of her like he was taking care of a baby. But now, water was very precious, and Yang Dingtian was unable to use his celestial chi to dry his clothes, so Yang Dingtian could not let her wet her pants and skirt. After grasping her physiological pattern, he had to take care of her on time every day. So, Dongfang Bingling's treatment developed from a 1 or 2 year old baby to a 2 or 3 year old baby. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yang Dingtian was getting weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. In the end, he did not even have the strength to take care of Dongfang Bingling. Time passed like this day by day. Perhaps it was 10 days, or perhaps it was half a month. In any case, a very long time had passed. Yang Dingtian was already extremely weak, and the water was about to run out. Once there was no water, Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling would die here. Of course, there was a lot of water in the Dead Sea here, but this water could not be drunk. After the water was completely drunk, if the saint's temple did not appear, then Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling would definitely die here. Because after Yang Dingtian fainted, he could not feed Dongfang Bingling any medicine or water. Moreover, Yang Dingtian did not have the strength to climb down the 10,000-meter cliff at this time. Finally, after giving Dongfang Bingling the last drop of water to drink and helping her wash and wipe her body for the last time, Yang Dingtian directly fainted and fell to the ground, unconscious. Hunger, weakness, and dehydration had completely defeated him. At the same time, the sky gradually darkened and it would stay dark. In fact, Yang Dingtian did not fully notice before that during the time he was by the Red Sea, the sky had always been bright. Yes, the sun could not be seen in the sky, but it was always bright. And under the 10,000-meter Red Sea, night and day alternated. Here, the sky was always bright. When Yang Dingtian fainted, the sky finally darkened. Then, Yang Dingtian remained unconscious. The sky was always dark. Previously, it was the polar sun and there was no night. Then, now, it was the polar night and there was no day. He did not know how long he had been unconscious. But it also seemed like he had died. In a daze, in the midst of chaos, Yang Dingtian felt that he had opened his eyes, but it also seemed like a dream. He seemed to feel a lonely temple floating over from the distant sea. Although it was night, he could still feel the temple floating over. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Chapter 284. Yang Dingtian was still unconscious, and his eyes were tightly shut. However, he could still clearly feel that the temple was drifting over from the sea, getting closer and closer. Finally, the temple stopped about 10 meters away from Yang Dingtian. The temple door slowly opened, and a figure slowly walked out, accompanied by the light on her body. She was wearing a snow-white dress and had long silver hair. Her entire body was emitting a soft and bright light. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a burst of warmth all over his body. The light on her body seemed to tear through the darkness and also drive away the coldness on Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian could not see her face, only the curves of her body. These were the most beautiful and gentle curves. Although he could not see her face, he could still feel that it should be the most beautiful and elegant face. If there were angels in this world, then the angel should look like this woman in front of him. If there were fairies in this world, then the fairy should look like this woman in front of him. Of course, this fairy or angel should not be completely young. Although they were beautiful beyond compare, their faces still carried the traces of time. Although they could live forever, age and time would make them mature and tolerant. The woman in front of him was such a mature, elegant, noble, and gentle angel-like woman. She walked to Yang Dingtian's side and bent down to pick him and Dongfang Bingling up. Her arms were very soft, just like the clouds. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling's bodies also seemed very light in her hands, just like the clouds. She hugged the two bodies, turned around, and slowly walked back into her temple. Although they were very close, Yang Dingtian still could not see her face clearly. He could only see a pair of beautiful jade feet. She was not wearing shoes and was walking on the black and red sea. She carried Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling into the temple. The temple was not big, but it was filled with dozens of very large statues. They looked like various Buddha statues, but upon closer inspection, they were not Buddha statues. In the middle of the temple, there were several praying mats. She placed Yang Dingtian on the futon, took a bottle of water, and gently fed Yang Dingtian. It didn't seem to be water. It was a bit like wine because it was warm and had a sweet taste when it entered the stomach. In short, it was very sweet. After Yang Dingtian drank less than half of the pot, his physical strength and senses seemed to gradually recover. Now that he could move his body, he forced his eyes open. Everything he saw before him was exactly the same as what he had felt before. The woman smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, "Fortunately, my temple drifted here. Otherwise, I would have created another sin." This woman's voice was as gentle as her face, so gentle that it was extremely moving. "Are you a saint?" Yang Dingtian asked. "That's what the people below call me." The woman said, "You can also call me Tantai." Yang Dingtian asked, "Then, can you wake up the woman next to me?" Tantai asked, "What's wrong with her?" Yang Dingtian said, "She has been in a dormant state for too long and didn't wake up in time, causing her divine sense to stop. She can't wake up, but her body is very healthy and has a strong cultivation base." Tantai walked to Dongfang Bingling's side. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at her skirt and found a wet spot on it. Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly, "I fainted before, so I can't take care of her." Then Yang Dingtian said, "She has been in a dormant state for more than half a year. Can you still wake her up?" "Let me see." Tantai said, then gently put her hand on Dongfang Bingling's head and slowly closed her beautiful eyes as if to sense her spirit. After a few minutes, Tantai opened her beautiful eyes and said, "Her divine sense hasn't stopped, but has been operating, but it's operating in the depths of her spirit." Yang Dingtian said happily, "Then can you wake her up?" Tantai said, "It's a little troublesome. Although her divine sense hasn't stopped, she's trapped in an extremely deep dream and can't extricate herself. Although she knows everything she experienced in reality, she thinks it's just a dream. So, she's now in a dream that's reversed from reality. And recently, her experience in reality is a little unbearable, so she's even more unwilling to wake up." "What?" Yang Dingtian said in surprise. "She knows everything that happened in reality recently." Tantai said, "Of course, just like when you're dreaming, very clear and very deep." Yang Dingtian said, "Then what is she doing in the deep dream now?" Tantai said, "What was she doing before she entered the dormant state?" "She was cultivating." Yang Dingtian said. Tantai said, "She's cultivating in the dream now, and it's very fast, so she's unwilling to wake up at all." "Then what should we do?" Yang Dingtian said, "Your spiritual power is so strong. Can you enter the depths of her spirit and wake her up?" Tantai said, "I can enter her dream, but I can't wake her up." "Why?" Yang Dingtian said. Tantai said, because when my spiritual power enters her dream, she'll think that everything is happening in reality. No matter what I say, she'll think that I'm meeting her in reality. Can you understand my explanation?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I can understand. After your spiritual power enters her dream, even if you tell her that she's in a dream and ask her to wake up quickly, she'll think that you're lying and have ulterior motives." "That's right," Tantai said. "For example, if someone suddenly tells you that everything you've experienced in the past few years is fake, that it's all a dream, would you believe it?" Yang Dingtian shook his head. Of course, he wouldn't believe it. Yes, no one is willing to believe it. Tantai said, "And most of the time, it's impossible to distinguish reality from dreams." Yang Dingtian said, "Saint, is there no way to wake her up?" Tantai said, "In theory there is." "What is it?" Yang Dingtian asked hurriedly. "Enter her dream and stimulate her with an extremely impossible scene, making her doubt the reality around her. Only then can she wake up." Tantai said, "What is an extremely impossible scene?" Yang Dingtian said, "For example, a dead person suddenly coming back to life? Or, I was originally a very weak person, but I defeated her in the dream? In reality, are you her match?" Tantai asked. "No, far from it," Yang Dingtian said. Tantai said, "Then in the dream, you're far from her match, because you don't believe how strong you are. As for the scene you mentioned earlier, a dead person coming back to life and appearing in front of her should be extremely stimulating for her. But whether it can wake her up, I can't guarantee." Yang Dingtian said, "What kind of scene can directly stimulate her to wake up and make her realize that everything in the dream is fake?" Tantai said, "I can't say exactly what the scene is or what it is. It's best if it's something that doesn't exist in this world at all. It's extremely absurd and unrealistic." Yang Dingtian said, "Then wouldn't it be possible to do it in her dream? For example, the falling of the two suns or the destruction of the world." Tantai said, "Then have you seen the falling of the two suns or the destruction of the world?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Of course not. Things and scenes that you haven't seen can't appear in a dream." Tantai said, "The human brain is very lacking in imagination. It can only piece together people, things, and things that you've seen. It's impossible to conceive something out of thin air. And even if you conceive of the falling of the two suns and the destruction of the world, she might think it's real and even die. If she thinks she's dead in the deepest dream, then her brain will order her body to complete the death mode. At that time, she'll really die." Yang Dingtian was shocked. He didn't expect the consequences to be so frightening. Then Tantai continued, "Once you enter her dream, you'll also be in the dream. In this dream, you can't be imaginative and you're not omnipotent. What ability you have in reality may be a little exaggerated in the dream, but it definitely won't exceed the scope. It's like when you can't fly, you fantasize that you can fly. But in the dream, even if you dream that you can fly, you'll either find that you can't break free from the gravity of the earth at all or fly very blurry. Because you don't have any memory of flying in your mind, it can't appear in the dream in detail. So even in the dream, your ability will be within a certain range. Especially the objective scene, it's completely within the scope of your reality." After hearing Tantai's explanation, Yang Dingtian nodded. This was indeed the case. Even omnipotence in the dream was limited to a certain range, or even completely blurry. Then he seemed to think of something in his mind. He hurriedly said, "Fairy Tantai, you said that as long as it's completely unrealistic and doesn't exist in this world, it can wake her up." "Yes," Tantai said. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. This condition was impossible for anyone else in this world. But to Yang Dingtian, it was as easy as flipping his hand. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian said, "Fairy Tantai, I may have a way. Please let me enter her dream immediately." Tantai frowned. "Are you sure you want to enter? It'll be very dangerous." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, "What's the danger?" Tantai said, "Because your spirit has completely entered the depths of her divine sense. Unless you can wake her up, you'll never wake up. What? Yang Dingtian suddenly exclaimed. The depths of everyone's divine sense are like a prison. Once your spirit enters, unless she wakes up and the world she built collapses and is destroyed, your spirit will be trapped inside forever. Tantai said, and the most dangerous thing is that if she kills you in the dream, then you'll never wake up. Yang Dingtian almost exclaimed again. The consequences were too frightening. If he couldn't wake Dongfang Bingling up, he would never wake up. If he was killed by her, he would never wake up. That was no different from being completely dead. Dongfang Bingling was a very strong-willed person. It was difficult to persuade her. Of course, Yang Dingtian was still very confident in waking her up. It was impossible for others to fully display the scenes and things that didn't exist in this world in the dream, but it was really easy for Yang Dingtian. However, it was really difficult to make Dongfang Bingling not kill him. Tantai had once said that Dongfang Bingling had a clear memory of what had happened in the real world, but she had always thought it was a dream. But the scene of her wetting her pants and Yang Dingtian washing her butt and peeing should still be very deeply imprinted in her mind. Dongfang Bingling was so proud that such a scene was completely a great shame for her. Therefore, under her shame and anger, she might have slashed her sword the moment she saw Yang Dingtian. If he was not killed by her in reality, but was killed by her in the dream, it would really be a wrongful death. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes and expelled the distracting thoughts in his mind. Opening his eyes again, Yang Dingtian said firmly, Fairy Tantai, I've decided to enter her dream and wake her up. You've really decided? Tantai asked. I've decided, Yang Dingtian said firmly. Okay, Tantai said, come with me. After saying that, Tantai leisurely walked to the back of the temple. Yang Dingtian followed with Dongfang Bingling in his arms. There was a back door here. Tantai gently pushed it open and walked in. Yang Dingtian followed. Inside there was a pool. The water was very clear like a mirror. In the water there was a bright luster. Taking a closer look, there were countless bright threads swimming in the water. That's right, they were shining threads. They were only as thin as hair, but they were 2 to 3 feet long. Countless bright threads were swimming in the water. These are remnant threads of imprint, a kind of energy life. They don't have any consciousness, but they can easily bind the spiritual consciousness between people. Tantai said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Wasn't this the optical cable of the Earth world, used to transmit information? It was just that the optical cable was used to transmit information between computers, while the remnant threads of imprint were used to transmit spiritual information between people. Tantai suddenly asked, You're a man and a woman. Are you close to each other? I don't know. Yang Dingtian said, Why do you ask? Tantai said, Because when you enter the pool later, you have to take off all your clothes. Moreover, the remnant threads of imprint will tightly bind your bodies together. If you don't have an intimate relationship, it will cause bad consequences. Yang Dingtian immediately said, We're not intimate. We're not lovers. We're an engaged couple in name, but in reality, we see each other as enemies. Tantai's beautiful eyes immediately looked at Yang Dingtian and said, I understand. Take off your clothes. Looking at Tantai, Yang Dingtian only hesitated for a moment. Then he took off his clothes, revealing his slender and muscular body. Although Tantai was a woman, Yang Dingtian's attitude was still more generous. In his heart, it was hard for him to treat Tantai as an ordinary woman. She had already transcended gender. Then, Yang Dingtian took off Dongfang Bingling's clothes. Pick her up and stand by the pool. Tantai said. Yes. Yang Dingtian carried Dongfang Bingling's body and stood at the edge of the pool. He could fall in at any time. Because she's in a dream but thinks it's reality, her mind doesn't actively defend. Later, she'll think that everything is real, but your mind is now full of vigilance and defense. If you want to successfully enter her consciousness, you have to relax all your mental defenses and be in a completely defenseless state. Tantai said, "Of course, you can't do all this on your own, but my mental power will destroy all your defenses and make you completely defenseless against me. Of course, I promise not to pry into any of your secrets. But do you trust me? If you do, I'll start the technique." "I trust you," Yang Dingtian said. At the same time, Yang Dingtian said in his heart, "Master, guard my consciousness. Don't let any mental power invade." "Okay," Dongfang Minmi said. Then Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and said, "Fairy Tantai, you can use the technique." "Okay." Tantai took a few steps forward and stood behind Yang Dingtian. She stretched out her jade hand and put it on Yang Dingtian's head. Swish! Suddenly, a ray of light shone from her jade hand and shone into Yang Dingtian's head. Suddenly, all of Yang Dingtian's mental defenses melted away in an instant, like snow meeting the scorching sun. At the same time, Yang Dingtian felt incomparably comfortable. All the pressure, all the tiredness, and all the pain disappeared. His whole body was as light as a feather, as if he was about to float. His whole body, his whole spirit, was completely relaxed. He was lazy and couldn't resist the sleepiness at all. So, Yang Dingtian closed his eyes again without any defense and fell asleep. While falling asleep, Yang Dingtian hugged Dongfang Bingling and directly fell into the pool. Suddenly, countless silk imprint in the water quickly swam over and tightly wrapped Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling's bodies together. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling were like conjoined twins, clinging to each other. It was as if every inch of their skin was breathing each other. Despite the strength of the entanglement, these countless silk imprint didn't give people the feeling of being tied up. It was as if Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling took the initiative to intertwine. All the silk imprint in the pool wrapped around the bodies of the two people, then turned into rays of light and drilled into the two people's bodies. Suddenly, the two people's bodies emitted a charming light. Of course, there was no pain or damage because these silk imprint were energy life forms and didn't have a physical body. The two intertwined bodies became brighter and brighter. Boom! It was as if time and space were shuttling, as if a dream was reincarnating, as if the world was changing. Yang Dingtian only felt that the scenery in front of him was constantly changing and flying, and then turned into an incomparably dazzling white light. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian thoroughly entered the depths of Dongfang Bingling's spiritual consciousness. Note: Brothers, I'm begging for a few monthly votes. Please. Chapter 285. Shenlang, have I fallen in love with you? Dongfang Bingling asked again. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He shook his head instinctively and said, I don't know. He really didn't know. However, he always thought that Dongfang Bingling wouldn't fall in love with anyone. That was because she didn't care about any man at all. As the #1 genius in 400 years, she didn't even care about her father, Dongfang Mimi. As for Zhu Hongxue, she didn't care about him at all. This woman was extremely arrogant and domineering. Therefore, this kind of woman wouldn't fall in love with any man. That was because there was no man in the world that she could look up to and admire. However, this kind of woman would develop love out of pity. In the dream, she took care of Yang Dingtian for almost a month. She washed his body and massaged him. She took care of him as if he was a baby. For a woman, when her baby was just born, there was more of a kinship between flesh and blood. However, in the process of taking care of the baby, she would love the baby to the core. It might even be more than her own life. Therefore, Dongfang Bingling was in the same situation. Moreover, she was a woman after all. During this period of time, she often had intimate contact with Yang Dingtian. Although she didn't care about it at all, it was inevitable that her heart would change. No woman as pure as ice or as pure as jade would be able to remain indifferent to intimate contact with a man. Dongfang Bingling stared at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. Shenlang, what about you? Do you love me? Why do you ask? Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Bingling said, I've thought about the matter between you and me for a long time. I have two choices. The first choice is that after saving you, we will immediately separate and cut off our feelings. We will never meet again and pretend that nothing happened. Yang Dingtian asked, What's the second choice? Dongfang Bingling said, The second choice is that after saving you, I will bring you back to Yinyang School and we will get married. From now on, I will be your wife and you will be my husband. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He never thought that Dongfang Bingling would say something like that. But then he remembered that what Dongfang Bingling said was only a choice. Then what choice would you make? Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Bingling said, The first choice is because I'm afraid that once I have a husband and have feelings for him, it will hinder my dreams. My dream is to become the first martial saint in 400 years. I want to completely break something in this world. But once we get married, I won't be able to focus all my energy on my dreams. You will become my stumbling block. To be precise, my feelings will become my stumbling block. Yang Dingtian nodded. Of course. He did not agree with Dongfang Bingling. She believed that Dongfang Bingling was indeed such a person. Dongfang Bingling said, So, I have always made the first choice. But just now, I suddenly thought of why I made such a choice. Even if I have feelings and a husband, I can still pursue my dreams. So I made the second choice. Yang Dingtian was really shocked. Dongfang Bingling actually said that she would make the second choice. In other words, she would marry him? Shenlang, so I decided that if I am sure that I have fallen in love with you, we can marry. Of course, if you are worried that this will interfere with your life, we cannot announce this matter to the world. We will find a remote place to bow to heaven and earth and get married. Only the two of us will get married. Then we will build a house, and that house will be our home. Dongfang Bingling said, After we get married, we may not be together. We may not even see each other for many years. You will continue to wander the world, and I will pursue my dreams. So, even if we are husband and wife, it is very likely that we will never be together. You want to have a place in your heart. Yang Dingtian said. That's right. Dongfang Bingling said. All along, my first choice was to break off all ties with you after saving you. But later on, I realized that this was the stupidest choice. This would only hinder my cultivation. Feelings are like water. They cannot be blocked or suppressed. It is better to let nature take its course and let the two of us have a place in each other's hearts. We are not people of the secular world. We do not care about the long-term intimacy of our bodies. What we care about is the sustenance of our hearts. Immediately, Yang Dingtian completely understood Dongfang Bingling's meaning. Originally, she did not plan to get married, but now, because of love, she developed a strange feeling for Shenlang. In the beginning, she wanted to completely cut off her feelings. Yang Dingtian even believed that she had hesitated to kill him. As long as she could cut off her feelings, she, Dongfang Bingling, would definitely be willing to chop off Shenlang's head. But just like what she said, feelings could not be suppressed and could not be forcefully cut off. This would instead hinder her path of cultivation. So, she might as well let nature take its course. She chose to marry Shenlang and let her heart have a place to return to. Of course, only the two of them knew about this kind of marriage. The two of them would build their own home, but perhaps they would never live in it. After the marriage, Dongfang Bingling would continue on her cultivation path. Perhaps she would never meet Shenlang again. Of course, if there comes a day when I miss you very much, even if we are separated by thousands of miles, I will still go and see you. Dongfang Bingling said, As for the pleasure between a man and a woman, I will do my best to find a way so that even if I lose my virginity, it will not harm my cultivation. After that, you can do whatever you want to me. We can make love like other married couples. Furthermore, After I become a martial saint, we can even have a child. Furthermore, after I have completed all my dreams, we will be together forever and live the life of an ordinary married couple. Dongfang Bingling continued. Finally, Dongfang Bingling said, "Now there is only one last thing left. Xinlang, do you love me?" Instantly, Yang Dingtian was unable to say anything. "Do you love me, Xinlang?" Dongfang Bingling said, "I already have a wife. I love her very much." Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling said, "I know. Furthermore, that woman is very attractive to men. Most importantly, she loves you very much. This kind of love surpasses the feelings I have for you by many times. However, I do not care about these things. I only want to ask you one thing. Xinlang, do you love me?" Yang Dingtian wanted to blurt out that he did not love her. He wanted to say that the person he loved was Yan Yan and Shimin Ningning. He hated Dongfang Bingling to the bone. For example, if one day he could only save one between Yan Yan and Dongfang Bingling, he would choose to save Yan Yan without hesitation, even if he had to watch Dongfang Bingling die. However, Yang Dingtian asked himself in his heart, "That's right, he hated Dongfang Bingling to the bone. However, did he not feel anything for her at all? Or did he feel something deep in his bones? Hatred was the opposite of love. Perhaps there was only a piece of paper between the two. In fact, Yang Dingtian could not forget the first time he saw Dongfang Bingling. Furthermore, Dongfang Bingling appeared in his dreams many times. "Xinlang, do you love me?" Dongfang Bingling asked again. "If you love me, let's get married after we leave this place." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Dongfang Bingling, I don't dare to say that I don't love you. Perhaps I also have deep and complicated feelings for you in my heart. However, I will never, ever marry you." "Why?" Dongfang Bingling asked. "The two of us will never be together," Yang Dingtian said. "Even if the two suns fall and the two moons are destroyed, the two of us will never be together." Dongfang Bingling's expression changed slightly when she heard this. She said, "Why? You are not Yang Dingtian." Yang Dingtian was really surprised. Dongfang Bingling actually said the sentence so naturally. Previously, she kept calling him Xinlang, but Yang Dingtian still had a trace of doubt in his heart. Did Dongfang Bingling really not recognize him? Now, Dongfang Bingling said that he was not Yang Dingtian so naturally. "Why did you say this?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Bingling said, "Because Yang Dingtian hates me to the core. I have trampled on his dignity. So when I thought that I might fall in love with you, I was once very afraid of one thing. I was afraid that you would be Yang Dingtian in disguise. So I went to uncover your face. There was no mask, no makeup. You are the real Yang Dingtian. This face is completely real. You are not Yang Dingtian." At that time, I really heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Dingtian was stunned when he heard this. Yang Dingtian was, of course, wearing a human skin mask, but this was in Dongfang Bingling's dream. Dongfang Bingling did not want Xinlang to be Yang Dingtian. So, the Xinlang in the dream was naturally the real face. Of course, she could not uncover the mask, because before Yang Dingtian entered her consciousness, Xinlang was completely constructed by Dongfang Bingling's brain. "You don't want to marry me because of your wife?" Dongfang Bingling said. "I said before, I don't care at all. You can continue to be with your wife." "It's not because of my wife," Yang Dingtian said. "It's just because the two of us can't be together." Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. She said with slight annoyance, "That's strange. You are not Yang Dingtian, who hates me to the core. It's not because of your wife. Moreover, you also have feelings for me. Why can't the two of us get married? You need to give me a reason." "Reason?" Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes. Then he stared into Dongfang Bingling's eyes and said, "The reason is that everything that is happening to you right now is fake. Everything is just a dream in the depths of your consciousness." Yang Dingtian continued, The real reality is that after you entered the dormant state for a month because I was also unconscious, I did not wake you up in time. When I woke up, half a year had already passed. At that time, I could not wake you up even if I stabbed you in the back. The real reality is that you, Dongfang Bingling, are completely trapped in a dream in the depths of your consciousness. Your consciousness has almost completely stopped. You are still alive and breathing. You are healthy and rosy. Even your profound qi is strong. However, you can't move at all. You are completely unconscious. You are completely in a vegetative state. Every day, I wash your body. Every day, I massage your entire body. Every day, the person who takes care of you as if you are a baby is me. Everything that is happening now is just a dream in Dongfang Bingling's mind. Note: Brothers, I beg for monthly votes. Thank you all. Chapter 286. With regards to Yang Dingtian's words, Dongfang Bingling should have felt like a bolt from the blue. However, after hearing it, she only frowned slightly and said, "Is it because you have been unconscious for too long that your mind is still not clear?" Yang Dingtian ignored Dongfang Bingling's words and continued. "Also, it was me who brought the unconscious you to the Foxman race to find a way to wake you up. It was me who used the holy water to save Day by Day Bella. It was me who brought you to the celestial Red Sea. It was me who waited on the beach for the temple to float over. It was me who waited for Saint Tantai. Now we're in this pool. Our bodies are intertwined with each other. Countless imprint strands are entangling us, allowing my spirit to enter the depths of your consciousness. Otherwise, how could I wake up in your dream realm? I came to your dream realm to wake you up." After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful face sneered and said, "Yang Dingtian, I think your mind is really muddled." Following that, Dongfang Bingling left Yang Dingtian's body and climbed out of the pool. She walked out and said, "It's fine if you don't want to marry me. You don't have to find such a ridiculous reason. Now that you have recovered, let's go. After we reach the celestial Red Sea, we will part ways here." After saying that, Dongfang Bingling left just like that. Yang Dingtian quickly climbed out of the pool and chased after her. He grabbed Dongfang Bingling's arm and said, "Dongfang Bingling, wake up. You are now in a dream realm. If you don't wake up and leave me, then you will never wake up. I will also be trapped in your dream realm and never be able to wake up. Let go." Dongfang Bingling said coldly, "If you say that I am in a dream realm again, I will kill you with one palm. Anyway, if you think this is a dream, I can't beat you to death. If you kill me in the dream, my spirit will die. In reality, I will really die," Yang Dingtian said. "Really?" Dongfang Bingling directly raised her jade palm and said, "Your life was saved by me, so of course I can take it back. I'm leaving right now. If you catch up to me or say something like a dream again, I'll kill you immediately, I swear." Her tone was extremely cold and filled with absolute determination. Yang Dingtian had no doubt that if he chased after her, she would really strike him with her palm. Perhaps she didn't know that the reason why she was so angry was because Yang Dingtian had rejected her. Dongfang Bingling, the most beautiful woman in the world, the first genius in 400 years, the successor of the Yin-Yang school, and the future leader of the Taiando League. Such a woman took the initiative to propose marriage, but was rejected. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was really angry and furious in her heart. After saying that, Dongfang Bingling ran her qi, and her figure suddenly became very fast. Like a meteor, she quickly disappeared in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes. She didn't even wear clothes, and only took her sword soul with her. She just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, which showed how complicated her heart was. Yang Dingtian chased after her with all his might, but he couldn't catch up at all. After all, Dongfang Bingling's qi cultivation was much higher than his. Previously in the Red Sea, the qi couldn't circulate at all, even in Dongfang Bingling's dream. But after leaving the temple, the qi was restored. He chased out of the temple and came to the Red Sea. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body disappeared at the edge of the Red Sea like a meteor, and then directly jumped down the 10,000-meter cliff. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's heart was burning with anxiety. This dream realm was exactly the same as reality. If Dongfang Bingling was allowed to run away, he really didn't know where to find her. It must be known that the world in Dongfang Bingling's dream was as big as the world she had been to in the past 20 years. It was really impossible for Yang Dingtian to find her, and if he couldn't find her, the two people would never wake up and die in the depths of the dream. Dongfang Bingling, I'm Yang Dingtian. At his wits' end, Yang Dingtian roared at Dongfang Bingling's disappearing figure. Although they were far apart, he believed that she could hear his voice. Sure enough, a moment later, a figure suddenly flew up from the 10,000-meter cliff. Then Dongfang Bingling flew from the air to Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "Who did you say you are?" At the same time, Dongfang Bingling's sharp sword suddenly crossed Yang Dingtian's neck. Her sword-soul youngling's sword carried a dreadful chilliness as it penetrated into Yang Dingtian's body, causing his entire body to turn ice-cold. I'm Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, how can you prove it? Dongfang Bingling asked. Yang Dingtian reached to his face and tore off his mask, revealing Yang Dingtian's face. Dongfang Bingling's jade hand trembled, and Yang Dingtian's neck was directly cut by the sharp sword. However, immediately after, Dongfang Bingling said coldly, "I don't believe it." With that, she stepped forward and grabbed Yang Dingtian's face. She tore off another layer of mask, revealing Yang Dingtian's face. After that, Dongfang Bingling's face became incomparably cold, and she said coldly, "In order to reject me, you actually wore 2 layers of masks. You're making fun of me. I really can't let you live." With that, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent, and her entire body surged with an incomparably powerful energy, causing Yang Dingtian to be almost unable to breathe. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly and tore off another layer of mask, revealing Yang Dingtian's face. Dongfang Bingling was shocked. "Can't you see it now? Because this is your dream. We are all spiritual consciousness, not real human bodies. I know in my heart that I am wearing Shunlang's mask, so I can take it off. However, in your heart, you think that I am Shunlang who deliberately wore 2 layers of masks, so I can take off 1 layer of Yang Dingtian's face mask. If this was reality, would it be possible to wear 2 or 3 layers of masks? Yes, if this was reality, would it be possible to take off 2 or 3 layers of masks like this?" Suddenly, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes flickered, and a trace of panic flashed past. Then she said coldly, "I don't believe your nonsense. As long as I kill you, everything will be fine." Immediately, Dongfang Bingling raised her sharp sword and was about to slash down. At this moment, the killing intent in her heart was even stronger. Yang Dingtian knew that she was beginning to suspect that this was a dream, but she was absolutely unwilling to admit it. So she wanted to kill Yang Dingtian and then continue to stay in the dream as if nothing had happened. Boom! At the same time, the ground beneath their feet shook violently, and the entire world shook violently. "Do you see it?" Yang Dingtian said, "Because you are beginning to suspect the reality of this world. Everything around us is beginning to shake. Also, you are beginning to suspect everything, and you are beginning to suspect that I am Shunlang. Just now, you were able to take off 1 layer of mask from my face and turn me into Shunlang's face. But you can't do it now. You can try if you don't believe me." Yang Dingtian grabbed Dongfang Bingling's hand and pulled down his own face. Dongfang Bingling used all her strength. She was unable to take off any mask, and instead, she pulled out a trace of blood from Yang Dingtian's face. "No, I still don't believe it, even if you are Yang Dingtian. You can't prove that this is my dream." Dongfang Bingling said, "Although wearing 3 layers of masks is ridiculous, it doesn't mean that you won't do it." "I will prove it to you," Yang Dingtian said. Afterward, Yang Dingtian pointed at the sharp sword on his neck and said, "This mystic ice soul sword is yours, and there's only one of it in this world, right?" "Of course," Dongfang Bingling said. "Is it possible to copy it?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Bingling said, "Absolutely not. Every was dug out by me personally, and the entire sword was forged by me personally. I know every detail of the sword clearly. There is no way to copy it, the only one in the world." Yang Dingtian said, "In fact, after you fainted, I carried you and walked for thousands of miles. Your mysterious ice soul sword, I have always kept it safe. It is not in your hands. It is with me." Finishing his statement, Yang Dingtian reached into his spatial ring and poured in his mystic qi before taking out an artifact sword. Under Dongfang Bingling's surprised gaze, Yang Dingtian took out a treasure sword. It was exactly the same as the mysterious ice soul sword in her hand. Impossible. After Yang Dingtian took out the entire treasure sword, Dongfang Bingling trembled and exclaimed. Suddenly, the whole world around them shook violently, as if it was on the verge of collapse. Then Dongfang Bingling snatched the mysterious ice soul sword in Yang Dingtian's hand and threw out the sword sheath. Suddenly, she held two mysterious ice soul swords in her hands. They were exactly the same. She looked carefully felt. She looked at every detail of the sword, to feel every kind of aura. Both swords were exactly the same. The more she looked, the more her delicate body trembled. Her beautiful, smiling face became more and more pale. Her beautiful eyes trembled more and more. Just like she said, there was absolutely no second mysterious ice soul sword in the world. Now, she had two identical mysterious ice soul swords in her hand. The one Yang Dingtian took out was absolutely the real one. There was no possibility of imitation. She, Dongfang Bingling, was very clear on this point, because every inch of this sword was personally forged by her. And the mysterious ice soul sword that Yang Dingtian took out was real. It could only prove one thing. She was really in a dream. Her small mouth trembled slightly. The expression in her beautiful eyes constantly changed. Rumble. At the same time, the world around her began to collapse. The sky began to crack. The Red Sea under her feet also began to collapse. This world was fake. It was completely Dongfang Bingling's imagination. Once she realized that this was a dream, then of course this world no longer existed. Then the other mysterious ice soul sword in her hand turned into a broken light, turned into ashes and disappeared in her hand. Because she realized that this was a dream, the mysterious ice soul sword that Yang Dingtian gave her was real. Then of course the one in her hand did not exist, so it directly turned into ashes. Finally, the whole world completely collapsed and twisted. Dongfang Bingling, let's go out. You should really wake up. Chapter 287. Dongfang Bingling, let's go out. It's time for you to wake up. Dongfang Bingling closed her beautiful eyes and fainted directly. Then the bodies of the two people also turned into broken light and disappeared. It was as if time flowed and the world changed. Yang Dingtian's divine awareness returned to reality. A few minutes after leaving Dongfang Bingling's dream, Yang Dingtian woke up in the real world. Opening his eyes forcefully, his mind was in a mess, as if he didn't have a clear memory of what he had just experienced. Everything in Dongfang Bingling's dream just now was like a dream. After waking up from the dream, he was first confused, and then some thoughts gradually returned to his mind. However, everything he had just experienced was still a blur. It was as if he woke up from a dream and couldn't remember the things in the dream clearly. However, Yang Dingtian quickly thought that what happened in Dongfang Bingling's dream just now was not important. The key was whether Dongfang Bingling had woken up or not. So, Yang Dingtian quickly shook his head hard to wake himself up completely. Then he quickly looked at Dongfang Bingling. At this time, Dongfang Bingling's eyes were still closed, as if she hadn't woken up yet. The two people were still tightly entangled. At this time, the remnant of the imprint in the pool had completely disappeared, and the light on the two people had dissipated, returning to their original appearance. And at this moment, Yang Dingtian's ears suddenly heard a trembling hum. Then he felt that the delicate body in his arms suddenly began to heat up. He then lowered his head to look at Dongfang Bingling's face. Her beautiful face was flushed red, and her closed eyes were starting to move. She would wake up soon. Yang Dingtian hurriedly struggled to break free. If Dongfang Bingling woke up and found him like this, she would definitely kill him directly. Her eyelids trembled as if she had slept for a long time. Dongfang Bingling opened her eyes with great effort. The moment she opened her eyes, she let out a low groan. Of course, this was an instinctive reaction of her body. It was unconscious. After fully opening her eyes, her beautiful eyes were moist and filled with confusion. But soon, the focus in her eyes gradually became clear, and a cold light began to condense. She saw Yang Dingtian in front of her clearly. She lowered her head and saw the scene clearly. Dongfang Bingling suddenly broke free and let go of Yang Dingtian's body. Then, she raised her jade-like palm and fiercely chopped towards Yang Dingtian's chest. "Xinlang, you actually dared to blaspheme me like this?" Dongfang Bingling shouted in a delicate voice after the palm strike arrived. This palm strike sent Yang Dingtian flying 2 feet away. That's right, it was only 2 feet, without any profound energy, because she had returned to reality. In the celestial Red Sea, it was impossible to use any profound qi. What's going on? Where's my profound qi? Xinlang, what did you do to me? Dongfang Bingling said in a cold voice. Yang Dingtian was also filled with shock because Dongfang Bingling kept calling him Xinlang. Even though Yang Dingtian could not remember clearly what happened in her dream, he vaguely remembered that he seemed to have revealed his identity to her, clearly saying that he was Yang Dingtian. He did not expect that after returning to reality, Dongfang Bingling would still call him Xinlang. Could it be that she did not remember what happened in the dream world? Following that, Dongfang Bingling suddenly jumped out of the pool and said, "Where is this place? Aren't we under the central lake? Why are we here?" Yang Dingtian went forward and pulled Dongfang Bingling and said, "Don't be anxious. I will tell you everything in detail. You have been in a coma for more than half a year. Speaking of which, this is also my responsibility." Following that, Yang Dingtian told Dongfang Bingling everything that happened in detail, including how he swallowed the real million-spirit demon fire and was in a coma for half a year, which was why he did not wake her up in time, causing her to lose consciousness, including how he brought her to the Foxman race to find a way to save her, as well as everything that happened in the Foxman race, including how he brought her to the celestial Red Sea, met Sage Tan Tai, entered the pool, entered the depths of her consciousness through the remnants of the silk imprint, and woke her up from the depths of her dream. He spoke for more than 10 minutes, but he did not say a single word about Dongfang Bingling's embarrassing matters. In the end, Yang Dingtian said, "So when you saw us close together, it was not because I was desecrating you, but because the remnants of the silk imprint entangled us tightly together. I didn't mean to take advantage of you." After saying that, Yang Dingtian said with a guilty conscience, "Do you believe what I said?" Yang Dingtian was of course a little guilty, even though he did not have any intentions of desecrating her before. However, in the short period of time before Dongfang Bingling woke up, his heart was indeed a little shaken. Dongfang Bingling nodded, and the expression in her beautiful eyes became complicated. She turned around and said, "When you were halfway through, I roughly recalled everything. It was just that I was in a coma at that time, so those experiences felt like a dream. It was very real, but I couldn't remember them all at once." Following that, Dongfang Bingling said, "Actually, there are still some things that you haven't finished. For example, I was like a baby, unable to control my own body, and you took care of me like a baby, etc." After Dongfang Bingling said all these, Yang Dingtian's face turned red. He said, "I had no choice." Dongfang Bingling sighed and said, "This kind of thing is indeed hard to talk about, and it also makes me feel ashamed. However, I can still differentiate between good and bad, and will not vent my anger on you." Yang Dingtian said, "No, actually it's still my fault. If I had not woken you up in time, the things that happened later would not have happened, and you would not have encountered such embarrassment and danger." Dongfang Bingling shook her head and said, "This is our fate. You have sacrificed so much for the mystic fire, and in the end, you still got what you wanted. That million-spirit demonic fire was obtained by you. At least, it was better than that evil Qin Huayu. All right, let's not talk about this anymore." Dongfang Bingling climbed out of the pool, picked up her clothes from the ground, and put them on. She said, "You and I are both free and easy people, so why are you so shy? You, Shunlang, have saved my life many times, and you have taken care of me in every possible way for nearly a month. I, Dongfang Bingling, will remember this in my heart. In the future, I will treat you as my only close friend. If there is anything, just send a message to the Yinyang school, and I will do it for you." Yang Dingtian also climbed out of the pool and put on his clothes. He said, "Dongfang Bingling, do you still remember what happened when I entered the depths of your dream to wake you up?" Dongfang Bingling thought hard and then shook her head. She said, "I can't remember at all, not even a little fragment." She can't remember. Suddenly, Saint Tantai's voice sounded. That was a scene that happened in the depths of her consciousness, and it was many times deeper than a dream. No one can remember it. Moreover, her dream just now has been destroyed, and it has completely disappeared in her mind. Nothing is left, so she can't remember it at all. Oh, instantly, Yang Dingtian felt very complicated, and he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. As for everything that happened in Dongfang Bingling's dream just now, he almost completely remembered it. In that dream, Dongfang Bingling knew that he was Yang Dingtian. In that dream, Dongfang Bingling took care of him like a baby for a long time, and because of that, she fell in love with his identity as Shenlang. Now that this dream had been destroyed, of course, it had completely disappeared. Of course, Dongfang Bingling didn't know that he was Yang Dingtian, so he didn't feel awkward at this moment. Tantai walked out from the front of the temple. Her body was still glowing faintly. Although her face was not as beautiful as Dongfang Bingling's, her aura faintly overshadowed Dongfang Bingling's. Although she was not flamboyant at all, and seemed gentle and indifferent. This lady has finally woken up. It's really worth celebrating. Tantai said to Dongfang Bingling. Dongfang Bingling glanced at Tantai, and her gaze was slightly complicated. Then she bowed lightly and said, "Thank you for saving me." "I didn't save you. He saved you." Tantai said, "Maybe you don't know, when I found you, he was almost out of oil and was about to die. And when he entered your divine sense just now, he was almost dead. If he couldn't save you, then he would never wake up. I don't know what happened between the two of you, but I can see that the feelings between the two of you are very complicated. But I just want to say, no matter what happens, please cherish the man in front of you." Dongfang Bingling said, "You must have misunderstood. We are not lovers." Tantai smiled and said, "Anyway, just remember my words." Dongfang Bingling did not answer, but said, "If there is nothing else, we will take our leave. If you have any errands, please let us know." "It's nothing." Tantai shook her head and said, "You are well, you can leave now." "Thank you, goodbye," Dongfang Bingling said, and then she turned and said, "Shenlang, do you want to leave with me?" "Okay." Yang Dingtian then came in front of Tantai and bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, saying goodbye." "Mr. Shin, please wait for a moment." Tantai said, "I have no intention to pry into your privacy, but I know that you have a type of holy water that can bring the dead back to life, and I need it very much. Can I give you something in exchange?" Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled and said, "Saint, we are indebted to you. Let's not talk about exchange. I will give it to you. How much do you want?" "A small cup will do," Tantai said. Yes. Yang Dingtian pretended to take out an elixir and handed it over with both hands, saying, "This elixir contains the holy water that can bring the dead back to life. I will give it to Fairy Tantai." "Thank you, Mr. Shen," Tantai said, and then she took the elixir and then turned to a small room at the back of the temple, saying, "Mr. Shin, please wait for a moment. I will give you the item of exchange." "No need, no need. This is my gift to you. You don't need to give me anything," Yang Dingtian said. Tantai smiled and walked into the small room. Soon, she came out with a white jade box and handed it to Yang Dingtian. "Fairy Tantai, I really don't want it." Yang Dingtian refused, saying, "You have done us a great favor. A little bit of holy water is not worth mentioning. If I take something from you, I will really be ashamed." "All right, then we won't exchange. This is my gift to you." Tantai directly put the jade box in Yang Dingtian's hand, and then Tantai's voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind, saying, "This is a purple blood meridian of the Naga race. You will have a use for it." A purple blood meridian of the Naga race? Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. Previously, he lied to In Tianchong that he was Miju Tuchuo of the Netherworld Sea, and was exiled because he obtained a part of the Naga race's blood meridian. Now, Tantai actually gave him a part of the purple blood meridian of the Naga race, which was a treasure of heaven and earth. Moreover, at that time, in order to save Yang Dingtian, the Netherworld Sea used a part of the red blood meridian of the Naga race, so Yin Yen was detained there to pay the debt. Now, Yang Dingtian just happened to be able to use a part of the higher grade of the purple blood meridian of the Naga race in exchange for Yin Yen's freedom. However, how did this Tantai know that he needed this part of the Naga race's blood meridian, and it just happened to be one grade higher than what the Netherworld Sea used on him? More importantly, this Tantai even had the Naga race's blood meridian. Who exactly was she? Who exactly was she? Perhaps she only asked for a cup of holy water as an excuse. She only wanted to find a reason to give Yang Dingtian the Naga race's blood meridian. Previously, Yang Dingtian was even filled with fear towards this mysterious person. He felt that not only was she mysterious, she was also dangerous. Now, she was really like a bodhisattva, saving people's lives without any reason. "Fairy Tantai, I really need this part of the Naga race's blood meridian, so I will shamelessly accept it." Yang Dingtian then put the jade box into his bosom. Then, when Yang Dingtian was about to leave, he was a little hesitant to say something. "If you want to ask something, just ask," Tantai said, still with a gentle and tolerant smile on her face. "Fairy Tantai, who exactly are you?" After asking, Yang Dingtian said again, "Of course, I know my question is very unreasonable. You just have to answer me. Are you a person of the hidden sect?" Hearing Yang Dingtian's question, Dongfang Bingling, who had been avoiding before, also couldn't help but turn her delicate body and look at Tantai, waiting for her answer. Tantai, could she be a person of the hidden sect? It seemed that they were very similar, whether it was in terms of mystery or temperament. They all had the charm of the hidden sect. Note, brothers, I beg for a few monthly votes. Thank you all. Chapter 288. Hidden sect? I'm not from the hidden sect. Tantai said bluntly, "Then are you from the Temple of Annihilation?" Yang Dingtian continued asking. Tantai shook her head again. "I'm not from the Temple of Annihilation either." Yang Dingtian was completely confused. This Tantai was very powerful, far more powerful than he had imagined. In Yang Dingtian's mind, only the hidden sect and the Temple of Annihilation could be so powerful. However, Tantai said that she was not from the hidden sect or the Temple of Annihilation. "Then who are you?" Yang Dingtian could not help but ask. After asking, Yang Dingtian quickly said, "I'm sorry. My question offended you." "No." Tantai shook her head. "No question will offend me. I won't get angry." Next, Tantai smiled at Yang Dingtian. "Actually, I'm not anyone. I'm not from the hidden sect or the Temple of Annihilation. I'm not from any faction. However, I can be anyone at any time. If you insist on giving me an identity, then I'm a border guardian. Border guardian? What do you mean? Yang Dingtian asked. How do you feel when you see the celestial Red Sea? Tantai asked. As if it's the end of the world. Yang Dingtian said. That's right. This is the end of the world. The edge of the primal chaos world. Tantai said, my mission is to protect the celestial Red Sea. My temple drifts everywhere because I have to patrol everywhere. I can't let anyone pass through the celestial Red Sea. Yang Dingtian asked, what's behind the end of the world? What's behind the celestial Red Sea? Is it another world? No, there's only one world here. That is the primal chaos world. Tantai said, there's nothing behind the celestial Red Sea, but there's also everything. If you want to know, you have to go through the celestial Red Sea and see for yourself. Yang Dingtian, but in the celestial Red Sea, all Xian-Qi will disappear, and everyone will become very weak. Tantai said, that's right. This is the only way to seal this world and prevent the people of this world from passing through. However, when you are strong enough, you will be able to go there. Yang Dingtian asked, how strong do they have to be? Suppress the energy field of the entire celestial Red Sea. Tantai said, of course, as the guardian of the border, if you want to cross the celestial Red Sea, you have to kill me first. Of course I won't kill you, Yang Dingtian said. You're so beautiful. Tantai smiled and said, am I very beautiful in your heart? Yang Dingtian, of course. You're almost the perfect incarnation, just like an angel. That's just one side of me. Tantai said, because my current mission is only to be a border guardian. I can't take any stand and can't interfere with any affairs of the chaotic world. Therefore, of course, we're willing to be incomparably kind. Anyone who comes to the celestial Red Sea, I'm willing to save them and help them. Over time, I'll become the saint of the entire Dongli grassland and have a godlike status. However, once my mission changes, I'll immediately turn from an angel to a devil. The door to the destruction of the entire world will be opened by our hands. The entire chaotic world will become a purgatory, sinking in blood and corpses. It will also be opened by our own hands. When these words came out, Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end. He looked at Tantai with wide eyes and said, you're talking about the battle of destruction. Tantai smiled and didn't say anything. Yang Dingtian's entire body began to tremble and tremble. He seemed to faintly feel that he had touched the highest secret of this world, although it was just a little bit. The highest secret of this world was like a demon as huge as a mountain. Yang Dingtian had just touched a piece of it. The greatest secret of the battle of destruction was, where was the temple of annihilation? Where was the hidden sect? Where was the headquarters of the evil ways, the infernal sea? Tens of millions of troops of the evil ways directly descended on the chaotic world and almost destroyed the entire world. Now, Tantai was saying that the doomsday battle was started by the border guardians. How many border protectors are there in this world? Yang Dingtian asked. 8. Tantai said, this world has 8 gates of hell. The celestial Red Sea is one of them. It's called the Northwest Gate. 8 gates of hell. In every previous battle of destruction, the troops of the evil ways came from different directions. The last time they came from the far west and almost destroyed half of the chaotic world, killing tens of millions of people. Why are you telling me this? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. Tantai smiled and said, perhaps because I've helped too many people, I've developed feelings that I shouldn't have. I don't want to see a calamity happen. I don't want to see the chaotic world drowned in blood. The calamity this time is different from the previous ones. This time, many more people will die. The scale of this battle of destruction will be extremely large. It might even destroy all the civilizations on the chaotic world. It's even larger than the previous battle of destruction. Yang Dingtian trembled as he asked. Much larger. Tantai said last time it only swept through 50,000 miles and killed 98 million people. Swept through 50,000 miles? 98 million people died? This was small. This was already more than any world war on Earth. Now, Tantai said that the battle of destruction this time was much, much larger. Didn't that mean that all the human forces on the chaotic world would be annihilated? Suddenly he remembered something. Yang Dingtian said, the Maori barbarians have all disappeared. There are tens of millions of them. 53, 6 million, Tantai said calmly. Tantai said faintly, the Maori barbarians that have been modified have a lethality that surpasses that of an average human warrior. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt suffocated. Tantai didn't directly say where the Maori barbarians went, but her meaning was very clear. Last time, the evil Ways' great army was only close to 10 million. This time, just the demonic army that the Maori barbarian tribe had modified had a total of 53, 6 million, and the lowest cultivation level was no less than that of an average human warrior. If this army killed its way into the chaotic world, even if all the forces of the world worked together, they wouldn't be able to stop it. Tantai continued, and it's not just the Maori barbarians. Therefore, the calamity this time is different from the previous ones. Yes, it was different. This time, it might really be the end of the world. How much time do we have? Yang Dingtian asked. How much time do we have before that moment comes? I don't know. Maybe 5 years, maybe 8 years. When they finish setting up inside the human race, it will begin. Tantai said, of course, this calamity has already begun. A few key figures in the human civilization have already been deployed. Key figures? Yang Dingtian asked. Is it Duga Shao from the Temple of Blood, Gudu Wuhuan from the Joyous Palace, and the others? Tantai shook her head and said, no, the key figures aren't them, but others. In fact, the Temple of Blood and the Joyous Palace aren't considered the true evil Ways. They are merely their spokespeople. They aren't considered evil. Yang Dingtian was stunned again. The Temple of Blood's Duga Shao and Dugu Fengwu weren't considered evil? Then who was considered evil? Following that, Yang Dingtian asked again, have you told many people about this? I've only told you, Tantai said, because the other border guardians don't say a word. They will only make people disappear from this world and play the role of stone men. Why are you telling me? Yang Dingtian asked. Because you came from another world. You are the only one who can stop this calamity, Tantai said. This statement instantly made Yang Dingtian feel like he couldn't breathe again. Yang Dingtian came from another world. This was his biggest secret, and only Yin Yin knew about it. Right now, Tantai directly pointed out his biggest secret. All right, I've said all that I can. Tantai smiled and said, you should leave now. I've shielded you in an independent spiritual space to communicate with you. Your fiancé should be waiting anxiously. We don't have that kind of relationship. Yang Dingtian felt that there wasn't a need for such an explanation. Afterward, Yang Dingtian said solemnly, Fairy Tantai, before I leave, what do you have to say to me? What should I do? Only then can I stop my loved ones from being destroyed. Yang Dingtian didn't say to save the city, but to save his loved ones. Be strong, be strong, be strong. Tantai said indifferently, also, be careful of everyone. Anyone can be an evil spirit. Many thanks. I shall take my leave. Yang Dingtian bowed. Farewell, Tantai said. Perhaps the next time we meet, it will be either you or I who will kill you. Yang Dingtian's footsteps trembled as he continued to walk outside. A few minutes later, Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling left the temple. At this time, the temple floated directly to the edge of the Red Sea and stopped on the shore. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling walked up directly. After the two left, the temple slowly floated back to the Red Sea, getting further and further away from Yang Dingtian. The angel-like Tantai stood at the entrance of the temple, smiling at Yang Dingtian. When she was about 30 meters away from Yang Dingtian, Tantai waved her hand. Then, with a flash of light, she and the temple suddenly disappeared in front of Yang Dingtian. Let's go down, Dongfang Bingling said. Then, Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling climbed down from 10,000 meters. After more than 20 hours of climbing, they finally climbed the 10,000-meter cliff and stood on the Dongli grassland again. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian clearly felt the powerful celestial qi return to his body. Beside him, a huge energy field suddenly shook. The surrounding grass and trees trembled and the air trembled. Obviously, Dongfang Bingling had also completely recovered her celestial qi. How much have you broken through? Yang Dingtian asked. Master level, Dongfang Nimi said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was shocked. Dongfang Bingling was only 21 years old, but she had broken through to the master level and became one of the most powerful people in the world. Yang Dingtian originally thought that he was still very powerful after breaking through to the 6-star martial grandmaster level. However, compared to Dongfang Bingling, he was still a tiny light in front of the vast sun. He could not even see the back of Dongfang Bingling. This woman was indeed the #1 genius in the past 400 years. However, at this moment, Dongfang Bingling looked up at the 1,000-mile-long cliff and the celestial Red Sea above. Her eyes were filled with anger and humiliation. Shenlang, this celestial Red Sea, this Tantai, will eventually become the scourge of the chaotic world. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, Within 10 years, I will kill this person. Yang Dingtian was really shocked when he heard this. The conversation between Tantai and Yang Dingtian was in an independent spiritual space. Dongfang Bingling did not ask about the mysteries of the celestial Red Sea and Tantai. She did not hear anything and did not know anything about it. However, she could directly find the most accurate answer and give the most domineering answer. Why? Yang Dingtian could not help but ask. Because this sea and this sky are blocking my eyes, burying my strength, and trampling on my heart. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, Within 10 years, I will kill this person. I will tear apart all the fog. I will destroy all the pretentious and deceitful illusions. I will pierce the ultimate truth of this world. I will do what my father did not do. Dongfang Minmi died in pursuit of the ultimate truth of this world. Dongfang Bingling said that she did not have much feelings for her father, but she wanted to inherit her father's will. Previously, Yang Dingtian felt that Dongfang Bingling was very selfish and not smart. Now, Yang Dingtian felt that she was very smart, but she placed all her wisdom on the most important things. Other things that were important to others were not even worth mentioning to her. In this instant, Dongfang Bingling's image was elevated again. This woman might have trampled on his dignity and left him with a huge injury. However, this woman's will and lofty ideals had surpassed Yang Dingtian. She had the most direct wisdom, so much so that she disdained to play any schemes. Previously, Yang Dingtian still felt that Dugu Fengwu and Dongfang Bingling were the two peerless beauties and were on the same level. From the looks of it, Dugu Fengwu might be a top-notch talent, but compared to Dongfang Bingling, she was inferior in every aspect. Perhaps in the depths of the dream realm, Dongfang Bingling would be a little weak and would say things like, Shinlang, I have fallen in love with you. In the real world, Dongfang Bingling was still the 9 heavens mystical maiden. In her eyes, there was only heaven and earth and nothing else. All right, let's go. Dongfang Bingling said, Where's my artifact sword? Her artifact sword was naturally in Yang Dingtian's spatial ring. Originally, Yang Dingtian should find a corner and take it out from the spatial ring, pretending to bury it there. However, after understanding this woman, he still generously took out her artifact sword from the spatial ring. In this instant, the scene became strange. Yang Dingtian took out her artifact sword. As expected, Dongfang Bingling was only slightly startled before she took the artifact sword. regarding Yang Dingtian's spatial ring. It was undoubtedly this world's greatest secret, but she didn't ask anything. Are you going to continue staying in the Dongli grassland or return to the human continent? Dongfang Bingling asked. Return. Yang Dingtian replied. All right, let's go together. Dongfang Bingling said. She immediately lifted Yang Dingtian's body and leaped into the sky. Swish! A virtual energy wing suddenly expanded. Dongfang Bingling carried Yang Dingtian and flew towards the south. Chapter 289. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling headed south on their mounts. In the beginning, Dongfang Bingling carried Yang Dingtian and flew a few hundred li using mystical energy. When they arrived at a demi-human gathering place, the two of them got 2 mounts and flew south. Yang Dingtian was still wearing his priest robe and gave Dongfang Bingling a white female priest robe. In the Dongli grasslands, it would be troublesome to walk around with a human face. Dongfang Bingling, Qin Huaiyu colluded with evil ways to set a trap to kill you. What are you going to do when you go back? Yang Dingtian asked. Pretend that nothing happened. Dongfang Bingling said. This answer made Yang Dingtian slightly surprised. Dongfang Bingling was so proud that she could not tolerate sand in her eyes. This time, Qin Huaiyu set such a big trap to kill her, the future leader of the Taiando League. This was a huge sin. Dongfang Bingling actually said that she would pretend that nothing happened. This was too shocking. Moreover, Dongfang Bingling did not have the ability to punish the northwest Qin city. Although Qin Wanzhou had great power, Dongfang Bingling's position in the Taiando League was still very high. It was even higher than Qin Wanzhou's. Although she was not the Yinyang school's leader yet, almost everyone in the world thought of her as the leader of the Yinyang school. At this time, the only person in the Taiando League who could keep Dongfang Bingling in check was Zhu Qingzhu. However, Zhu Qingzhu always had a bigger plan for Dongfang Bingling, so he always supported Dongfang Bingling in the Taiando League. At this time, Dongfang Bingling's position in the Taiando League was one of the best. Some time ago, when Dongfang Bingling set foot in the northwest continent, Qin Wanzhou personally went to the seaside to welcome her. Moreover, he welcomed her as a subordinate. As for Qin Huaiyu, in front of Dongfang Bingling, his attitude was even lower. He was completely humble. Who would have thought that this father and son pair would set such a monstrous trap to kill Dongfang Bingling? However, such a powerful person like Dongfang Bingling actually said that she would pretend that nothing happened. I am not Qin Wanzhou's opponent now, but in a few years, Qin Wanzhou will not be my opponent. When that time comes, I will go and kill the entire Northwest Qin family. There is no need to fight, said Dongfang Bingling calmly. She said. These words were truly domineering, and Yang Dingtian couldn't help but admire them. What about Yang Dingtian? How are you going to deal with him? Yang Dingtian could not help but ask. When he asked this, Dongfang Bingling turned around and stared at Yang Dingtian's face. Okay, pretend I didn't ask. Yang Dingtian said. Him? Wait until he wins the Cloud Heaven City, Lord's Grand Martial Competition. Dongfang Bingling calmly said. This person's talent is not bad, but he likes to be mysterious and can't be down to earth. I'm afraid that the Grand Martial Competition this time will not bode well for him. After hearing Dongfang Bingling's evaluation of him, Yang Dingtian could not help but feel embarrassed. Then Dongfang Bingling frowned and said, I despise him the most for pretending to be a disciple of the hidden sect. Why? Yang Dingtian asked. Was he forced to do that? Humph. Dongfang Bingling said, What I dislike is not that he pretended to be John Doe to cheat secret manuals. I'm not that pedantic. What I dislike is that when he pretended to be a disciple of the hidden sect, he was dwarfing himself and placing the disciple of the hidden sect in a very high position. People only need to be themselves and don't need to look up to anyone. When she said this, Yang Dingtian could not help but be surprised. He did not expect Dongfang Bingling to think from this angle. Moreover, from her words, He could not tell that Dongfang Bingling had any respect for the hidden sect. Don't look at me like that. Although the hidden sect is the true leader of the Tiando League, I have always disliked it. Dongfang Bingling said, I hate all pretentious and mystifying things. Either they openly control the Tiando League in front of the world, or they completely live in seclusion and don't care about anything. Now, they are playing hard to get, hiding and pretending to be indifferent to the world, but they still hold the highest power in the Tiando League. What is this? Are they trying to build a monument to their chastity? When she said this, Yang Dingtian was really frightened. In the Tiando League, the hidden sect was absolutely right and righteous. They had a godlike status and were the savior of the world. They could not be denied. Now, Dongfang Bingling not only denied it, but also directly reprimanded it. Yang Dingtian had never heard of it. However, when he heard her say that about the hidden sect, Yang Dingtian actually felt a little happy. Hidden sect, humph. Then Dongfang Bingling sneered again. Just like this, Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling rode together to the south. It took him less than 7 days to cover the distance of 8,000 miles. Along the way, they didn't treat each other coldly. Dongfang Bingling seemed to have already treated Xinlang as a good friend. She didn't hide anything in front of him, and the two of them chatted very well. In fact, the two of them had the same view on many things. Yang Dingtian understood more and more that Dongfang Bingling was an extremely arrogant idealist. Because of her extreme talent, she was almost arrogant and looked down on everyone. But in reality, after he started dating her, he realized that she was actually a very good friend. She didn't care to tell lies and wouldn't pry into any of your secrets. Moreover, he could completely trust her character. No matter how secretive the matter was, he could tell her without worry. She was even more open than most men. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't forget about his hatred towards her. Yang Dingtian must take revenge for the hatred that day, especially for Shimin Wuya's death. But this didn't stop Yang Dingtian from appreciating and admiring her, because sometimes the person you admire the most is your enemy. Now, Dongfang Bingling's deepest thorn in Yang Dingtian's heart was Shimin Wuya. Yang Dingtian owed Shimin Wuya a lot. Although he died in the hands of Zhu Qingzhu, Dongfang Bingling also had to bear a huge responsibility. Yang Dingtian was chased and humiliated by her that day. That was because he didn't know enough and brought shame to himself. But Dongfang Bingling couldn't forgive Shimin Wuya. Dongfang Bingling, let me ask you something, Yang Dingtian said. What is it? Dongfang Bingling said, that day, because you led people to chase Yang Dingtian, you caused Shimin Wuya's death. Do you regret it? Yang Dingtian said, do you know that if Shimin Wuya hadn't died in advance, he would have been #1 in the world in at most 10 years? Dongfang Bingling fell into silence. After a long time, she said, I don't care about anyone in the world. Shimin Wuya is an exception. No matter whether it is his willpower, breadth of mind, or even his methods, he is above my father. At this point, Yang Dingtian finally heard Dongfang Bingling soften a little. But then Dongfang Bingling said, but no one can stop me from doing what I want to do. Shimin Wuya is no exception. And I haven't seen through this matter clearly. Anyway, it's not that simple. What do you mean? Yang Dingtian asked. In short, I, Dongfang Bingling, will never regret anything I do. I can die, but I will never regret giving in, Dongfang Bingling said firmly. Then the two of them fell silent, because Yang Dingtian was very unhappy with Dongfang Bingling's last words. Dongfang Bingling didn't care about Yang Dingtian's unhappiness at all. Also, if Yang Dingtian didn't speak, she would never take the initiative to talk to Yang Dingtian. Just like that, on the last day, the two of them were completely silent and hurried on. On the 7th day, Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling arrived at the Foxman race's territory. He and Dongfang Bingling were preparing to leave the Dongli grassland and return to the human continent. However, the Foxman race's leader, Day by Day Bella, had instructed that regardless of whether Yang Dingtian woke Dongfang Bingling up or not, they were to make a trip to the Foxman race when they returned to the human continent. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling wore priest robes and directly entered the Foxman race's Bella City gate. They were going directly to Day by Day Bella's castle. He didn't plan to stay and was about to leave after saying goodbye. However, just as he entered the city gate, a group of Foxman race cavalry came up to him and said, "Excuse me, are you Great Master Na Lu?" "I am," Yang Dingtian said. "Greetings, Great Master Na Lu." The cavalry leader immediately knelt down. After getting up, he took out a crystal and crushed it. Boom! Immediately, a red light shot up several hundred meters into the sky like fireworks. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, "What is the meaning of this?" "This is the Patriarch's order. As soon as you appear, we will immediately notify him at the fastest speed," the cavalry leader said. "What happened?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Princess Xiangxiang is missing," the cavalry leader said. "Xiangxiang is missing?" Yang Dingtian was immediately shocked. He immediately increased his speed and rushed towards Day by Day Bella's castle. The cavalry behind him quickly caught up with him. Yang Dingtian ran at lightning speed. However, when he was still several kilometers away from the Patriarch's castle, he saw the Foxman race's leader, Day by Day Bella. At this moment, Day by Day Bella had completely recovered her heroic appearance. However, her expression was filled with anxiety and worry. She was intelligent and upright and didn't know how to conceal her emotions. Behind her were more than 10 Foxman race experts. After seeing Yang Dingtian, Day by Day Bella's first sentence was, "Mr. Na Lu, turn your horse around and leave immediately." Yang Dingtian was stunned. He quickly changed his direction and said, "Patriarch, have you found Xiangxiang's whereabouts? We will go and rescue her now." "No, we're not going to rescue Xiangxiang. Leave immediately. Leave the Dongli grassland immediately." Day by Day Bella said, "We will escort you away." Then Day by Day Bella saw Dongfang Bingling, who was beside Yang Dingtian. Knowing that Yang Dingtian had indeed saved her, she immediately nodded at Dongfang Bingling to greet her. Dongfang Bingling also nodded her head in greeting. When he heard that Day by Day Bella wasn't going to rescue Xiangxiang, but asking him, Yang Dingtian, to leave immediately, and even personally bringing so many experts to escort him away, Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, "Patriarch, why are you not going to rescue Xiangxiang, but asking me to leave immediately?" Day by Day Bella said, "They captured Xiangxiang for you. They want to kill you and the lady beside you." Then, Day by Day Bella handed over a letter. It was a letter sent by High Priest Galu. It wrote, "Senior Brother Miju, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you. That day, Mr. said that he wanted to go to my humble home by the Sun and Moon Lake for a chat. Yin Tianchong looked up every day, waiting for you, Ji's arrival, who knew that after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see Senior Brother's face. His longing gradually grew stronger. Coincidentally, Princess Xiangxiang came to my humble home as a guest. Therefore, I boldly invited Senior Brother to come as a guest, especially the unconscious beauty beside you. Perhaps Yin Tianchong has a way to rescue her. Yin Tianchong will definitely welcome you. After a few days, Yin Tianchong will definitely send Senior Brother and Princess Xiangxiang off respectfully." The words in the letter were very polite, but the meaning was very obvious. That was Yin Tianchong captured Princess Xiangxiang and asked Yang Dingtian to bring Dongfang Bingling to exchange for Xiangxiang. After seeing Yang Dingtian finish reading the letter, Day by Day Bella said, "Obviously Yin Tianchong and the rest have already recognized you and Miss Dongfang's identity. Furthermore, they know that Miss Dongfang is unconscious and must kill her. Therefore, they captured Xiangxiang to threaten her. Furthermore, they will definitely not let you go and will do their best to kill the two of you. Their influence in the Dongli grassland isn't small, and the situation is very urgent. Hurry up and leave. we will send you off. No, what about Xiang Xiang? Yang Dingtian said, I will go to the Sun and Moon Lake with you to rescue Xiang Xiang. No, you will be walking into a trap. Day by day, Bella said, Yin Tianchong is a master-level expert, and his cultivation is stronger than mine. Furthermore, Dugu Fengwu, Qin Huayu, and the rest might be there too. There might even be other experts from the sacred cult. If you go, you will definitely not be able to return. Dugu Fengwu is there too? Qin Huayu is there too? Dongfang Bingling continued. It should be, Day by Day Bella said. Evil ways have already been set up in the Dongli grassland. Dongfang Bingling's eyes turned cold as she said, I was prepared to pretend that nothing had happened, but they are still in the Dongli grassland? Let's go to the Sun and Moon Lake. Let's kill Qin Huayu and Dugu Fengwu. After finishing her words, Dongfang Bingling took the lead and rushed towards the south. Day by day Bella quickly caught up and said to Yang Dingtian, Mr. Shin, you can't go. Yang Dingtian said you can go. Dongfang Bingling is also a master-level expert. I don't believe that 2 master-level experts can't take down the Sun and Moon Lake. Qin Huayu and Dugu Fengwu haven't left yet. That's great. Let's settle the old and new scores together. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Day by day Bella looked at Dongfang Bingling's back view with astonishment and said, How old is she? She is actually a master-level expert. 21 years old. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. Day by day Bella was astonished. A 21-year-old master-level expert was really unprecedented. It might even be impossible in the future. At the very least, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to break this record. It will be too difficult for you to defeat her in the martial arts competition 3.5 years later, Day by day Bella said. Yes, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yang Dingtian said, But even if it is harder than ascending to the heavens, I will still try. Day by day Bella said, You are like enemies and she is actually traveling with you? Yang Dingtian said, She doesn't know that I am Yang Dingtian, or she doesn't care who I am at all. Just like that, Dongfang Bingling took the lead and Yang Dingtian's group flew towards the Sun and Moon Lake that was a few hundred miles away. Demonis Dugu, Qin Huayu, I will meet you now and settle the score. Chapter 290. Originally, Day by day Bella wanted to send Yang Dingtian away from the Dongli grassland before bringing people to the Sun and Moon Lake to negotiate and rescue Xiang Xiang. Now, Dongfang Bingling was actually so decisive as to charge over. Day by day Bella had no choice but to bring people over. Of course, from the bottom of his heart, he naturally hoped that Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling would help rescue Xiang Xiang. After all, she was his only daughter. The Sun and Moon Lake was about 300 miles away from the Foxman race's main city, Bella. It was located at the border between the Foxman race and the Eagleman race. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling's group arrived at the Sun and Moon Lake in just 2 hours. The Sun and Moon Lake was about 4 to 5 miles in radius. It was located in a valley and was surrounded by tall mountains. At the entrance of the valley was a narrow cliff. If it was an army from the Earth era, they naturally wouldn't charge like this. Otherwise, there would be an ambush on the cliff. A few boulders would be enough to wipe out the entire army. However, this was the primal chaos continent. Yang Dingtian's group were all experts. Even if there was an ambush, it would be useless. After charging into the valley, they saw the Sun and Moon Lake. The water of the Sun and Moon Lake was indeed incomparably clear. Under the gentle breeze, the surface of the lake rippled with light. On the surrounding hillsides, there were lush greenery. The scenery was truly beautiful. In the center of the lake, there was an island that was piled up. It was filled with fresh flowers, and in the center of the flowers was an elegant wooden house. At this moment, the sound of a zither could be heard from the wooden house. The person playing the zither was probably Yin Tianchong. Senior brother Yin Tianchong, I have brought the person you want. Please let Princess Xiang Xiang go. Yang Dingtian said loudly. Originally, he should be hypocritical and courteous, saying that he was here to pay a visit. However, since his identity was exposed, there was no need for him to continue acting. The sound of the zither suddenly stopped, and Yin Tiancheng's voice could be heard from the inside. Senior Brother Miju is indeed a trustworthy person. Yin Tiancheng clearly knew that the so-called Miju Tichuo was fake, but he still addressed Yang Dingtian as Senior Brother Miju. Then he slowly walked out of the wooden house. At this moment he was dressed in a plain robe, and his long hair was draped over his shoulders. He was filled with an indifferent and refined aura. However, since he had done these things, this so-called celestial beauty was completely pretentious. Princess Xiang Xiang, who was wearing a green dress, walked out from behind him. When she saw Yang Dingtian and Day by Day Bella, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up with joy. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she almost burst into tears. However, she quickly suppressed her emotions and bowed to Yang Dingtian from afar. "Greetings, Grandmaster Nalu." "Greetings, Father." Her current identity was that of a hostage. Ever since she was kidnapped, she had been living in fear. Now that Yang Dingtian and Day by Day Bella had come to rescue her, of course, she was excited. But in order not to worry them, she suppressed her emotions. Not only did she not address Yang Dingtian directly, she didn't address him as Shenlang either. Instead, she addressed him as Grandmaster Nalu. This was the fake identity that Yang Dingtian used to rescue Day by Day Bella from the Foxman race. Xiang Xiang was indeed the princess of the Foxman race. She was extremely intelligent. Even at this moment, she was still quick-witted. When Yin Tiancheng saw Dongfang Bingling riding on the horse, his expression changed slightly. Then he smiled and said, "It's really fortunate to see that young Lady Dongfang is safe and sound." Dongfang Bingling said coldly, "Martial Uncle Yin, I trust you have been well since we last met." Yang Dingtian said, "Senior Brother Yin, you have missed young Lady Dongfang and me very much. Now that both of us are here, can you please release young Lady Dongfang? Now that we are here, can you release Princess Xiang Xiang?" Of course, of course." Yin Tiancheng said, "Although I cherish Princess Xiang Xiang's talent and spirit, since Patriarch Jury has come personally, I can't force you to stay." Subsequently, Yin Tiancheng looked at Day by Day Bella and said, "Patriarch, you can leave with your daughter now." Day by Day Bella bowed and said, "Many thanks. May I know if Grandmaster Galu has any other conditions?" "Conditions? Of course, I don't have any other conditions." Yin Tiancheng said, "I just like Princess Xiang Xiang's spirit and talent. Therefore, I invited her to be my guest for a few days and give her some pointers on her zither skills. Now that you miss your daughter dearly, I can't be the bad guy anymore. Therefore, you can leave with your daughter now." Day by Day Bella immediately asked, "What about Grandmaster Nalu?" Yin Tiancheng said, "Senior Brother Miju and Martial Niece Dongfang are both outstanding talents of Middle-earth. I have left Middle-earth for many years. Now that people from my homeland have come, of course I am excited and happy. Of course, I have to keep the two of them as my guests for a few days. If Patriarch has nothing else to do, you can do as you please. I have a lot of things to talk about with the two of them." Yin Tiancheng's words were very clear. He only wanted to keep Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling. If Day by Day Bella wanted to save Princess Xiang Xiang alive, she shouldn't interfere with the matters between him and Yang Dingtian. "I'm afraid I can't." Day by Day Bella said, "Young Lady Dongfang and Grandmaster Nalu are my clan's honored guests. I haven't received them properly yet. Why don't we wait for the two of them to stay in my clan for a few days before they come back to be your guests?" Until now, the two of them had been speaking with empty courtesy. It sounded as if two groups of enthusiastic hosts were fighting to invite Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling to be their guests. After hearing Day by Day Bella's words, Yin Tiancheng's expression immediately changed. He said coldly, Esteemed patriarch, this is a matter between the humans of Middle-earth. If you want to forcefully interfere, you will have to bear the consequences. Day by day, Bella's expression turned cold as she said, "But don't forget that this is the land of my half-human race." Yin Tiancheng's gaze turned and looked at Dongfang Bingling. After a moment of silence, he said, "Young Lady Dongfang, since you don't want to be my guest, I won't force you to stay. However, Senior Brother Miju promised me that he would stay for a few days." What he meant was that he could let go of Dongfang Bingling and Xiang and only kill Yang Dingtian. Of course, Yin Tiancheng wouldn't let go of Dongfang Bingling. Their main target was Dongfang Bingling. What he said was just to sow discord and probe. After hearing Yin Tiancheng's condition, Yang Dingtian's eyes immediately shrunk. He immediately looked at Dongfang Bingling. "Shut up, you scum," Dongfang Bingling said coldly. "Yin Tiancheng, if you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk nonsense." Yin Tiancheng's expression changed as he said, "I have always heard that Fairy Dongfang is extremely arrogant. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your elders. With your peerless beauty, you will be perfect to be my holy sect's peerless doll." After these words were spoken, Yin Tiancheng's expression suddenly changed. He immediately changed from an immortal-like demeanor to incomparably evil and lustful. "Kill!" Yin Tiancheng suddenly shouted. "Jie!" Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech sounded in the sky. Suddenly, hundreds of black figures flew out from the surrounding mountaintops. They were holding sharp weapons and swooped down toward Yang Dingtian's group. Eagleman race. Hundreds of experts of the Eagleman tribe suddenly rushed over. This Eagleman race was famous for being wicked and vicious. They had the face of a human, the body of an eagle, but also the legs of a human. In terms of combat standards, the Eagleman race was extremely valiant. However, this race was cruel and bloodthirsty, but they were never united. Therefore, they were never able to gather into a huge force. As an entire tribe, they didn't have any advantage when they were fighting against the Foxman race. However, in terms of individual strength, the Eagleman race was extremely powerful. No one would have thought that this ferocious Eagleman race would actually become Yin Tiancheng's servant. Just as everyone was preparing to fight, a few black figures suddenly shot out from the wooden house. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Their entire body was enveloped in black robes, and they were even wearing masks on their faces. Yang Dingtian immediately recognized that these 3 men and 1 woman were Yan Biaqin, Qin Huaiyu, Gudawu Huan, and Dugu Fengwu. These 4 people didn't leave as expected. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian didn't expect that Yan Biaqin would actually be entangled with Qin Huaiyu again. Logically speaking, after he snatched the Mirage Mystic Flame, he should have completely offended Dugu Fengwu. However, these 4 people were truly interesting. They were obviously identifiable with a single glance, but they still wore masks to conceal themselves. Day by day, Bella yelled out, "Foxman race, listen up. You shall engage the Eagleman race's experts." Yes, 30 Foxman race experts yelled out in unison. These 30 Foxman race experts might not be comparable to the Eagleman race in terms of numbers, but their cultivations were all very high. 1/3 of them were at the martial ancestor realm and above. The remaining ones were all high-grade martial mystic experts. This faction was almost half of Day by Day Bella's experts. They were here to escort Yang Dingtian out of the Dongli grassland. Swish, 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 swish. These 30 Foxman race experts turned into streams of light and rushed towards the Eagleman race in the sky. In an instant, there were saber lights and sword shadows in the sky. There were cries of blood as they engaged in a battle. Yin Tiancheng suddenly drew out a blood-black gold sword and said slowly, "The 4 of you shall kill Day by Day Bella. After I capture Dongfang Bingling alive, I will assist you." Yes. In an instant, Qin Huaiyu, Yan Biaqin, Dugu Fengwu, and Gudu Wuhuan soared into the sky and turned into 4 streams of rapid light as they rushed towards Day by Day Bella. Yin Tianchong floated into the sky like a cloud and flew towards Dongfang Bingling. He laughed heartily and said, "Fairy Dongfang, the world's #1 beauty. It is best to give you to the young lord as a puppet. After you become a puppet, you will be like a celestial being every day." From his words, Yin Tianchong didn't put Dongfang Bingling in his eyes at all. It was true that this Dongfang Bingling was the #1 prodigy in the past 400 years, but she was only a martial supreme. As for Yin Tianchong, he was already a master-class expert over a decade ago. The reason why he personally dealt with Dongfang Bingling was because he wanted to capture her alive without suffering any losses. From his words, it seemed like the person behind him fancied Dongfang Bingling's exceptional beauty. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian awkwardly realized that he didn't have any opponents. When arranging the battle, Yin Tianchong seemed to have forgotten about himself. As expected, they recognized Yang Dingtian's identity, which was why they didn't put him in their eyes and didn't arrange any opponents for him. That's right, Yang Dingtian was very important in their eyes, but that was only because of his innate talent and identity. His cultivation wasn't even worth mentioning in the eyes of Qin Huaiyu and Yin Tianchong. As long as they killed Day by Day Bella and Dongfang Bingling, anyone would be able to kill Yang Dingtian 100 times with a single breath. Furthermore, Yin Tianchong was drooling over Yang Dingtian's treasures that could bring the dead back to life. If Yin Tianchong arranged an opponent for him, it wouldn't be good if Yin Tianchong killed him because of excessive force. Of course, Yang Dingtian had previously killed Lei Ming in an unfathomable manner. However, after knowing that he was Yang Dingtian, they attributed it to the invulnerable deep sea Xian clothes and the mysterious medicine. One had to know that Yang Dingtian had never fought with Lei Ming face to face, right? As for Lei Ming's sudden self-immolation, it was even more proof that Yang Dingtian had planted some kind of fire attribute intense poison in his body. Otherwise, even a master stage expert like Yin Tianchong wouldn't be able to let Lei Ming burn to death silently. Seeing the 3 waves of opponents fighting together, Yang Dingtian was completely idle. On the island in the middle of the lake, 2 Eagleman race experts were guarding Princess Xiangxiang. Yang Dingtian suddenly pulled out his youngling sword and rushed towards the island in the middle of the lake to save Xiangxiang. Seeing Yang Dingtian rushing towards the island in the middle of the lake, no one actually stopped him. Yin Tianchong only glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and ignored him because the 2 Eagleman race experts guarding Princess Xiangxiang were martial ancestor stage experts. Seeing Yang Dingtian rushing over, Princess Xiangxiang cried out in alarm and even forgot to call Master Na Lu. "Brother Shin, don't come over." Among the Eagleman race experts behind her, one continued to grab Xiangxiang while the other laughed disdainfully. Holding a long spear, he suddenly flew into the sky to face Yang Dingtian. "Human, I heard that your body is very nourishing. How about you let me eat your flesh?" The Eagleman who was going to face Yang Dingtian was a woman. She had a human face that could be considered flirtatious, but it was also very sinister and disgusting. Yang Dingtian's expression immediately turned cold. Holding his youngling sword, he suddenly slashed down. "Ha ha! A human trash who only knows how to use medicine actually dares to draw his sword at me." The Eagleman race woman laughed shrilly and stabbed the long spear in her hand towards Yang Dingtian's lower abdomen. "Die!" Yang Dingtian shouted, and the sharp sword in his hand suddenly shot out a 5 zhang sword beam. Chapter 291. Sword Shadow Rainbow! Dugu Fengwu's delicate body was spinning in midair. Her black robe instantly turned fiery red, and her entire body seemed to be on fire. In an instant, her pale complexion turned incomparably beautiful. Swish, 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 in an instant, the flames and mystic chi congealed into countless beautiful illusory flowers, shooting at Yang Dingtian violently. For a moment, Yang Dingtian felt that the entire sky was filled with a delicate and beautiful rain of flowers. It was extremely beautiful and romantic. However, it was filled with soaring, killing intent. Yang Dingtian wielded his sword with one hand, and his mystic qi burst out. In his qi vessel, the beautiful mystic flame suddenly rose. Yin-yang qi transformation technique. The mystic qi that was mixed with the mystic flame burst out from his body, turning into countless malevolent and terrifying faces. They opened their mouths and swallowed those illusory flowers. This was still the yin-yang qi transformation technique, but Yang Dingtian didn't know why it would have such an astonishing and strange effect after mixing it with the mystic flame. This million-spirit demon flame was formed from the fire attribute energy of the land within 10,000 miles, as well as hundreds of millions of departed souls and resentful spirits. Right now, after being devoured and refined by Yang Dingtian, these hundreds of millions of resentful spirits were actually still hidden within this mystic flame. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian circulated the yin-yang qi transformation technique to the extreme, there was such an astonishing scene. In an instant, countless malevolent ghost faces opened their bloody mouths and swallowed the countless sword flowers. Yang Dingtian naturally knew that Dugu Fengwu's cultivation was on a completely different level from Lei Ming's. It was much higher than his. His yin-yang qi transformation technique might be able to neutralize Lei Ming's mystic skill attack, but it might not be able to neutralize Dugu Fengwu's mystic skill attack. However, given the current situation, he had no choice but to risk it all. After the countless resentful spirit faces swallowed Dugu Fengwu's mystic qi sword flowers, they started to distort and expand. Boom! 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 Afterward, there was an explosion in the air. Yang Dingtian's yin-yang qi transformation technique was only able to neutralize a portion of Dugu Fengwu's mystic skill attack. The remaining countless mystic qi sword flowers drilled into Yang Dingtian's body. Swish, 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 swish. Countless beautiful flowers suddenly shot towards Yang Dingtian's chest. Yang Dingtian raised his youngling sword and blocked the attack. Even so, the attack still swept over like a raging wave. Uff! Yang Dingtian raised his head and vomited blood. His entire body was sent flying several hundred meters away. Yang Dingtian's entire body felt as though it had been completely burned as it was fiery red. After being pushed 100 meters into the air, his body leaned back and fell straight down from the sky. Blood mist filled the sky, and he was unconscious. Big brother! Xiang Xiang, who was on the island in the middle of the lake, let out a shrill cry and rushed over. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to fall to the ground, the mystic fire in his qi suddenly flared up. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's almost extinguished life force was once again ignited. The profound energy within his profound veins once again circulated ferociously. In an instant, Yang Dingtian bounced up in the air and stood straight again. He then leaped in front of Dugu Fengwu. Dugu Fengwu, I haven't seen you for more than half a year. Not only did your cultivation not improve, it actually regressed. Yang Dingtian said coldly as he wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Even if I have regressed, killing you is still as easy as flipping my hand. Dugu Fengwu sneered and said, However, you have really surprised me. More than half a year ago, you couldn't even withstand half a finger of mine. Now, you are actually able to withstand one of my moves and not die. You might only be at the martial ancestor realm, but your combat strength is already close to the martial supreme realm. After not seeing you for 3 days, I have a whole new level of respect for you. Yang Dingtian said, You said earlier that if you can't kill me in one move, you aren't Dugu Fengwu. Now that your first move isn't able to kill me, what are you going to do? Of course, I am going to continue killing you. Dugu Fengwu said, Dugu Fengwu is just a name. It doesn't matter if I call her that. You can call me whatever you want. A demonic woman is a demonic woman. You are still so shameless, Yang Dingtian said. I am not the shameless one, right? Dugu Fengwu said. Who is the one who said that he hates Dongfang Bingling to the bone and is now shamelessly following behind her and working like a cow? Truly despicable. Huh? Yang Dingtian didn't mind her sarcasm and said, Demonic woman Dugu, I have always thought that you and Dongfang Bingling are the same kind of people. Now I know that I was wrong. You are far inferior to Dongfang Bingling. She might hate you, but she is proud to the end. Unlike you, who would wallow in the mire with any disgusting scum in order to achieve your goals. Everyone says that you and Dongfang Bingling are the peerless duo. What a joke, be it in terms of talent or character. You are far inferior to her. Once he said that, Dugu Fengwu's anger soared to the sky. The fury in her beautiful eyes looked as though she wanted to burn Yang Dingtian into ashes. Previously, I didn't manage to kill you by swallowing everything. This time, I will kill you one sword at a time. I will chop your heart into pieces and chop off your head. I want to see if your Dongfang Bingling will come and save you. Dugu Fengwu's beautiful eyes shot out a demonic radiance, and her beautiful face flushed red. She didn't know why she was so angry. Yang Dingtian saw a red mist rising from her body. Her eyes were getting more and more demonic and horrifying. Earlier, she didn't use the evil way's evil art, blood devil mad dance, to kill day by day Bella. Now her cultivation was obviously much higher than Yang Dingtian's, but she actually used such an evil art. It was obvious how furious she was. While using the evil art, she looked at Dongfang Bingling from afar and sneered, Your Dongfang Bingling is going to be finished soon. Yes, she broke through to the master realm, but that old thief Yin Tianchong is indeed a 5th grade master. She can't hold on any longer, and I believe she will soon fall into the clutches of that old thief. Don't worry, I won't kill you before she is completely finished. I will let you see her begging for death with your own eyes. She will turn into a beautiful walking corpse for those devils to enjoy. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at Dongfang Bingling's battle. As expected, Dongfang Bingling was at an absolute disadvantage. Just like what Dugu Fengwu said, she might have broken through to the master realm at the age of 21, which was completely shocking. If it wasn't for Yang Dingtian, she might be able to become the world's #1 expert in about 10 years. But now, she was only 21 years old. Yin Tianchong was already over 70 years old, and he was already a master realm expert more than 10 years ago. Now he was a 5th grade master, and he had many evil ways, evil arts. After a stalemate with him for 15 minutes, Dongfang Bingling was at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the situation was getting worse. At this moment, she and Yin Tianchong were already fighting at a height of 1,000 meters. A blue sword light was dancing in the sky like lightning. A gray sword light was like a devil's tentacle, tearing apart every inch of the sky. The grass, trees, water, and stones on the ground were all shattered and trembling. Yin Tianchong, who originally had a grave expression, had an evil smile on his face again. His vulgar eyes were constantly scanning Dongfang Bingling's body from head to toe as he clicked his tongue. Virtuous niece Dongfang, I will carefully play with every inch of your body. Even if I play with you for 1 or 2 years, I won't get tired of it. SSS. After Yin Tianchong's evil smile, the gray specter scraped past Dongfang Bingling's shoulder. In an instant, the clothes on her shoulder were turned into ashes. An eye-catching wound of blood appeared on her snow-white shoulder. It was a few inches long and went all the way to her chest. Of course, the important parts were still covered by her clothes. But Yin Tianchong's eyes were almost spewing out flames. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body trembled in the sky, and she vomited a mouthful of blood. Seeing that Dongfang Bingling was injured, Dugu Fengwu sneered and said, Seeing your dream lover in such a miserable state while you are completely helpless, you must be in pain and hate yourself for being weak. Yang Dingtian looked at the flirtatious Dugu Fengwu and said coldly, Dugu Fengwu, you are worse than a prostitute now." "Is that so?" Dugu Fengwu was infuriated to the extreme as she sneered and said, "Soon you will see that your dream lover is worse than a prostitute." "Slut, a woman's filthiness lies in her heart and not her body." Yang Dingtian sneered and said, "I am truly regretting that I touched you and did that with you." Yang Dingtian's words were truly vicious to the extreme. "Ah!" Dugu Fengwu suddenly yelled out with rage. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she clenched her teeth so hard that blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. "Yang Dingtian, remember this. Today I will cut you into pieces. I will slice off your flesh piece by piece and make you regret humiliating me." Finishing her statement, Dugu Fengwu swung her sharp sword and said, "Next, I will not use any mystic skills. I will use my sharp sword and use the most direct method to destroy your body. I am not in a hurry and will do it one sword at a time. I will wait until Dongfang Bingling is done for, and then I will end you completely." At this moment, a lump of blood-red fog was revolving around Dugu Fengwu's sharp sword. Dugu Fengwu's blood sacrifice to her sharp sword. "Die!" Dugu Fengwu yelled out and became one with her sword. She turned into a bright red stream of light and rushed at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian swung the large sword in his hand. Pig-slaying sword art. Dig out the heart and lungs and suddenly entangle Dongfang Bingling's sharp sword. Yang Dingtian's sword art was unparalleled in the world. In terms of sword moves, he wasn't afraid of anyone. In an instant, Dugu Fengwu's sharp sword suddenly tunneled into Yang Dingtian's sword net and was instantly entangled. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian used 4 ounces to overcome 1,000 caddies and was about to fling her sharp sword away. However, in the face of absolute strength, all moves were useless. Dugu Fengwu used the most direct and violent method to pierce through Yang Dingtian's sword net and ruthlessly pierce into Yang Dingtian's arm. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's arm felt an intense pain. A surge of boiling mystic qi suddenly surged in from the sharp sword, and the wound on his arm was instantly charred black. Dugu Fengwu's sharp sword suddenly flicked. In an instant, fresh blood spurted out violently. After Yang Dingtian's arm was abruptly pierced, there was a 4-inch long wound. Fresh blood was dripping, and it was a ghastly sight. This is just the beginning. Looking at Yang Dingtian's wound, Dugu Fengwu's mouth suddenly trembled as she spoke coldly. "It doesn't matter." Yang Dingtian switched the large sword to his left hand and said, "You can continue." "All right." Dugu Fengwu slashed again with lightning speed. Yang Dingtian used all his strength to block again. However, be it in terms of speed or mystic qi, the difference was too great. He still wasn't able to block it. His left arm that was holding the sword was pierced again. Right now, both of Yang Dingtian's arms were pierced. Yang Dingtian begged for mercy. Dugu Fengwu sneered and said, "Perhaps I will be merciful." "You can continue." Yang Dingtian didn't care at all. He switched the large sword to his right hand again. "Did you notice? What you are suffering now, Dongfang Bingling is also suffering. The two of you are really going through thick and thin together." Dugu Fengwu said, "I pierced both of your arms." Dongfang Bingling's arms were also pierced by that old bastard's sword qi. Yang Dingtian lifted his head and saw that it was indeed the case. Dongfang Bingling's arms were also pierced by the terrifying sword qi. However, it wasn't as bloody as Yang Dingtian's. There were only 2 terrifying red scars on her snow-white arms. In fact, her injuries were even more severe than Yang Dingtian's. At the very least, Dongfang Bingling's sword moves were no longer as smooth as before. Right now, Yang Dingtian's side had fallen into a complete disadvantage and was in imminent danger. More than half of the 30 Foxman race experts had already fallen. There were less than 10 of them who were still fighting. Furthermore, all of them were drenched in blood and riddled with injuries. There were still around 40 of those vicious and malevolent Eagleman race experts who were surrounding the Foxman race experts for the final battle. As for Day by Day Bella's side, even though Dugu Fengwu wasn't there anymore, Dugu Fengwu and Hu Yuhao were still fighting. However, Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan had both used their evil arts. Furthermore, Yan Biaqin's current cultivation was almost on par with Dugu Fengwu. Therefore, Day by Day Bella was still in a disadvantageous position. As for Dongfang Bingling, she was in the most dangerous situation and could be in imminent danger at any moment. As for Yang Dingtian's side, they were in a passive situation where they were getting killed. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's side had entered the most dangerous situation and could be wiped out at any moment. Next, that lecherous old bastard is going to stab Dongfang Bingling's thigh. Dugu Fengwu said, "Therefore, I am going to stab your thigh too." Swish! Immediately after, the demon woman turned into a strange stream of light and stabbed over with lightning speed. Yang Dingtian raised his sword to block. However, his arm was injured and was completely unable to block. Dugu Fengwu's sharp sword suddenly pierced into his thigh. At the same time, Dongfang Bingling's thigh was pierced through by that old bastard Yin Tianchong's sword chi. Indeed, whatever happened to Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian would be in the same situation. Next, it's the other thigh, Dugu Fengwu said. Subsequently, her sword moved with lightning speed and pierced through Yang Dingtian's other thigh. The other thigh of Dongfang Bingling in the air was pierced through by that old bastard Yin Tianchong's sword chi. At this moment, Dongfang Bingling's four limbs were severely injured and was on the verge of collapse. Yin Tianchong stared at Dongfang Bingling with lewd eyes and said, "Virtuous niece Dongfang, the next move is the final sword, which is also the most crucial one. The target is your chi vessel. Of course, everyone knows that the chi vessel is at the abdomen. I will pierce through it." If the chi vessel was pierced, then Dongfang Bingling would be completely destroyed. Dugu Fengwu looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "My sword is also the final one, and the target is also your chi vessel. I don't know if your deep-sea mystic clothes are protecting your chi vessel." Finishing her statement, Dugu Fengwu's sword moved with lightning speed and pierced towards Yang Dingtian's chi vessel. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's abdomen felt an intense pain. His chi vessel seemed to be turned upside down as it was surging crazily. However, Dongfang Bingling's sword was still blocked by the deep-sea mystic clothes. "Let's perish together, Dugu Fengwu." Yang Dingtian's eyes were completely red, and they were blood red. Boom! A bundle of flames suddenly ignited from his body. Yang Dingtian had completely ignited the mystic flame in his chi vessel, igniting all the mystic chi in his body. His entire body, including the sharp sword in his hand, had turned into raging flames. The energy of the mystic flame had enveloped his entire body. Dugu Fengwu's sword wasn't able to pierce through Yang Dingtian's chi vessel. Her delicate body retreated dozens of meters with lightning speed. She looked at the completely burning Yang Dingtian and said, trying to be mysterious, "In front of absolute strength, any tricks are useless. Even so, I have to make a final gamble." Yang Dingtian said. Swish! Immediately after, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly spun and rushed towards Dugu Fengwu like a cannonball. His speed was incomparably fast, and his aura was extremely shocking. His entire body was like a giant flaming sword. Everywhere he passed by, everything was turned into charcoal. Dugu Fengwu stood still on the spot and stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. She didn't care too much. Huff! A bundle of blood-red fog appeared again and completely enveloped Dugu Fengwu's delicate body. This was the blood sacrifice light shield. It could defend against all attacks that were weaker than the user's energy. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's fatal attack wasn't even worth mentioning in her eyes. "Yang Dingtian, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down in front of me." Dugu Fengwu said coldly, "Dream on." Yang Dingtian yelled out. Yang Dingtian's giant sword suddenly pierced towards Dugu Fengwu's chest. It was the blood sacrifice light shield that blocked him. Yang Dingtian's sword stabbed forward with extreme difficulty. That light shield was rapidly devouring the energy on Yang Dingtian's sword. In an instant, the flames on Yang Dingtian's body were getting smaller and smaller. Dugu Fengwu looked at the giant sword that was thrusting over and laughed with disdain. She swung her jade-like arm and was about to send Yang Dingtian flying. However, there was a sudden change in the situation. Her blood sacrifice light shield suddenly turned into ashes, and it was unknown what the reason was. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's sword pierced forward without any obstruction. After the light shield dispersed, Yang Dingtian saw Dugu Fengwu's soft breasts in front of him. He also saw her horrified and trembling expression and her extremely complicated eyes. In an instant, Dugu Fengwu and Yang Dingtian's past were all vivid in his mind. Yang Dingtian learned the sword from her, and Yang Dingtian treated her injuries. There were beautiful scenes, speechless scenes, and joyous scenes. Finally, it was the most intimate contact between Dugu Fengwu and him. It was a completely negative scene. This woman had the most intimate relationship with Yang Dingtian and had a deep entanglement. Yang Dingtian had saved her life many times. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's sword aura slowed down. At this moment, Guru Wuhuan had also noticed the situation and exclaimed, "Shenlang, stop! I will let you go, but don't kill her." When he looked at Dugu Fengwu again, her pale face was still stubborn and sharp. Finally, Yang Dingtian's mind appeared with the scene of Dugu Fengwu ruthlessly striking his chest after having sex with him, wanting to kill him. Yang Dingtian's eyes focused as he clenched his teeth. "Dugu Fengwu, after you killed me previously, I swore that if I meet you again, I will not show any mercy." Finishing his statement, Yang Dingtian's giant sword thrust forward. PFFF. In her appalled eyes, Yang Dingtian's giant sword pierced through Dugu Fengwu's chest. Fresh blood spurted out and splattered on Yang Dingtian's face. Chapter 292. Shenlang, you dare? Guru Wuhuan roared out, "I am going to dismember you into 1,000 pieces." Yang Dingtian pulled out the large sword from Dugu Fengwu's chest, and fresh blood spurted out, drenching Yang Dingtian's face. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian grabbed Dugu Fengwu, whose fate was unknown, and placed her in front of him. He placed the large sword on her jade neck and said coldly, "Guru Wuhuan, let us go immediately. Otherwise, I will immediately behead Dugu Fengwu." Guru Wuhuan was fighting with day-by-day Bella as he said, "Shenlang, let go of Fengwu, and I will let you leave alone." "No way," Yang Dingtian said. "You have to let all of us go. Let go of Fengwu, and I will let you live. Furthermore, I will never pursue this matter." Guru Wuhuan roared out and was prepared to break away from the battle and rush towards Yang Dingtian. "No, let all of us go," Yang Dingtian said. "You are dreaming." At this moment, Yin Tianchong, who was in the air, suddenly laughed and said, "Do you think that I will let go of the meat in my mouth? Dugu Fengwu will die in your hands, and that is her fate. I am powerless to do anything about it." At this moment, Dongfang Bingling's face was completely pale, and her delicate body was constantly trembling in the air. She might fall down at any moment. Yin Tianchong continued to stare at Dongfang Bingling and said, "I suddenly thought that it is a pity to pierce your chi vessel with my sword. I am a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Therefore, I have decided to use my hand to shatter your chi vessel. This way, your body will still be intact and become an absolutely beautiful plaything." "Huh. Guru Wuhuan, you guys stall day by day, Bella. After I deal with Fairy Dongfang, I will immediately come down and kill him." Yin Tianchong laughed and said. Afterward, he took off a pair of gloves that were like cicada wings and opened his hand, grabbing towards Dongfang Bingling's chi vessel. At this moment, Dongfang Bingling was already at her limits and might wither at any moment. She didn't have any strength to retaliate. Therefore, Yin Tianchong could use his heart to feel Dongfang Bingling's beautiful body. His speed was extremely slow as his fingers danced continuously, ruthlessly grabbing towards Dongfang Bingling's qi. At this time, his heart was completely clouded by lust, and he had thrown everything to the back of his mind. Whoosh! His large hand grabbed at her fiercely. However, what he touched was not Dongfang Bingling's body, but a solid block of ice. A ball of blue ice suddenly wrapped around Dongfang Bingling. Just as Yin Tianchong's big hand touched the ice, Dongfang Bingling's haggard, beautiful eyes suddenly widened. They were incomparably bright and deep. Bang! Then Dongfang Bingling's delicate body suddenly shot out from the ice. At the same time, the hard ice abruptly turned into a ball of blue light and shadow, and abruptly drilled into Yin Tianchong's body through his palm. Ah! Yin Tianchong let out a loud cry. Instantly, his body instantly turned into a terrifying blue color, and a layer of frost rapidly covered the surface of his body. This was a fatal cold poison, which was mixed with the cold poison from the million spirit Yin flame. Immediately, Yin Tianchong hurriedly circulated all the fire attribute, profound qi, in his qi and frantically expelled the cold poison from his body. At the same time, Dongfang Bingling floated in the air. Her beautiful eyes shot out dazzling rays of light, and her entire body blossomed with blue rays of light. At this moment, not only did Dongfang Bingling not seem to be injured, she felt even more powerful than before. Boom! Then, a blue flame suddenly burned out from her body. This was her profound flame. She used the profound flame to ignite all the profound qi in her body. At a glance, a ball of incomparably beautiful blue flame was burning in the air. When the flame burned to the extreme, Dongfang Bingling's delicate body suddenly bent. Old thief, my cultivation is inferior to yours, but it's not as big as you imagined. I'm showing my weakness, just to kill you. Now your death has arrived. Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Boom! Dongfang Bingling's delicate body suddenly bounced, and the blue flame on her body suddenly burst out. It condensed into a palm-sized Yin flame in the air and shot toward Yin Tianchong. Yin Tianchong was shocked. He hurriedly stopped expelling the cold poison and frantically dodged. Boom! But when the Yin flame was still a dozen meters away from him, it suddenly exploded. Suddenly, a dazzling ray of light burst out in the air, like a miniature nuclear bomb exploding. Everything on the ground 1,000 meters below, whether it was boulders or people, were all turned into powder. The eagle men flying in the air were directly distorted and instantly turned into charcoal. Yin Tianchong's body was completely engulfed by the flame and disappeared in an instant. After a full dozen seconds, the dazzling blue light gradually faded away. Yin Tianchong was still alive, but he was in a very sorry state. The robe on his body had long been burned into charcoal, including his hair and beard. Everything had turned into nothingness. Yin Tianchong, who originally had a sage-like demeanor, was now naked, dripping with blood and riddled with scars. He was in a mess as he fell fiercely. However, he circulated his mystic qi and barely stopped his fall as he floated in the air. Dongfang Bingling saw the unbearably ugly Yin Tianchong and sneered. She instantly turned into a blue meteor as she raised her sword and rushed towards him. Miss Dongfang, don't kill me, don't kill me. Let's make a deal. I will use a 9th grade mystic skill to exchange for my life. Yin Tianchong was horrified as he exclaimed, Dream on, no one can save you. Even if you use the world, you won't be able to exchange for your life. You dare to humiliate me. Not only will I kill you, I will also kill your entire clan. Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Then she suddenly rushed forward. Swish, 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 swish. The sharp sword in Dongfang Bingling's hand danced wildly as it fiercely pierced Yin Tianchong's body. Suddenly, a cloud of blood mist emerged along with Yin Tianchong's horrified and miserable howl. Swish, 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 swish. Dongfang Bingling struck with her sword like lightning. A moment later, Yin Tianchong's miserable howl stopped. His entire body was directly chopped into dozens of pieces in the air. He died without a complete corpse. Instantly, the people on the ground were completely stupefied. Everything happened too quickly. Just a moment ago, Yin Tianchong still had the upper hand, but Dongfang Bingling was already at her last breath. They didn't expect for the situation to suddenly turn around. In the blink of an eye, Yin Tianchong was chopped into thousands of pieces. After killing Yin Tianchong, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes suddenly looked towards Qin Huaiyu and the others. Instantly, Qin Huaiyu was horrified. Go! After exchanging glances with Gudu Wuhuan, the two of them suddenly bit their tongues and spat out a cloud of blood mist. They turned into a cloud of blood-red light and quickly fled, leaving Yen Biaqin behind. Instantly, Yen Biaqin was fighting day by day Bella alone. His expression changed as he endured a palm strike from the other party and retreated dozens of meters, escaping from the battle. However, day by day Bella didn't take the opportunity to kill him. Instead, she glanced at him indifferently and quickly turned towards the group of eaglemen to save her own clansmen. At this moment, only 5 of the 30 Foxman race experts were left. Yang Dingtian also rushed towards those Foxman race experts. Ever since Dongfang Bingling killed Yin Tianchong, the battle situation had completely changed. He could now save those Foxman race experts without any worries. Yen Biaqin looked at Dongfang Bingling with a complicated gaze. He then tore off the mask on his face and revealed his charming face. Fairy Dongfang, the true million-spirit demon flame is still in your hands. Congratulations, Yen Biaqin said. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Now do as you wish. Dongfang Bingling looked at him and said coldly, At the Central Lake, you had already seized the Mirage mystic flame from them and took advantage of them. Why do you want to get involved today? Yen Biaqin smiled bitterly and said, Because the other party offered a price that I couldn't reject. I am courting death. Make your move. After speaking, Yen Biaqin closed his eyes and stretched his neck. Dongfang Bingling sneered and said, Even though you are putting on an act, you didn't kill me at the Central Lake. Today, I will spare your life. Leave now. Yen Biaqin's body trembled slightly. He bowed and said many thanks. Afterward, he turned around, circulated his mystic qi, and left quickly down the other side. The enraged day by day Bella had killed the remaining 20 over Foxman race experts. Furthermore, all of them were dismembered into thousands of pieces. As for Yang Dingtian, he used the holy water to save those Foxman race experts whose fates were still unknown. Even though the holy water could bring the dead back to life, those who were truly dead couldn't be revived. Therefore, only half of the 20 over Foxman race experts who were lying on the ground were saved. Another 7 Foxman race experts were already dead. I can't express my gratitude with words. Day by day Bella came up and bowed towards Yang Dingtian. She then flew up to the island at the center of the lake and received Xiang Xiang. Yang Dingtian looked at Dongfang Bingling and felt a little strange. She obviously hated Qin Huaiyu to the bone. Why didn't she chase after him? Her Tao was so heaven-defying. It wouldn't take much effort for her to kill Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan. Why didn't she chase after them? Seeing Yang Dingtian looking over, Dongfang Bingling said, Shenlang, hurry up. Let's go. Now, Yang Dingtian was astonished. That's right. Now, Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian looked at day by day Bella. He had just arrived at the island at the center of the lake and was comforting his daughter. Immediately, Yang Dingtian said to Dongfang Bingling, I will bid farewell to Patriarch Zhuri. No need. Hurry up and go. Let's go now, Dongfang Bingling said. After saying that, Dongfang Bingling went forward and carried Yang Dingtian. They flew towards the south at lightning speed. Yang Dingtian shouted, Patriarch Zhuri Xiang Xiang, farewell. Day by day Bella couldn't help but be astonished when she saw Yang Dingtian leaving in such a hurry. She carried Xiang Xiang and chased after him. Dongfang Bingling continued to fly forward and said, "Patriarch Juri, go to the Celestial Red Sea immediately. Bring enough food and water. When you see Saint Tantai, tell her everything that happened here. Otherwise, your Foxman race will be annihilated." "Many thanks for young Lady Dongfang's guidance. I will send you to the sea," said Juri Bela. "No, you have to go to the Celestial Red Sea with your fastest speed. Go now," Dongfang Bingling said. Day by day Bella's expression changed and said, "All right. Remember, our race has hidden a few boats on the Red Beach in the south. There are enough sailors and food on them. Furthermore, they are all human sailors that I use to communicate with Middle-earth. You can take this boat back." "Thank you, Patriarch," Yang Dingtian said. Xiang Xiang shouted from behind, "Brother Shenlang, I will wait for you to come back." Dongfang Bingling carried Yang Dingtian and flew towards the south at lightning speed. Day by day Bella and the others were getting further and further away until they could no longer be seen. Chapter 293. Dongfang Bingling flew over 100 miles with Yang Dingtian and found a hidden valley to descend. Just as she landed, she opened her small mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue blood. That's right, it was blue blood. Afterward, her delicate body staggered and almost couldn't stand straight. Yang Dingtian finally knew why she didn't chase after Qin Huayu and the others. It wasn't because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. After killing Yin Tianchong, her mystic qi was completely gone. This was why she left immediately and didn't even have time to bid farewell. "Shenlang, time is tight. I will speak and you will do," Dongfang Bingling said. "All right," Yang Dingtian replied. "The first thing is to quickly feed Digo Fengwu a bit of holy water. Don't let her die, but she won't be able to recover quickly," Dongfang Bingling said while panting. Yang Dingtian placed Digo Fengwu on the ground and helped Dongfang Bingling to sit down. Even though he didn't say anything, he looked at her with astonishment. Dongfang Bingling actually took the initiative to say that she wanted to save Digo Fengwu. Didn't she always want to kill that demon woman? "I want to kill Qin Huayu because he is a traitor," Dongfang Bingling said. "If you weren't by my side, I would definitely be able to kill Digo Fengwu. But because you are by my side, Digo Fengwu must not die. You won't be able to withstand Digo Zhao's torrential wrath. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, he will come and kill you." Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and took out a bit of holy water and fed it to Digo Fengwu. Right now, Digo Fengwu's entire chest was pierced. Even if her heart wasn't pierced, she was still bleeding profusely. If he didn't save her while she was unconscious, she would die soon. Right now, Yang Dingtian understood why Digo Fengwu's blood mist-light shield was ineffective when Yang Dingtian's large sword pierced over. That bad habit of hers was acting up again, and she suddenly became powerless. She had had this problem 2 or 3 times in the past, which made her very embarrassed. Previously, when she went to the central lake to obtain the mystic fire, Yang Dingtian thought that she had already recovered from this illness. Who would have thought that it would act up again just now? In an instant, it became weak and powerless, allowing Yang Dingtian to pierce through its chest. Otherwise, with Yang Dingtian's current cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to hurt her. She was at least a 5-star martial honorable. Once a martial artist reached the martial profound realm and above, there would be a qualitative difference. In the past, Yang Dingtian could even defeat opponents 1 level higher than him. Once one passes the martial profound realm, this situation becomes extremely difficult. As for martial ancestors and martial honorables, it was even more impossible. However, Yang Dingtian now possessed the mysterious flame, the yin-yang qi transformation technique, and the youngling sword. If he were to face a mere beginner martial honor, he would not be afraid. However, Digo Fengwu was at least a 5 or 6-star martial honorable, and the difference was too huge. After drinking a little bit of the sacred water, the originally pale and colorless Dugu Fengwu finally regained some color. The huge wound on her chest also started to stop bleeding and was gradually healing. However, she still did not wake up. Dongfang Bingling was still not at ease as she went forward and locked Dugu Fengwu's mystic meridians. Therefore, even if she suddenly woke up, she would not be able to harm anyone. The second matter is that Yin Tiancheng's cultivation is much higher than mine. Therefore, I pretended to be weak first, causing him to lose his guard and suffer from my Yin flame and cold poison. After that, I used the same evil art as Gudu Huan to increase my mystic qi cultivation by several folds. Furthermore, I used the mystic flame to ignite the mystic qi in my entire body. Only then was I able to kill Yin Tiancheng, who was 4 stars higher than me. However, I also became extremely weak, which was why I immediately brought you and left. Dongfang Bingling said, otherwise if Yan Biaqin, Gudu Wuhuan, and Qin Huaiyu woke up and killed their way back, we would be in danger. Isn't there still day by day Bella? Yang Dingtian said she is also a master. I will not place my hopes on others. Dongfang Bingling said, evil ways have obviously started to set up in the Dongli grassland. If we don't leave, their reinforcements will arrive very soon. This was for sure. Yin Tiancheng kept mentioning the sacred cult, the young lord, and wanted to refine Dongfang Bingling into an absolute beauty puppet for that young lord. Therefore, the other party's influence in the Dongli grassland was definitely not small. It was also because of this reason that Dongfang Bingling asked Day by Day Bella to immediately head to the Celestial Red Sea. As long as Tantai gave the order, no one in the Dongli grassland would dare to make a move. Otherwise, the Foxman race would immediately be annihilated. For the next 10 days, I will not be able to use any mystic qi. Therefore, I will have to completely rely on your protection. Dongfang Bingling said, Qin Huaiyu and the others will immediately wake up and send out a large number of experts to chase after us. Therefore, we cannot stay here for a moment. We have to use the fastest speed to leave the Dongli grassland and take the ship back to the northwest continent. You know flying mystic skills and have the void spirit mystic wings. Don't be stingy with your mystic qi and use all your strength to fly. Don't let Qin Huaiyu and the others catch up to you. Bring along Dugu Fengwu. If necessary, you can use her as a hostage. All right, Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling went forward and leaned on Yang Dingtian's back. Her hands hugged onto Yang Dingtian's upper body as she slowly closed her beautiful eyes and started to recuperate. I can still give you some of my holy water. Yang Dingtian said, It is useless. I am not injured. I have overdrawn all my qi vessel and mystic meridians. Dongfang Bingling said, Let's go quickly. Don't bother about me along the way. If Qin Huaiyu catches up to us, and Dugu Fengwu is useless as a hostage, you can hand me over. Impossible. Yang Dingtian said, I cannot bear such a huge humiliation. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian carried Dongfang Bingling on his back and carried the unconscious Dugu Fengwu in front. He suddenly flapped his mystic wings and flew into the sky. He circulated his flying mystic skills and flew towards the south. At this moment, he was about 4,000 miles away from the seaside. Yang Dingtian's void spirit mystic wings had a speed of about 200 kilometers per hour. However, his flying mystic skills could reach a speed of about 400 kilometers per hour. Combined, he could reach a speed of about 500 kilometers per hour, which was equivalent to 1,000 miles. However, the consumption of mystic skills for this kind of flying was extremely shocking. Just like this, Yang Dingtian flew towards the south at a speed of over 1,000 miles per hour at a height of 1,000 meters. At this moment, everything on the ground was just like ants. Looking from the ground to the sky, Yang Dingtian was just a black dot like a bird. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to discover him. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's heart surged with an absurd feeling. Dugu Fengwu and Dongfang Bingling, this pair of absolute beauties who couldn't coexist with each other, were actually on his body. Both of them were extremely weak. The consumption of mystic qi for this kind of flying was simply too shocking. In just 2 hours, Yang Dingtian's mystic qi had been completely depleted. Yang Dingtian landed in this desolate valley and consumed a mystic gathering elixir. After that, he adjusted his breathing for 15 minutes. Immediately, his qi sea was filled with mystic qi again. This mystic gathering elixir seemed to have shocking effects, but in fact, it was absolutely not to be consumed unless it was absolutely necessary. This was because one could only consume one mystic gathering elixir in a short period of time. If he were to consume 2 elixirs consecutively, the damage to his qi sea and mystic meridians would be absolutely shocking and irreversible. Even if he were to consume only 1 elixir, the consequences would be rather severe. It would cause his mystic meridians to stagnate. However, he couldn't care so much now. After recovering his mystic qi, Yang Dingtian carried Dugu Fengwu once again and flew towards the south at almost full speed. After an hour, they had left the Dongli grassland. Because they were flying at an extremely high altitude, they could intentionally avoid the half-human race flying at high altitudes. Therefore, the journey was more daunting than dangerous. Even though they were chased by a few flying half-human race, their speed wasn't as fast as Yang Dingtian. Furthermore, they didn't encounter any formidable experts. At this moment, there was already a boundless desert below. It was about 2,000 miles of desert. After an hour, Yang Dingtian's mystic qi was depleted again. At this moment, the sky was already dark. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to land on the dangerous desert. That's right, compared to the Dongli grassland, the desert was much more dangerous. This was because the desert didn't have any cover, and there were half-human races patrolling cavalry everywhere. Fortunately, Dongfang Bingling reacted quickly. After chasing Qin Huayu away, she immediately left at full speed. Therefore, by the time Qin Huayu and the others reacted, even if they sent experts to chase after them, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Furthermore, even if they sent a messenger bird to inform the patrolling army, they wouldn't be able to make it in time. There were very few messenger birds that were faster than Yang Dingtian. Of course, it wasn't that Gudu Wuhuan and Qin Huayu didn't have any flying mystic skills. In fact, their flying speed was even faster than Yang Dingtian. However, they might not do something that consumed a lot of mystic qi. Even if they did it, Yang Dingtian and the rest had left early. Even if they flew at full speed, they might not be able to catch up. After landing on the desert, Yang Dingtian quickly dug a sand nest. He then brought Dongfang Bingling and Dugu Fengwu into the sand nest. He needed 4 hours to absorb the battle mystic qi. These 4 hours were the most dangerous period of their lives. These 4 hours were enough for Qin Huayu and the rest to catch up. However, there was no other choice. Yang Dingtian had to recover his mystic qi before leaving. Yang Dingtian's luck wasn't bad. Just as he entered the sand nest, there was a storm above. Countless sand dunes started to move randomly, erasing all the traces that Yang Dingtian left behind. Merely an hour later, Yang Dingtian could clearly hear the hurried sound of horse hooves coming from above. That's right, the pursuers were here. Gudu Wuhuan and Qin Huayu had sent out a shocking number of patrolling cavalries to conduct a carpet search. According to the intensity and density of the sounds, Yang Dingtian estimated that there were at least a few thousand cavalries. There were also hellhounds and flying blind hawks accompanying them. These 2 demonic beasts had a fearsome sense of smell. Even if they were a few hundred meters away or a few dozen meters deep, they would still be able to smell. Right now, Yang Dingtian's sand nest was only a few dozen meters underground. It was obvious that the flying blind hawks would be able to smell it. In fact, these beasts had already smelled it. Yang Dingtian could hear them howling as they rushed over. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end as he felt a fatal danger. His mystic qi had just recovered by half, and he naturally wasn't afraid of ordinary patrolling cavalries. However, once he was entangled by these enemies, Qin Huaiyu and the rest would be here soon. By then, only death would await him. However, Yang Dingtian naturally had a way. He quickly took out a snow-white, jade-like item from his spatial ring. Sister Ningning was the best beast speaker, and this silent jade fragrance was brewed by her. With this item, he could make all the demonic beasts with a high sense of smell within a few hundred meters lose their sense of smell. They would be completely unable to discover Yang Dingtian's existence. Yang Dingtian circulated his mystic qi and roasted this silent jade fragrance, letting this special smell spread out. It was indeed useful. Soon, the group of beasts that were desperately chasing him stopped in their tracks because their noses couldn't feel anything. Then, Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and continued to absorb mystic qi. Even so, the patrolling cavalries above still carefully searched the ground for nearly an hour before leaving like a whirling cloud. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief, and then continued to absorb the battle mystic qi. After more than 2 hours, Yang Dingtian finally filled his energy sea again. After confirming that there was no one on the sand, Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed out of the desert and flew into the air. He flew higher and higher until he was a few thousand meters high. Looking down from the sky, Yang Dingtian immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Because he was in the desert, his field of vision was unobstructed. In this red desert, there were densely packed patrolling cavalries everywhere. They all held torches and carried out a carpet search of the entire desert. What Yang Dingtian encountered just now was only one of them. Yang Dingtian estimated that there were about 30 to 40,000 patrolling cavalries in the entire desert. The power of such a large number of cavalries was incomparably shocking. It seemed that the evil ways had infiltrated the Dongli grasslands much more than he had imagined. The power they controlled was also much more than Yang Dingtian had imagined. Moreover, there were hundreds of red dots in the air. There were hundreds of flying mystic cavalry searching in the air. In order to hunt down Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling, they had used such a shocking force. However, it was fortunate that Yang Dingtian had the silent fragrant jade, so it was difficult for these flying beasts to discover him. However, to be safe, Yang Dingtian took the risk and flew higher and higher. He flew to a height of 4,000 meters before continuing to fly south. As he flew south, Yang Dingtian still saw densely packed cavalries, carrying out a carpet search of the entire desert. Now, Yang Dingtian had to correct his previous statement. There were not only 30 to 40,000 cavalries searching for Yang Dingtian in the desert, but there were more than 100,000 of them. Yang Dingtian's heart instantly became heavy. These 100,000 cavalries were obviously provided by the half-human race at the edge of the desert. When the time came for a huge battle, the evil ways in the Dongli grasslands would not only be able to mobilize a few 100,000, but a few million. It seemed that the half-human race would be included in the allied forces of the evil ways in this world-ending battle. For the past 1,000 years, the peace between humans and the half-human race might be completely over. An hour later, Yang Dingtian finally flew through the entire desert and arrived at the long coastline. In front of him was the boundless sea. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally escaped from the pursuit of Qin Huaiyu and the others. Following that, Yang Dingtian circled in the air, looking for the Foxman race's ships. However, at the agreed location with Day by Day Bella, there were no traces of any ships. On the contrary, he saw a pile of burned ships and a pile of corpses. Yang Dingtian's heart immediately turned cold. It seemed that they had taken action in advance and burned all the ships left behind by the Foxman race. They had also killed all of the people. At this moment, there was a sudden roar in the desert. Then, someone pointed in Yang Dingtian's direction. Not good, they had discovered Yang Dingtian. Immediately, hundreds of flying cavalries rushed into the sky and chased after Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian hurriedly flew at full speed in the direction of the northwest continent. Chapter 294. The Dongli grassland was about 8,000 miles away from the northwest continent. Yang Dingtian had just flown 5,000 miles from the Sun and Moon Lake to the seaside. Now, it didn't seem like a big deal to fly another 8,000 miles. However, the difference was that Yang Dingtian could rest for the previous 5,000 miles. But now, it was the vast sea, and Yang Dingtian didn't have any place to rest. When Yang Dingtian took the ship to the Dongli grassland, he didn't see any islands along the 8,000 miles of sea. Of course, when Yang Dingtian was cultivating his spiritual technique, he had stayed underwater for a few hours. Because of the special elixir, it wasn't impossible to stay underwater. However, Yang Dingtian wasn't alone now. There was also the severely injured Dugu Fengwu and Dongfang Bingling, who was recuperating. Furthermore, it was possible to cultivate one's spiritual energy underwater, but it was difficult to absorb battle mystic qi. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't be bothered about it because there were hundreds of flying cavalry chasing after him. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to fly forward with all his might. However, the flying cavalry's speed was much slower than Yang Dingtian's. Therefore, they were left behind by Yang Dingtian, but they were still chasing closely. Just like that, Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to fly a few hundred miles. "Child, I have to remind you." Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi said, "You are using mystic qi to fly at such a high intensity. You have already reached the critical point. Following this, it will cause permanent damage to your mystic meridians." Yang Dingtian was instantly shocked and said, "Master, I can't use mystic skills to fly for a long time?" Of course. That's why even great Grandmaster level experts travel thousands of miles on the sea by boat and not by flying. You have already reached your limit by flying 5,000 miles like this. And this is because you have 9 Yangxian veins. If it were anyone else, flying 3,000 miles would have already caused great damage. Dongfang Minmi said, "After all, humans are not flying creatures." Hearing his master's words, Yang Dingtian was very worried, but there was nothing he could do because there were still hundreds of people chasing after him. If he continued to fly, only his profound veins would be damaged. If he stopped, he would probably lose his life. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian knew that it would harm his profound veins, he had no way of stopping it. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian discovered something that was even worse. Because his profound energy is about to run out again. This time, he didn't manage to last for 2,000 miles. He only managed to last for a little more than 1,000 miles before his profound energy was completely depleted. Yang Dingtian was greatly alarmed as he felt his profound qi becoming more and more exhausted. Now that his profound qi had been exhausted, he was definitely on the path to death. Any one of the hundreds of flying cavalrymen behind him would be able to take his life. Following the exhaustion of his profound qi, Yang Dingtian's flying speed became slower and slower. The flying cavalrymen behind him were getting closer and closer. Yang Dingtian could even hear their fierce battle cries and sinister expressions. Yang Dingtian looked at Dugu Fengwu, who was in his embrace. The ones chasing after them were the Ban race's flying cavalrymen. Therefore, Dugu Fengwu was probably useless as a hostage. Could it be that he was really going to die in this sea? According to the rules, one could only consume 1 mystic gathering pill every 3 to 4 days. A few hours ago, Yang Dingtian had just consumed one. If he were to consume a second one now, the consequences would be extremely severe. Even if he were to take a huge risk and consume a second mystic gathering pill, he might not be able to condense much profound qi. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian really had no other choice. He took out a mystic gathering pill from his spatial ring. Even if the consequences were severe, he had to consume it. Swish, 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 swish. Right at this moment, there was an orderly sound on the surface of the sea. Then a bundle of concentrated red light was shot out. There were a total of 4 ships on the surface of the sea. Earlier on, Yang Dingtian was anxious and was only paying attention to the pursuers behind him. He didn't pay attention to the surface of the sea. He didn't expect for there to be 4 ships on the surface of the sea. The concentrated red light that was shot into the sky came from the energy crossbows on the ships. These energy crossbows used wind elemental crystals as the power source and fire elemental crystals as the arrowheads. They were extremely lethal. A large ship could shoot dozens of energy arrows at once. For large ships could shoot over 100 energy arrows at once. Yang Dingtian could clearly see that these energy arrows were like rockets on Earth. They flew past him and towards the half-human races, flying cavalrymen behind him. Even though they dodged immediately, there were still dozens of half-human races, flying cavalrymen, who were hit in the sky and fell into the sea. Not long after the first round of arrows, there was a second round of arrows, and then a third round of arrows. Immediately, the remaining half-human races, flying cavalrymen, changed their direction and scattered in all directions to avoid the concentrated energy arrows. Yang Dingtian saw clearly that the flag on the ship was from the Foxman race. On the deck, there were also traces of the Foxman race, but there weren't many. Most of the sailors and warriors were actually humans. This should be Day by Day Bella's smuggling ship. That was why there were so many humans on the ship, because they had always been close to humans. Day by Day Bella had a smuggling fleet that engaged in all kinds of trade and communication with humans. Yang Dingtian quickly landed on the deck of the large ship. Immediately, 2 Foxman warriors stepped forward and bowed. "May I know your name?" "Na Lu, also known as Shenlang," Yang Dingtian replied. "You are indeed great Master Na Lu," the Foxman warrior leader said. "I am the warrior leader of the Middle Earth's fleet. 2 days ago, I received an order from the clan leader to pick you up at the coastline and send you to the northwest continent of Middle Earth. Our fleet was supposed to head out to sea yesterday, but in order to wait for you, we waited until today. Who knew that a few hours ago, our fleet that was docked at the pier suffered a devastating attack from an army of a few thousand soldiers. Our 4 ships were able to escape this calamity because we were patrolling on the surface of the sea." Yang Dingtian asked, "How many ships did your Middle Earth's fleet originally have?" 13 ships. That leader said 9 ships were destroyed and over 1,000 men were killed. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with guilt. It was because they were here to pick him up that the Foxman race's Middle Earth's fleet suffered such a huge blow and lost over 1,000 men. "Hurry up and return to the cabin to rest. Leave the matters above to us," that Foxman race warrior leader said. "Thank you for the trouble." Yang Dingtian didn't return to the cabin. Instead, he placed Dugu Fengwu and Dongfang Bingling down and sat cross-legged on the deck to devour the battle mystic qi. At this moment, the remaining few hundred half-human races, flying knights, were still preparing to surround the 4 ships and kill them from the sky. However, these energy crossbows were too incisive. In just a short period of time, they killed over 100 men and caused these half-human races, flying knights, to be terror-stricken. When there were less than 100 of them left, these flying knights were finally afraid and flew back unwillingly. That warrior leader came in front of Yang Dingtian and bowed. "Master Na Lu, the enemy has retreated." "Many thanks, leader," Yang Dingtian said. Afterward, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief. But at this moment, 2 black dots approached from afar and quickly chased after the 4 large ships. Yang Dingtian's back suddenly felt a chill. The Foxman race's warrior leader focused his eyes and ordered, "Prepare all the energy crossbows!" "Shoot!" When the 2 black dots entered the killing radius, the Foxman race's warrior leader gave the order. Swish, 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 swish. Over 100 energy crossbows ferociously shot at the 2 black dots and instantly enveloped them. The two of them didn't dodge and allowed the energy crossbows to hit them. However, they were completely unscathed. Before the energy crossbows even got close to their bodies, they were shattered into pieces. These two were absolute experts. Yang Dingtian quickly saw the two of them clearly. As expected, they were Gudu Wuhuan and Qin Huaiyu. At this moment, they were riding on two huge dark bats and were chasing after Yang Dingtian at a speed of over 1,000 miles per hour. In just a short moment, Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan were already a few hundred meters behind the ship. Mr. Shenlang, you guys still couldn't escape from our evil clutches. Gudu Wuhuan said, you guys almost escaped. At that time, I felt strange. Since Fairy Dongfang was so powerful, why didn't she chase after us directly? Therefore, after escaping for an hour, we knew the reason. In order to kill Yin Tianchong, Fairy Dongfang had already exhausted all her mystic qi. It wasn't that she didn't want to kill us, but that she couldn't. Subsequently, Gudu Wuhuan said, in order to kill you guys, we dispatched 160,000 half-human race members. We didn't expect you to actually run over 5,000 miles and only found you on the sea. However, Mr. Shinlang, you can't escape now, right? The Foxman race leader's eyes congealed as he stared at Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan. He said coldly, all warriors of the Central Fleet, prepare for battle! Yes. Immediately, over 200 warriors pulled out their sharp swords and arranged themselves into battle formations on the various ships. Yang Dingtian stood up and said, brave warriors of the Foxman race, you guys can withdraw. This is a matter between me and them. We will settle it ourselves. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian said to Qin Huaiyu, these people are innocent. Let them go. If you have any problems, come at me. Apologies. Because they helped you, they have to die. Gudu Wuhuan said indifferently, since we have mobilized over 100,000 men, we wouldn't mind killing a few hundred more Foxman race members. Gudu Wuhuan looked at the unconscious Dugu Fingwu and said, Shenlang, hand Fingwu over, and we can let you and Dongfang Bingling die comfortably. Otherwise, no matter how tragic the scene is, it will befall upon you guys. Qin Huaiyu looked at Dongfang Bingling, who was seated cross-legged with her eyes closed, and said, Fairy Dongfang, I am incomparably shocked that you were able to kill Yin Tianchong. However, you still ended up in my hands. That might not be the case. Right at this moment, Dongfang Bingling suddenly opened her eyes and shot out a bright and threatening gaze. Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan were shocked as they instinctively turned and wanted to escape. It was obvious that they were indeed frightened by Dongfang Bingling. This woman's strength and ruthlessness were far beyond their imagination. In order to kill her, they had set up a huge trap twice, but they didn't succeed. Instead, a masterclass expert, Yin Tianchong, was killed by her. But after a short moment, Qin Huaiyu laughed and said, Stop putting on an act, Fairy Dongfang. In order to kill Yin Tianchong, you have already overdrafted all your mystic qi. You can forget about recovering in less than half a month. At the Sun and Moon Lake, your empty fort strategy scared us away. Don't think of using the same trick a second time. Immediately after, Qin Huaiyu looked at Yang Dingtian and said, Don't even think about using that young Lady Dugu to threaten us. It is useless. Finishing his statement, Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan swooped down and hovered dozens of meters above Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling, giving the entire ship immense pressure. Dongfang Bingling stared coldly at the two of them before slowly drawing her sharp sword again. Stop putting on an act, Fairy Dongfang. You are already unable to withstand a single blow. Qin Huaiyu laughed and said, Even at this time, you are still putting on the airs of a direct immortal. Shinlang, after I die, send my keepsake back to the Yinyang school. Dongfang Bingling was cold. Then she handed something over to Yang Dingtian and said, If Gudu Wuhuan and Qin Huaiyu still have corpses, chop off their heads and send them back to the Yinyang school as well. Finishing her statement, Dongfang Bingling suddenly released a powerful battle intent. Immediately, Yang Dingtian and the others' expression changed. They didn't expect Dongfang Bingling to still talk about Qin Huaiyu and Guru Wuhuan's corpses at this time. From her words, she actually wanted to kill the two of them. Qin Huaiyu sneered and said with disdain, "Fairy Dongfang, enough of your acting. You still want to kill us at this time? Dream on. After we captured you, we originally planned to hand you over to be made into a puppet and didn't plan to do anything to you. However, your pretentious actions made me very unhappy. Then, don't blame us for tarnishing and humiliating you later. After all, you are the #1 beauty in the world. You asked for all of this." Finishing their statement, Qin Huaiyu and Guru Wuhuan suddenly pulled out their sharp swords. Their faces were filled with evil intent. From their words, not only did Qin Huaiyu and Guru Wuhuan want to make Dongfang Bingling into an evil puppet, they also wanted to tarnish her. Dongfang Bingling's gaze turned cold. "I am not like you guys. I have never acted before. Last time, I overdrew my sea of qi and mystic veins. This time, I have overdrawn my life. Is it enough to kill you?" Even when talking about perishing together, Dongfang Bingling's voice and expression were calm. There wasn't much generosity, but it was filled with determination. Once these words were spoken, Qin Huaiyu's expression changed greatly. His face trembled as he said, "Do you think I will believe you?" Dongfang Bingling didn't reply. Boom! A terrifying flame suddenly emerged from her body and instantly burned fiercely. A surge of murderous aura burst out from her body. The ship beneath her feet shook violently, and the surrounding sea surface trembled violently, setting off huge waves. Everyone could clearly feel that Dongfang Bingling's entire life was burning. "Shenlang, fly up and leave immediately." Dongfang Bingling turned to Yang Dingtian and said, "Go back and tell Yang Dingtian that I will not be able to participate in the martial competition 3 years later. However, he is definitely not a match for me. No one in this world can surpass me, and Yang Dingtian is even more impossible. Go!" Afterward, Dongfang Bingling yelled out and ordered Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian put down Dugu Fengwu and slowly drew out his youngling sword. He said, "I will not leave. I might be very weak and am only here to make up the numbers. However, I don't wish to leave now. I will fight alongside you. With me around, it will not be your turn." Dongfang Bingling had already completely turned into a terrifying flame as she spoke coldly. Swish! Afterward, Dongfang Bingling suddenly rushed towards the sky and killed towards Qin Huaiyu and Guru Wuhuan. At this moment, Qin Huaiyu and Guru Wuhuan were inconsolably appalled. They didn't expect Dongfang Bingling to be so resolute, seeing how Dongfang Bingling was so ferocious that she wanted to perish together with them. Qin Huaiyu was truly scared out of his soul. "Fairy Dongfang, there is no need to risk your life. There is no need to risk your life. We are only here to capture you, not to kill you. There is no need to risk your life." Qin Huaiyu quickly retreated and yelled out, "Dongfang Bingling can die, but I must not be captured." Dongfang Bingling said. Qin Huaiyu spoke with a trembling voice. "All right then, we will not capture you. We will leave immediately, leave immediately." Finishing his statement, Qin Huaiyu and Guru Wuhuan were about to turn and flee. "It is too late. Those who dare to insult me will all die." Dongfang Bingling spoke with a cold voice. She suddenly raised her flaming long sword and slashed at Qin Huaiyu. Boom! Qin Huaiyu tried his best to dodge, but he still wasn't able to. Swish! His entire left arm was scraped. Half of his arm was instantly sliced off, causing blood to spurt out violently. Qin Huaiyu let out a miserable howl. In an instant, Yang Dingtian felt an incomparably huge and gentle force pushing him onto the deck of the ship. "Shinlang, live on well. Remember me occasionally and think of me." Dongfang Bingling's gentle voice echoed in Yang Dingtian's ears. Chapter 295. Shinlang, live on well. Remember me occasionally and think of me. Dongfang Bingling's gentle voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's ears. Then, Dong Fang Bingling's body completely disappeared. She turned into a terrifying flame and pounced towards Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan. She used the mystic flame to ignite her vitality and qi. She wanted to blast Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan to death. She wanted to perish together with them. Yang Dingtian's eyes instantly turned hot. His entire body was trembling. This woman might not make people feel comfortable, but she was definitely admirable. She was as cold as ice, but her temperament was as fiery as fire. She was a woman, and she was the #1 beauty in the world. However, no man could subdue her. No man could turn her into a real woman. Then, under Yang Dingtian's trembling gaze, Dong Fang Bingling's raging flame carried a sky-piercing energy and terrifying mystic flame. She wanted to devour Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan. Both parties wanted to perish together. Dong Fang Bingling would also perish along with them. He really didn't want Dong Fang Bingling to die. Who were Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan? Compared to Dong Fang Bingling, they were like dog shit. It wasn't worth it to perish together with them. However, Yang Dingtian didn't have the strength to stop all of this from happening. He couldn't do anything. He could only shout towards Dong Fang Bingling in the air, "Dong Fang Bingling, I am Yang Dingtian." Dong Fang Bingling didn't have any reaction. She was still raging and was about to be completely annihilated. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to despair, just as Dong Fang Bingling, Qin Huaiyu, and Gudu Wuhuan were about to perish together, suddenly, an incomparably powerful energy shrouded down and covered the entire sea surface. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a force like Mount Tai pressing down on him. Everyone on the ship was trembling at this moment, not daring to move. At the same time, the raging flames on Dong Fang Bingling's body gradually became smaller and finally extinguished. Dong Fang Bingling, who was in the air, fell from the sky with a pale face. Yang Dingtian hurried forward and reached out to catch Dong Fang Bingling. Dong Fang Bingling's delicate body fell heavily into Yang Dingtian's arms. She was unconscious, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. "Qin Huaiyu, Gudu Wuhuan, you two really make me feel ashamed." Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded in the sky. Then, a golden voice descended from the sky. Yang Dingtian was very familiar with this person. The palace master of the Temple of Blood, the great devil of evil ways, Dugu Shao. He was one of the top experts in this world who was closest to the saint level. Even though he was far away and didn't show himself, he easily suppressed Dong Fang Bingling's self-destruction. The moment he appeared, everyone was trembling. Dugu Shao landed on the ship and slowly walked to Gudu Fengwu's side. He picked her up and faced Yang Dingtian. "Yang Dingtian, did you stab my daughter?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Gudu Zhao's eyes narrowed. He ignored Yang Dingtian and looked toward Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan at lightning speed. At this moment, the two of them were still trembling, slightly, and their faces were still pale. "Sigh," Dugu Shao said, "it seems that my evil ways really doesn't have any talents. Be it Gudu Fengwu or Gudu Wuhuan, they are far inferior compared to Dong Fang Bingling." Immediately after, Gudu Shao said to Gudu Wuhuan, "You still want to marry Fengwu? Do you still have any shame?" Once this was said, Gudu Wuhuan's expression instantly changed as he felt extremely humiliated. "If it wasn't for your parents, I wouldn't have saved the two of you. I would have let the two of you die in the hands of Dong Fang Bingling." Dugu Shao said coldly, "Now the two of you can get lost." "Yes." Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan hurriedly bowed before leaping onto a flying mount and flying towards the north. They didn't dare to stay in Dugu Zhao's field of vision any longer. The further, the better. After Qin Huaiyu and Gudu Wuhuan left, Dugu Shao looked at Yang Dingtian indifferently and said, "You killed my daughter and almost caused her to lose her life. However, I won't kill you. The grudges between you and Dugu Fengwu shall be settled by the two of you. After she recovers, it's none of my business whether she will dismember you into pieces, spare your life, or even marry you." You better take care of yourself." Finishing his statement, Dugu Xiao soared into the sky and was about to leave with Dugu Fengwu. "Senior," Yang Dingtian shouted, "may I ask if you have a way to save Dongfang Bingling?" At this moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't feel Dongfang Bingling's pulse and breathing at all. Previously, Dongfang Bingling had been sealed in ice and was silent. She had even stopped breathing and heartbeat. However, there was still vitality circulating within her qi vessel. At this moment, Yang Dingtian really couldn't feel any vitality from Dongfang Bingling. Therefore, even though he knew that Dugu Xiao was a great devil and an extremely evil one, Yang Dingtian still couldn't help but ask, "Don't waste your energy. The mystic flame is burning her qi vessel and vitality. No one can save her. She is already dead," Dugu Xiao said. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's body trembled violently as though he was struck by lightning. He stared blankly at Dongfang Bingling's lifeless face. Dugu Xiao sneered and continued to leave. Suddenly, Dugu Xiao said, "Yang Dingtian, after forging the youngling sword in the Fire Cloud Devil Cave, Fengwu returned home once. However, she quickly ran away from home, and it has been more than 10 months since then. I specially came out to look for her, and it has been almost half a year." At this time, Yang Dingtian was inconsolable. After hearing Dugu Xiao's words, he had no idea what he was talking about. Alas! Dugu Xiao sighed and continued to fly away. However, his direction was the north. He didn't return to the northwest continent, but flew in the direction of the Dongli grassland. Yang Dingtian sat on the deck with Dongfang Bingling in his arms. He didn't react at all. He couldn't tell if it was sadness or some other feeling. It was just that he had lost interest in everything around him. He really couldn't accept that Dongfang Bingling was going to die. She hadn't even competed with him, and the 5-year agreement hadn't even arrived yet, but she was going to die. How could this be? She was so powerful, so arrogant, and the #1 genius in 400 years. How could she die? Perhaps it was fate that made so many things happen between the two of them, who were like enemies and enemies in the Dongli grassland. They were entangled with each other again and again, and in the end, she died in Yang Dingtian's arms? Why was it like this? Why was it like this? In Yang Dingtian's grief and stupefaction, the leader of the Foxman race sighed, and then ordered the ship to set sail in the direction of the northwest continent. His master, Dongfang Minmi, also clearly knew what had happened. He didn't make any sound, and was also immersed in incomparable grief. He didn't open his mouth to comfort Yang Dingtian. At this time, Yang Dingtian suddenly discovered that Dongfang Bingling's body had changed. Originally, her skin was completely ice-cold, but now it was gradually becoming rosy. Then, her whole body gradually regained vitality. Then, her breathing gradually recovered, and her heartbeat gradually recovered. Although her breathing and heartbeat were still incomparably weak, they were finally there. Yang Dingtian was so surprised and ecstatic that he lost all his senses. What was going on? Didn't Dugu Xiao say that no one could save Dongfang Bingling? Wasn't Dongfang Bingling doomed? Just now she indeed seemed to have died. How did she come back to life? Yang Dingtian asked in surprise and puzzlement, "Master, what's going on? How did this happen?" Dongfang Minmi was also very excited and said with a trembling voice, Perhaps it's because of your blood. Back then, in order to thaw her, you transferred 1/3 of your blood into her body. Because you have the 9 yang profound veins, at the last moment, you protected her trace of life. Also, because of Dugu Xiao's arrival, her sea of qi didn't have time to explode, so she saved her life. Yang Dingtian, so you saved her life again. Dongfang Minmi said with a trembling voice. No matter what, it's good that she didn't die. It's good that she didn't die. Yang Dingtian said with a trembling voice. Then, Yang Dingtian hurriedly carried her into the cabin, took out a cup of holy water, and poured it into her small mouth. Immediately, her breathing became more stable, her heartbeat became more vigorous, and her skin became more rosy. Next, The big ship sailed at full speed on the sea. Dongfang Bingling was still unconscious. Yang Dingtian once again returned to taking care of her meticulously. He really took care of her meticulously. Compared to when her divine sense stopped, he took care of her even more meticulously. Of course, it was also more intimate, or more embarrassing. Just like this, after sailing with the wind for 4 days, the 8,000-mile sea voyage was about to end. The northwest continent in front of them was faintly visible. He came back, bringing back the unconscious Dongfang Bingling. Chapter 296. Yang Dingtian had returned with the unconscious Dongfang Bingling. At this moment, the northwest continent was like a giant beast squatting in the darkness. It stood at the end of the sea and was about a few hundred miles away. They would probably be able to set foot on the northwest continent at dawn tomorrow. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, the ship gradually came to a stop. Yang Dingtian was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, practicing the mysterious force breathing technique. For the past few days of sailing, other than taking care of Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian spent almost all of his time practicing the mysterious force breathing technique. With the mystic fire, his normal cultivation speed had also improved by leaps and bounds. Ordinary people could only practice the mysterious force breathing technique for 3 to 4 hours a day, and it was during the time when everything woke up in the morning. Even so, the mysterious force that entered the body was still full of impurities. Only a small portion of it could enter the qi sea after being refined and purified. The yin-yang qi transformation technique that Yang Dingtian originally possessed was able to dissolve the attack mystic qi with intense attributes into pure mystic qi that didn't have any attack attribute, which was used to increase his cultivation. However, there was still no good way to deal with the impurities in the mysterious force. With the mystic fire, it was completely different. No matter how turbid the mysterious force was, after being burned and refined by the mystic fire, it would immediately become incomparably pure and could directly enter the qi sea. Therefore, if not for taking care of Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian could practice 24 hours a day. For a warrior at Yang Dingtian's level, if he wanted to break through from a 6-star martial arts grandmaster to a 7-star martial arts grandmaster, he would have to depend on the mysterious force. The most important thing was the Xian vein talent, at least 7th grade Xian vein talent. For someone with a 7th grade mystic vein talent, it would be difficult to break through to a 7-star martial arts grandmaster after cultivating for 10 years. For a 7th grade mystic vein talent, it would take 3 to 4 years of normal cultivation to break through to the next level. For an 8th grade mystic vein talent, it would take at least 2 years. For someone like Dongfang Bingling, who had a 9th grade superior mystic vein talent, it might only take a year. However, all of this was based on the fact that he did not have the mystic fire. Once he had the mystic fire, his cultivation speed would at least double. This was because the cultivation time could be increased by at least 2-fold, and the refining efficiency of profound energy could also be increased by at least 2-fold. Therefore, in theory, a level 9 mystic veins martial artist would only need 3 months to break through to level 7 from 6-star martial arts grandmaster. Yang Dingtian had the 9 yang profound veins, so it was unknown how long it would take for him to break through to the 7-star martial ancestor realm. However, Yang Dingtian hoped that he could create a miracle. Mr. Na Lu, we have already arrived at the northwest continent. For safety reasons, we have docked at a secret coast. Then, we will send a small boat to send you to the shore. The leader of the Foxman race stepped forward and said, "All right." When Yang Dingtian heard the Foxman race chief's words, he stopped his mystic breathing technique and instinctively looked towards Dongfang Bingling, who was on the opposite bed. With a single glance, he was shocked, because Dongfang Bingling's ship was empty. During this period of time, she had been in a coma. How could she suddenly disappear? Could it be that last night someone had taken advantage of Yang Dingtian's cultivation to kidnap Dongfang Bingling? that was impossible. Although Yang Dingtian was cultivating, he was still extremely alert, especially when they were close to the northwest continent. For safety reasons, the leader of the Foxman race had chosen to dock at the coast of the northwest Qin family's territory. However, the entire northwest continent was diffused by the Qin family's power. Yang Dingtian had to be careful. If a person wanted to kidnap Dongfang Bingling from Yang Dingtian's side silently, he would at least be an advanced master or even a great grandmaster. Yang Dingtian did not make a sound. He immediately got off the bed and went to Dongfang Bingling's bed to search for traces of her. Soon, Yang Dingtian found a note on the bedside. The handwriting on it was very beautiful and filled with sword essence. It was Dongfang Bingling's handwriting. "I'm leaving. Thank you for taking care of me in every possible way during this period of time. I can clearly feel everything." Seeing this, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. What she meant in the letter was that although she had been in a coma with her eyes closed during this period of time, she knew everything clearly. During this period of time, Yang Dingtian had taken care of her. He had done everything. It was truly meticulous. He had cleaned her body and even did more intimate things. Of course, he had done it when Dongfang Bingling's consciousness had stopped. However, at that time, Dongfang Bingling was unconscious. Over the past few days, she was well aware of the situation. This level of intimacy could only be found between husband and wife. In short, Dongfang Bingling's body and even her physiology were no longer a secret to Yang Dingtian. "I woke up yesterday, but I didn't know how to face it. Therefore, I left without saying goodbye at night. Your blood, not only did it restore my life, it even allowed my profound veins and aura to have a qualitative leap. This is something I did not expect beforehand." Yang Dingtian also did not expect that his blood of 9 sons did not have much of an effect in Dongfang Bingling's body. This time, when she used the profound flame to burn her aura, not only did the blood of 9 sons save her life, it had even completely fused into her body. However, she had Yin-type profound veins. After the blood of 9 sons fused into her, it actually allowed her aura and profound veins to advance once again. This made Yang Dingtian very surprised. "After this farewell, I don't know when we can meet again. Bingling's heart is in a mess. I only wish Lord Shen a safe journey." Finally, it was the signature. In the beginning, it was written as Dongfang Bingling. Later on, the 2 words Dongfang were crossed out, leaving only the 2 words Bingling. If it was signed as Dongfang Bingling, it would seem very formal. If it was only the 2 words Bingling, it would seem a little more intimate. Her heart was indeed in a mess, to the extent that her handwriting was a little messy. Furthermore, when she and Qin Huaiyu perished together, Yang Dingtian had already called her, "I am Yang Dingtian." Could it be that she had already lost her consciousness? Here, she called Yang Dingtian as Lord Shen. However, the usually arrogant Dongfang Bingling was actually unable to face him and chose to leave without saying goodbye. This was really unlike her original personality. Looking at the messy yet beautiful handwriting on the white paper, Yang Dingtian's heart could not help but be in a mess, as if he had lost something. Leaving without saying goodbye is also good. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face it either. In the end, Yang Dingtian secretly said in his heart. Then he folded the letter and planned to place it into his spatial ring. Suddenly, he did not know if it was an illusion or if it was real, but he seemed to have faintly seen a beautiful and ingenious lip print on the letter. It was very light and was almost impossible to see. After taking a closer look, it did not seem to be the case. Dongfang Bingling would leave a lip print on a piece of paper? This did not seem like something she would do at all. However, this did indeed look like a lip print, and it was in the shape of Dongfang Bingling's small mouth. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart was in a mess. After bidding farewell to the Foxman race warrior leader on the ship, Yang Dingtian took a small boat to the beach and then once again stepped onto the land of the northwest continent. After more than half a year, He had once again stepped onto the northwest continent. If he had not come to the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian would not have known that the half-human race called all the land inhabited by humans the Middle Earth. In order to avoid the Northwest Qin clan's sphere of influence, the Foxman race's smuggling fleet had chosen to dock at the south of the northwest continent, which was about 2,000 miles away from Qin City. Furthermore, it was much closer to the Netherworld Sea from here. Even though he knew that Dongfang Bingling was definitely far away, Yang Dingtian could not help but use the ethereal mystic wings to search in the air. Of course, he could not find any trace of Dongfang Bingling. Sigh, it's good that we separated like this. Otherwise, not only would Dongfang Bingling not know how to face me, but I would also face her. I don't even know how to face her. Yang Dingtian sighed in his heart again. Actually, both of them did not know how to face her. Because they were in the Dongli grassland previously, almost no one there knew Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling. And here, they were in the human country. Dongfang Bingling's every move would have a great impact. After stepping onto the land, Yang Dingtian identified the north, south, east, and west directions. Master, I should go to the abandoned mine to kill the Abyss Lord and dig out the remaining 10,000-year-old bloody black gold to forge a real soul sword. I should go to the Netherworld Sea to pick up Yin Yen first, Yang Dingtian said. There is only about a month before the Cloud Heaven City Lord Martial competition. Let's go to the Netherworld Sea first. Dongfang Minmi said. Okay, let's go to the Netherworld Sea to pick up Yin Yen first. Thus, Yang Dingtian rushed to a town first, bought the most expensive mount, and rushed to the southernmost side. A day and a half later, Yang Dingtian arrived at the southernmost side of the northwest continent. Then he booked the fastest ship and headed to the southwest continent. Between the northwest continent and the southwest continent was more than 3,000 miles of sea. The ship Yang Dingtian booked was not big, but it was very fast. In just a day and a night, he had already arrived at the southwest continent. Then, Yang Dingtian bought the most expensive mount again and rushed to the end of the southwest continent. He rushed day and night, without sleep or rest, and traveled day and night. Of course, Yang Dingtian wasn't just making haste during this journey. He was also cultivating on the back of his mount. For 24 hours a day, he was absorbing qi. In addition to the few days on the sea, Yang Dingtian's qi cultivation had broken through by half a level in this half a month. At this time, he was already a middle 6-star martial ancestor. That meant that, according to his cultivation speed, he could break through to 7-star martial ancestor in a month. This kind of cultivation speed was completely shocking. However, there was less than a month before the city Lord Martial competition. Even if Yang Dingtian broke through to 7-star martial ancestor, it would be quite difficult for him to defeat Shimin-ju. One had to know that Shimin-ju had already broken through to martial honorable more than a year ago. Furthermore, he definitely had not made no progress in the past year. 5 days later, Yang Dingtian rushed for a few thousand miles and finally appeared at the end of the southwest continent. Not far ahead was the vast sea. On the other side of the sea was the Netherworld Sea, where Yin Yen was. At this time, there were still 22 days before the city Lord Martial competition. Chapter 297. The Mu Clan Docks was at the seaside of the southwest continent, and Mu Lianqing and his daughter were considered his trusted aides. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was prepared to stay at the Mu Clan Docks for the night before heading to the Sea of Hades the next morning. Standing outside the Mu Clan Docks, Mu Lianyi was practicing martial arts. This wild woman was still wearing a tight-fitting leather suit. Her curvaceous body was still filled with explosive temptations. Every part of her body was hot and sexy. Yang Dingtian smiled faintly and walked in. Just as he walked in, he immediately heard a delicate shout. Subsequently, there was a fiery fragrance as a sharp, curved blade was placed horizontally in front of Yang Dingtian. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Mu Lianyi was filled with vigilance as she spoke coldly. It wasn't that Mu Lianyi was impolite, but Yang Dingtian's current appearance didn't look like a good person. He was still dressed like he was in the Dongli grassland. He was an ugly dark priest and looked very dangerous. No wonder Mu Lianyi immediately drew her blade. Seeing Mu Lianyi's hair standing up like a leopard, Yang Dingtian immediately had a mischievous heart. He laughed strangely and said, "I am Master Na Lu, whose name shook the entire primal world. I have the ability to revive the dead and unfathomable plans. When I wandered to the southwest continent, I heard that Mu Clan Doc's Miss Mu Lianyi is extremely beautiful and talented. Therefore, I specially came here to accept Miss Mu as my beloved disciple. Could you be Miss Mu Lianyi? Why don't you come with me? I guarantee that you will enjoy endless glory and wealth." Hearing this, Mu Lianyi's expression changed and said, "Go back to where you came from. Mu Clan Docs will not be receiving you. You didn't agree to be my disciple, so I will not leave." Yang Dingtian then looked at her hot and sexy body with frivolous eyes. "If you continue to speak nonsense like this, don't blame me for being impolite." Mu Lianyi spoke coldly. "Then I want to see how you are going to be impolite." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Use whatever methods you have. It is also a good opportunity for me to see my beloved disciple's methods." Shameless! Mu Lianyi suddenly cleaved down with her blade. Yang Dingtian extended his hand and clamped down on her curved saber. Mu Lianyi's expression changed. She pulled out her scimitar and slashed again, much faster than before. However, Yang Dingtian caught it lightly and then let go. Subsequently, no matter how Mu Lianyi slashed, no matter how fast, bizarre, mysterious, or deceptive her moves were, they were all caught by Yang Dingtian's fingers effortlessly. She was truly going crazy. Moreover, even if she circulated all of her profound qi, it was like mud sinking into the sea. See, snake, transformation. Mu Lianyi immediately used her trump card. Her entire body turned into a black shadow and swept towards Yang Dingtian like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, it was as if countless sharp blades and scimitars had surrounded his body. Compared to a year ago, Mu Lianyi had indeed improved. According to Yang Dingtian's estimation, Mu Lianyi was now a 9-star Xian martial warrior. Compared to a year ago, she had broken through 3 levels. This speed was already very fast. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. For someone like Yang Dingtian, who defied the natural order, he could not be explained with normal logic. In the same year, Mu Lianyi had broken through 3 levels, from a 6-star Xian martial warrior to a 9-star Xian martial warrior. How much had Yang Dingtian broken through? From a 3-star Xian martial warrior to a 6-star martial grandmaster. The difference between a Xian martial warrior and a martial grandmaster was like heaven and earth. Xian martial warrior, Xian martial master, great Xian martial master, martial Xian, and martial grandmaster. In the past year, Yang Dingtian had broken through 4 levels and 3 levels. This kind of breakthrough was completely unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. A year ago, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was even weaker than Mu Lianyi's. Now, the sea snake transformation that Mu Lianyi, a 9-star Xian martial warrior, used was like a child's trick in Yang Dingtian's eyes. Therefore, he just stood there and watched her charge with a smile. Then he used his fingers to catch her scimitar again. Instantly, Mu Lianyi's delicate body froze. The scimitar in her hand was caught in Yang Dingtian's hand. It was as if it was caught between 2 mountains and could not move at all. Mu Lianyi tried to pull out the scimitar, but even after using all her strength, she could not move it at all. "Old thief, I'll fight you to the death," Mu Lianyi said sternly. Then she opened her 5 fingers and 5 streaks of blue liquid shot out from her fingernails towards Yang Dingtian's face. This was the sea snake's venom that Mu Lianyi hid in her fingernails. It was her last life-saving move. When Yang Dingtian saw the 5 streaks of venom, he smiled and spat out gently. Suddenly, a gorgeous flame floated out. When the 5 streaks of venom came into contact with the flame that Yang Dingtian spat out, they were immediately turned into ashes and disappeared. Mu Lianyi's expression changed drastically. The strength of this old thief priest was far beyond her imagination. In front of him, she was really like an ant. Instantly, Mu Lianyi's heart was filled with despair. She wanted to use a mutual destruction move. Even though she still couldn't do anything to this old thief, it was still good enough to blast off his face. Right at this moment, Mu Lianqing's anxious and respectful voice echoed. "Which senior has graced the Mu clan docks with your presence? Forgive me for not going out to welcome you." "Please forgive me." Yang Dingtian could fool around with Mu Lianyi, but Mu Lianqing was still a senior. Therefore, he didn't dare to fool around. He immediately let go of Mu Lianyi's scimitar and bowed in front of Mu Lianqing. "Uncle Mu, nephew Yang Dingtian pays his respects." At this moment, Yang Dingtian was using his real voice. Instantly, Mu Lianqing and Mu Lianyi were stunned. They couldn't react in time and stared blankly at Yang Dingtian. You said you are the young lord. How did you become so ugly?" Mu Lianyi trembled. Yang Dingtian immediately tore off his disguise and mask, revealing his original face. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian's real face hadn't been revealed for a very long time. Seeing Yang Dingtian's face, Mu Lianyi's eyes turned red. She immediately pounced on him and hugged him tightly while crying loudly. Yang Dingtian was hugged by the voluptuous Mu Lianyi and felt a little awkward. He then smiled at Mu Lianqing. At this moment, Mu Lianqing's eyes were also filled with tears, but he was looking around vigilantly. "Young lord, let's go in." "Let's go in!" After entering the house, Mu Lianqing immediately knelt down with Mu Lianyi. "Old slave Mu Lianqing pays his respects to young lord. Servant Mu Lianyi pays her respects to young lord." The original Mu Lianyi would never bow to Yang Dingtian, but the current Mu Lianyi's face was flushed red with excitement as she followed her father and knelt down. Yang Dingtian didn't stop her. He knew that Mu Lianyi was a person who valued etiquette the most. Furthermore, his heart was filled with reverence and guilt for Shimenwia. If he didn't bow, he wouldn't be able to sleep for a few days. After bowing, Yang Dingtian went forward to help Mu Lianqing up. He then knelt down in front of him and said, "Nephew Yang Dingtian pays his respects to Uncle Mu." Yang Dingtian didn't stop Mu Lianqing from kneeling down. He also knelt down in front of Mu Lianqing as a nephew. Otherwise, if an elder like Mu Lianqing were to kneel down in front of him, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to sleep. No, you must not." Mu Lianqing quickly helped Yang Dingtian up and said, "Old slave is not worthy." After asking about Mu Lianqing's health and the safety of the Mu clan docks, Mu Lianyi couldn't wait and said, "Young lord, it has only been a little over a year. How did you become so powerful? What is your cultivation level now? Perhaps even my father isn't a match for you. Roughly a 6-star martial ancestor realm." Yang Dingtian replied. Just as he finished speaking, Mu Lianqing and Mu Lianyi were dumbfounded again. In a little over a year, he had risen from a 3-star mystic martial warrior to a 6-star martial ancestor realm. This was simply too shocking. Perhaps it wasn't shocking, but a complete myth. "Oh my God! Young lord, are you still human?" Mu Lianyi instinctively said. She then looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes filled with astonishment. Her gaze was as though Yang Dingtian wasn't human. Immediately after, Mu Lianyi realized that what she said wasn't right. She immediately slapped her mouth and stuck out her tongue as she smiled embarrassedly. After a moment, Mu Lianqing finally reacted and said, "Young lord is truly sent by the heavens to revitalize our cloud heaven city. Such shocking talent is truly unprecedented and will never be replicated. Even city, Lord Shimenbak, then was far inferior. Speaking of which, Master's vision is simply too shocking. Previously, no one thought highly of young lord. Only Master had a discerning eye and immediately married young lady to young lord, making young lord the successor of the city lord. Young Lord's cultivation is actually so shocking. In this martial contest for the City Lord's position, Young Lord will definitely shock everyone and amaze the world. Yang Dingtian said, "If I stop here, then the martial contest will still be rather difficult. Shimanju is at least a martial supreme expert. With my current cultivation level, it will still be difficult to defeat him. I believe that Young Lord will be able to do it." Mu Liani said, "You have already completed the previous difficult steps. I don't believe that you can't complete the last few steps. I will do my best to take back everything that belongs to Marshal Uncle Shimin." Yang Dingtian said, "Uncle Mu, for the past year, has the southwest continent been peaceful? Did the Raging Flames castle come looking for trouble?" Mu Lianqing said, "The Raging Flames castle has expanded tremendously. Their territory is almost 2 to 3 times more than before. But for some reason, the Mu clan docks hasn't appeared. I am not worried about the Raging Flames castle. Of course, I feel uneasy about the Sky Phoenix Pavilion. It is completely different from the Sky Phoenix Pavilion that shunned the world previously. For the past year, the Sky Phoenix Pavilion has become very domineering. They will prosper if they obey and perish if they oppose. In the entire southwest continent, no one dares to defy them. Sky Phoenix Pavilion. This was a sect that was formed entirely by females in the Tayando League. It was one of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions. It was obviously not on the same level as the Raging Flames Castle. The Raging Flames Castle wasn't even qualified to clean his shoes. Ever since Ning Ro, Er's master, went missing, the Sky Phoenix Pavilion had a new pavilion master. Naturally, their style of doing things changed drastically. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian knew that the current Sky Phoenix Pavilion was almost under the control of the Northwest Qin City. Therefore, the Sky Phoenix Pavilion's expansion was the Northwest Qin City's method of ruling over the entire Southwest continent. Did that affect our Mu clan docks? Yang Dingtian asked. Not really. Mu Lianqing said, "The Mu clan docks is too small. The Sky Phoenix Pavilion wouldn't find trouble with us. However, Wooden Sword Castle's castle Lord Li Guanong has met with a huge problem. The Sky Phoenix Pavilion has been targeting him repeatedly. Therefore, Castle Lord Li has been suffering from setbacks for the past half a year." Yang Dingtian's brows instantly knitted. Li Guanong had done him a great favor and was also his respected elder. If Li Guanong was in trouble, Yang Dingtian would naturally lend a helping hand. But from the current situation, time was simply too tight. Right now, is Castle Lord Li's situation very dangerous? Yang Dingtian asked. That isn't the case. Mu Lianqing said. Both parties have yet to shed all pretense of cordiality. The Wooden Sword Castle is only suffering from censure and has suffered a huge loss in power. Yang Dingtian said, "If that is the case, then I can only wait until I am officially appointed as the Cloud Heaven City Lord before lending a helping hand." Mu Lianqing nodded and said, "That's right. Right now, the City Lord's position is the most important matter." Following which, Mu Lianqing asked, "What is Young Lord's purpose in coming to the southwest continent? Is there anything you need the old slave to do?" Yang Dingtian said, "I am here this time to fetch Yan Yan back to Cloud Heaven City from the Sea of Hades. As I miss all of you, I will stay here for a night. Tomorrow morning, I will set off for the Sea of Hades. All right, I will immediately prepare the best boat, food, and water. Tomorrow morning, I will get Liani to send you out to sea." Mu Lianqing said, "Thank you for the trouble." Yang Dingtian said. That night, Mu Lianqing and Mu Liani accompanied Yang Dingtian for dinner. Even though they had a stomach full of things to say, they didn't disturb him. Yang Dingtian practiced the mystic qi breathing technique until around 2 in the morning and slept for 4 hours. Then, with Mu Liani accompanying him, they set off for the Sea of Hades.